Chapter 38 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jamila. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 38. 810. Why does a humming top make a humming noise? Because the hollow wood of the top vibrates, and the edges of the hole in its sides strike against the air as it spins. The air is thereby set in vibration. 811. Why does a peg top hum less than a humming top? Because, being a solid body of wood and having no hole in its sides, its particles are not so easily thrown into vibration. Consequently, it does not so readily impart vibrations to the air. 812. Why does a peg top sometimes hum and at other times not? Because, if it is spun with great force and its peg is struck sharply against the pavement, the wood is set in vibration, and the surface of the top, repelling the air by its rapid motion, causes vibratory waves. But if it is spun with insufficient force, the wood is not set in vibration. 813. Why do we see the figures painted upon the humming top before it spins, but not while it is spinning? Because the rapid whirling of the top brings the images of its different parts so quickly in succession upon the retina of the eye that they deface each other and impart an impression of colored rings instead of definite objects. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old he will not depart from it. Proverbs 22. 814. Why does the top stand erect when it spins, but fall when it stops? Because the top is under the influence of and is balanced between opposing forces. The rapid rotation of the top gives to all its particles a tendency to fly from the center. If the atoms of the wood were not held together by the attraction of cohesion, they would fly away in a circle outward from the top, just as drops of water fly off from a mop while it is being twirled. If you take a spoonful of sand, salt, or dust and drop it upon the top, it will be scattered in a circle, just as the atoms of the top would be if they were free to separate. But not with the same force, because the atoms of the salt, not being in an active state of rotation, would only be influenced by momentary contact with the rotating body. This tendency of the particles of a rotating body to fly outward from the center is called the centrifugal force. Centrifugal, from the two Latin words meaning receding from the center. The other force influencing the top is the attraction of gravitation, the attraction which, were the top not spinning, would draw it towards the earth. The spill, projecting from the bottom of the top, stands in the line in which the top is drawn towards the earth, and keeps it from obeying the law of gravitation. Therefore, the rotary motion given to the top by the rapid unwinding of the string and the tendency of its atoms to fly outward balance the top upon the line in which it is drawn to the earth, and which is occupied by the spill, which prevents it falling to the ground. 815. Why does the top first reel upon the spill, then become upright, and sleep, and then reel again and fall? Because in being thrown from the hand, the top is delivered a little out of the perpendicular, but the spill is rounded off at the point, and when the top is rotating rapidly, the gravitative force, which attracts the top of the ground continually acting upon it, draws the weight of the top onto the extreme center of the round point. When the rotation subsides and the centrifugal force is weakened, then the top is no longer balanced upon the extreme point of the spill, but falls upon its sides, until the force of gravitation is exerted beyond the line of the spill, upon the body of the top, and then falls to the ground. Even a child is known by his doings, whether his work be pure and whether it be right. Proverbs 20. 816. Why does the top sleep? Because at that period of its spinning, which is called sleeping, the centrifugal and gravitative forces acting upon the top are nearly balanced, and the top, obeying chiefly the rotary force, appears to be in a state of comparative rest. 817. Why does the top cease to spin? Because the friction of the air against its sides and the friction of the spill against the ground act in opposition to the rotatory force, which is a temporary impulse applied by external means, the hand of the person who spins it, and as soon as the applied force is expended, the top yields to the law of gravitation, which is a permanent and ever-prevailing force. 818. Why does a marble revolve as it is propelled along the ground? Because in propelling the marble, the thumb impels the upper surface forward, and the finger draws the under surface backward. This gives a tendency to the upper and lower hemispheres of the marble to separate, which they would do, but for the cohesion of the atoms of the marble. The upper part of the marble therefore rolls forward, drawing after it the under part, which acquires a forward motion by the force with which it is drawn upward, and in this way the opposite portions of the marble act upon each other in successive revolutions. When the marble strikes upon the earth, a new influence is exerted upon it, which is the friction of the earth upon the surface that comes in contact with it. But the upper part of the marble, being free, overcomes the friction acting upon the lower part, and thus the marble continues to progress until the applied force which projected it is expended. Better is a poor and wise child than an old, foolish king who will no more be admonished. Ecclesiastes 4. 819. Why does a striped marble appear to have a greater number of stripes when rolling than when at rest? Because the stripes are presented in rapid succession to the eye, and as the eye receives fresh impressions of stripes before the previous impressions have passed away, the stripes appear multiplied. 820. Why does the marble rebound when dropped upon the pavement? Because the force of its fall to the earth compresses the atoms of which the marble is composed, and the atoms then exert the force of elasticity to restore themselves to their former condition. And by the exercise of this force the marble is repelled or thrown upward from the pavement. Although marble may be made of very hard stone, yet that stone may be elastic and possess, though in a much less degree, the same kind of elasticity which causes the India rubber ball to rebound from the earth. 821. Why does a marble, assuming it to be impelled with equal force, roll further on ice than on pavement, and further on pavement than on a pebble walk? Because the friction is greater upon pavement than upon ice, and greater upon a pebble walk than upon pavement. 822. How many forces contribute to stay the progress of a rolling marble? The friction of the air, the friction of the earth, and the attraction of gravitation, which tends to bring all bodies to the state of rest. He shall turn the head of the fathers toward the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers. Malachi 4. 823. Why do the stripes upon a marble disappear when it is spun with great velocity? Because, as in the case of the humming top, the different parts of the surface are brought so rapidly in succession to the sight that they deface or confuse the impressions upon the retina. 824. Why are rings most perceptible at the opposite points or poles of the marble? Because the point or pole upon which the marble spins, and that which corresponds to it, on the upper surface, travels less rapidly than the central portions, which, being on a larger circumference, pass through a greater amount of space in the same period of time. The stripes at the poles of the marble are therefore visible, while those at the equator are imperceptible. End of chapter 38. Recording by Jamila. Chapter 39 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jamila. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 39. 825. Why are soap bubbles round? Because they are equally pressed upon all parts of their surface by the atmosphere. 826. Why are bubbles elongated when being blown? Because the unequal pressure of the current of breath by which they are being filled alters the relative pressure upon the outer surfaces. 827. Why does the bubble close and become a perfect sphere when shaken from the pipe? Because the attraction of cohesion draws the particles of soap together directly the bubble is set free from the bowl. Children's children are the crown of old men, and the glory of children are their fathers. Proverbs 17. 828. Why do bubbles blown in the sunshine change their colors? Because the films of the bubbles constantly change in thickness through the atoms from the upper part descending towards the bottom, and therefore the varying thicknesses of film refracts in different degrees the rays of light. 829. Why do bubbles burst? Because the atoms that compose their films fall towards the earth by gravitation. The upper portion of the bubbles then becomes very thin, and as the denser air of the atmosphere presses towards the warm breath within the bubble, it bursts the film. 830. Why do balloons ascend in air? Because the air or gas which they contain is specifically lighter than the atmosphere. The atmosphere, therefore, forces itself underneath the balloon by its own tendency towards the earth, and the balloon is thereby raised upwards. A balloon is but a larger kind of bubble made of stronger materials. 831. Why does an air balloon become inflated when the spirit set upon the sponge is lit? Because the heat of the flame and the burning of the spirit create a volume of rarefied or thin air, which inflates the balloon and makes it specifically lighter than the surrounding medium. A wise son heareth his father's instruction. Proverbs 13. 832. Why do balloons sometimes burst when they ascend very high? Because as they get into the thinner air which exists at high altitudes, the gas within them expands, and the coating of the balloon is burst asunder. 833. Why does the gas of balloons expand in thin air? Because the air exerts a less amount of pressure upon the air or gas contained in the balloons. 834. Why do parachutes fall very gradually to the ground? Because the air coming in contact with the undersurface of the expanded head of the parachute resists its downward progress. 835. Why does a shuttlecock travel slowly through the air? Because the air acts upon the feathers of the shuttlecock in the same manner as it does upon the parachute. It strikes against their expanded surface and resists their progress through the air. 836. Why does the shuttlecock spin in the air? Because the surfaces of the feathers fall upon the air obliquely or slantingly, and therefore, as the shuttlecock descends, it turns in the air. Come, ye children, hearken unto me. I will teach you the fear of the Lord. Psalms 35. 837. Why do we hear a noise when we strike the shuttlecock with the battledore? Because the percussion of the shuttlecock upon the parchment of the battledore causes it to vibrate, and the vibrations are imparted into the air. 838. Why is the sound a dull and short one? Because the vibrations of the parchment are not very rapid, and therefore there is little intensity in the vibrations of the air. 839. Why does the exercise afforded by playing battledore and shuttlecock make us feel warm? Because it makes us breathe more freely and causes the blood to flow faster. We therefore inhale more oxygen, which produces heat by combining with the carbon of our blood. 840. Why does a kite rise in the air? A kite rises in the air by the force of the wind, which strikes obliquely upon its undersurface. The string is attached to the belly band in such a manner that it is nearer the top than the bottom of the band. This causes the bottom of the kite, when its surface is met by the wind, to recede in the direction of the wind. The top is accordingly thrown forward, and the kite is made to lie obliquely upon the current of the air moving against it. The kite then being drawn upon the string in one direction, and pressed by the air in another direction, moves in a line, which describes a medium between the two forces acting upon it. Be ye therefore followers of God as dear children, and walk in love, as Christ also hath loved us. Ephesians 5. 841. Why does the kite string feel hot when running through the hand? Because the rapid friction sets free the latent heat of the string, attracts the heat of the hand to the spot where the friction occurs, and sets free the latent heat of the air, which follows the string through the hand and is compressed by the friction. 842. Why does running with the kite cause it to rise higher? Because it increases the force with which the wind strikes upon the surface of the kite. If a person were to run with a kite at the rate of 5 miles an hour through a still air, the effect would be equal to a wind flying at the rate of 5 miles an hour against a kite held by a stationary string. 843. Why does the flying top rise in the air? Because its wings meet the air obliquely, just as the surface of the kite does, and the twirling of the top, causing the oblique surfaces of its wings to strike the air, produces the equivalent effect of a wind from the earth blowing the top upwards. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. 844. Why does the flying top return to the earth when its rotations are expended? Because the reaction produced by its wings striking upon the air is insufficient to counteract the attraction of gravitation. End of chapter 39. Recording by Jamila.
Chapter 40 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 40. 846. Why does a mouse painted upon one side of a card and a trap upon the other represent to the eye a mouse in a trap when the card is rapidly twirled upon a string? Because the image of the mouse is brought to the retina of the eye before the image of the trap has passed away. The two impressions, therefore, unite upon the retina and produce the image of a mouse in a trap. Honor thy father and thy mother, that it may be well with thee, and thou mayest be long on the earth. Ephesians 6. 847. Why will a bow stretched out of its natural position propel an arrow through the air? Because its substance, being highly elastic, the particles thereof seek to restore themselves to their former state, as soon as the resisting power is withdrawn. The force derived from this elasticity is communicated to the arrow by the string against which it is placed. 848. Why is the arrow propelled forward? Because the elasticity of the bow, acting equally upon its two ends, to which the string is fastened, produce a line of force in a diagonal direction. It thus illustrates the law that when a body is acted upon by two forces at the same time, whose directions are inclined to each other, it will not follow either of them, but will describe a line between the two. 849. What forces tend to arrest the flight of the arrow? The friction of the air and the attraction of gravitation. My son, give, I pray thee, glory to the Lord God of Israel, and make confession unto him. Joshua 7. 850. Why are feathers usually fastened to the ends of arrows? Because the greater friction of air acting upon them opposes the progress of that part of the arrow in a greater degree than it does the other portion. The effect is to keep the point of the arrow forward, and in a straight line with its opposite extremity. If the arrow were shot the reverse way from the bow, it would turn round in the course of its flight in consequence of the friction of the air, offering greater resistance to its progress of the feathered end. 851. Why does a Jew's harp give musical sounds? Because the vibrations of the metal tongue are communicated to the ear. 852. Why will not the Jew's harp produce loud sounds unless it is applied to the mouth? Because the vibrations are not very intense, but when it is blown upon by the breath, the air is pressed upon it, and the vibrations are thereby rendered more powerful. 853. Why does the alteration of the arrangement of the mouth affect the formation of the sounds? Because it sends the air to the tongue of the harp in a greater or lesser degree of compression. Hear, ye children, the instruction of a father, and attend to no understanding. Proverbs 4. 854. Why does the pressure applied to the handle of an air pistol propel the cork? Because between the cork A and the airtight piston C, there is a closed chamber of air B. When the handle D, which moves the piston C, is rapidly pushed in, it compresses the air until it is so much condensed that it forces out the cork A. 855. Why must the handle be drawn out before the cork is placed in? Because otherwise a partial vacuum would be formed between A and C, and there would be not sufficient air to force out the cork by the return of the piston CD. 856. Why does water rise in a syringe when the handle is drawn out? Because the pressure of the air on the water outside of the syringe forces it into the space vacated by the drawing up of the handle, and where otherwise a vacuum would be formed. 857. Why does not the water run out when the syringe is raised? Because the pressure of the air upon the small orifice resists the weight of the water. 858. Why does the water leak out, but not run? Because water has a tendency always to move to the lowest point, but as the air does not enter freely, the water cannot escape. It therefore drops as small portions of the air enter. Remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth. Ecclesiastes 11. 859. Why cannot the handle be pressed in if the finger is applied to the orifice? Because water is not compressible like air. It must therefore escape before the handle can be pressed in. Air may be forced into a much smaller compass than is natural to it, but it is impossible to compress water in any great degree. 860. Why does a sucker raise a stone? Because underneath the sucker a vacuum is formed, and the external air, pressing on all sides against the vacuum, lifts the stone. The term sucker is founded upon the mistaken notion that the leather sucks or draws the stone. That such is not the case is evident. If, when the stone is suspended, a pin's point be passed under the leather, so as to open a small passage for the air, the stone will drop instantly. 861. Why does a hoop roll without falling to the ground? Because the centrifugal force gives it a motion which is called the tangent to a circle, that is, a tendency in all of its parts to fly off in a straight line. When a piece of clay adhering to the hoop flies off, it leaves the hoop in a line which is straight with the part of the surface from which it was propelled. This line is the tangent to the circle of the hoop, and the tendency of all the parts of the hoop to fly off in this manner counteracts the attraction of the earth, so long as the hoop is kept in motion. Children, obey your parents in all things, for this is well-pleasing unto the Lord. Colossians 3. 862. Why does the hoop, in falling, make several side revolutions? Because its onward movement, not being quite expended, influences the center of gravity of the hoop, and changes its line of direction. The hoop is also elastic, and when its sides strike the earth, they spring up again, and continue turning until the opposing forces are overcome by the attraction of gravitation. 863. Why will a little boy balance a large boy on a seesaw? Because the seesaw may be placed so that its ends are at unequal distances from the center. This gives the little boy the power of leverage, by which is meant the increase of power or weight by mechanical means. 864. Why does the little boy sink to the ground when the larger boy slightly kicks the earth? Because the larger boy, by kicking against the earth, opposes by mechanical force the attraction of gravitation acting upon him, and he becomes temporarily less attracted to the earth than the little boy. Little children, let no man deceive you. He that doeth righteousness is righteous, even as he is righteous. 1 John 3. 865. Why can the little boy, if he choose, keep the big boy up, when once he is up? Because, as the big boy is then on an inclined plane with the fulcrum, or center upon which the seesaw moves, the arm of the lever, upon which the big boy sits, is relatively shortened, and he has then less mechanical power. Also, a portion of the weight of the larger boy is transmitted along the lever to the arm upon which the little boy sits. 866. Why is the ball propelled upward in the game of trap and ball when the trigger is struck? Because when the trigger is struck at A, it is forced downwards, turning upon the fulcrum B, the opposite end, forming the spoon. It is thereby forced upwards, describing a small arc or curved line, but directly the ball is set free from the spoon, it rises in a straight line with the direction it was taking at the moment it was set free. 867. What principles of natural philosophy are illustrated by the results of bat and ball? Percussion, when the bat strikes the ball; rotary motion, when the ball is sent whirling away; momentum, which it acquires by velocity; elasticity, when it rebounds from an object against which it strikes; reflected motion, when it is turned by a body upon which it impinges; friction, as it rolls along the ground; the communication of force, when it sets another body in motion against which it strikes, gravitation when it falls to the earth, and inertia when it lies in a state of rest. A wise son makes a glad father, but a foolish son is the heaviness of his mother. Proverbs 10. 868. Why do pith tumblers always pitch upon one end? Because the lead, B, is specifically heavier than the pith to which it is attached. It therefore always falls undermost, and as the lead is rounded off, just like the spill of a top, after the head has oscillated a little and expended the force of the momentum of its fall, it will settle upon its center of gravity, or the point through which it is attracted to the earth. 869. Why do the figures upon the thaumatrope appear to dance when they are made to revolve before a mirror? Because the eye, in looking through the holes in the card towards the reflections in the mirror, receives a rapid succession of impressions. As the figures upon the card are represented in a graduated series of positions, the first one standing upright, the second with his knees a little bent, the third a little more bent, as in the act of springing, and so on, the figure being in each case the same, but the position slightly altered, imparts an impression to the mind through the eye that one figure is passing through a series of motions. Thaumatrope, from two Greek words meaning wonder and to turn. We have said enough, we hope, to show that even the play hours of children may be made instructive to them, and that the simplest toys may be used to illustrate some of the grandest laws of nature. Nor may this kind of instruction be confined to children alone. Grown-up people, whether participators in the sports of youth or simple observers of their games, may gain instruction for themselves and be the better teachers of their children by taking an interest in their enjoyments, and giving to their minds, through the attractiveness of pastime, a taste for observing and estimating the varied phenomena which present themselves. Moreover, we think that parental government acquires a greater power when it leans toward the natural desires of childhood, and wins those desires into a proper direction. Love existing between parent and child is the best tie to home, and the strongest incentive to duty. There is also something in the gentleness of childish nature which may influence for good the sterner mold of man, too often warped and clouded by the cares of life. Jesus said, Suffer the little children, and forbid them not to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 19. In Kay's Life of Sir John Malcolm, we find an admirable and apt passage. Sir John says, I have been employed these last few hours with John Eliot and other boys in trying how long we could keep up 2 cricket balls. Lord Minton caught us. He says he must send me on a commission to some very young monarch, for I shall never have the gravity of an ambassador for a prince turned of 12. He, however, added the well-known and admirable story of Henry IV of France, who, when caught on all fours carrying one of his children by the Spanish envoy, looked up and said, Is your Excellency married? I am, and have a family, was the reply. Well then, said the monarch, I am satisfied, and shall take another turn round the room, and off he galloped, with his son on his back, flogging and spurring him. I have sometimes thought of breaking myself of what are termed boyish habits, but reflection has satisfied me that it would be very foolish, and that I should esteem it a blessing that I can find amusement in everything, from tossing a cricket ball to negotiating a treaty with the Emperor of China. Men who will give themselves entirely to business, and despise, which is the term, trifles, are very able in their general conception of the great outlines of a plan, but they feel a want of knowledge, which is only to be gained by mixing with all classes in the world, when they come to those lesser points upon which its successful execution may depend. Whether therefore ye eat or drink, or whatsoever ye do, do all to the glory of God. Corinthians 10. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashton Ruby. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 41. 869. Why do we eat food? Because the atoms of which our bodies are composed are continually changing. Those atoms that have fulfilled the purpose of nature are removed from the system, and, therefore, new matter must be introduced to supply their place. 870. Why do we eat animal and vegetable food? Because their substances are composed of oxygen, hydrogen, carbon, and nitrogen, the four chemical elements of which the human system is formed. They are, therefore, capable of nourishing the body after undergoing digestion. 871. Why do we masticate our food? Because mastication is the first process towards the digestion of food. Before animal or vegetable substances can nourish us, their condition must be entirely changed, their organic states must be dissolved, and they must become simple matter, in a homogeneous mass, consisting of the four chemical elements necessary to nutrition, and they must again be restored to an organic condition. 872. Why does saliva enter the mouth when we are eating? Because, in addition to the mechanical grinding of the food by the action of the teeth, it is necessary that it should undergo certain chemical modifications to adapt it to our use. There are placed, therefore, in various parts of the body, glands, which secrete peculiar fluids that have a chemical influence upon the food. The first of these glands are the salivary glands of the mouth, which pour out a clear, watery fluid upon the food we eat, and which fluid has been found to possess a property which contributes to the digestion of food. The moisture afforded by the salivary secretion is also necessary to enable us to swallow the food. And the Lord said unto him, Who hath made man's mouth? Or who hath made the dumb, the seeing, or the blind? Have not I the Lord? Exodus 4. 873. Why does the salivary juice enter the mouth just at the moment that we are eating? Because the glands which are buried in the muscles of the mouth, and which in their form are much like bunches of currants, are always full of salivary secretion. There are nerves which are distributed from the brain to these glands, and when other nerves which belong to the sense of taste, of sight, or of feeling, are excited by the presence of food, a stimulus is imparted to the salivary glands through the nerves that surround them. Their cells collapse, and the juice which they contain is poured out through their stems, or ducts, into the mouth. 874. How do we know that impressions imparted to one set of nerves may be imparted to another set, so as to put any particular organ in action? Because very frequently the mere sight of rich fruit or acid substances will cause the saliva to flow freely. In this case, it is evident that the salivary glands could not see or know that such substances were present. An impression must, therefore, be made upon the brain through the organ of vision, and the desire of taste to the substances being awakened, a nervous stimulus is imparted to the glands of the mouth, and they at once commence their action, as if food were present. 875. Why does food descend into the stomach? Because, after the teeth, the tongue, and the muscles of the mouth generally have rolled the food into a soft bulbous, it is conveyed to the back of the mouth, where it is set upon the opening of the throat, esophagus. It does not then descend through the throat by its own gravity, because the throat is generally in a compressed or collapsed state, like an empty tube, and we know that persons can eat or drink when their heads downwards. The esophagus is formed like a number of muscular threads or rings, and each little thread is like a hand ready to grasp at the morsel that is coming. As soon as the bulbus is presented at the top of the throat, these little muscular hands lay hold of it and transmit it downward, passing it from one to another, until it is conveyed through the long passage to the door of the stomach which it enters. Remove far from me poverty and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me. Proverbs 30. 876. Why do we not feel the food being transmitted through the throat? Because the nerves of the body differ in their powers. Some are nerves of feeling, some of motion, and others are nerves of the senses. The nerves of feeling are most abundantly distributed to those parts which feeling is most useful and necessary to us. But the faculty of feeling our food undergoing digestion would be no service to us whatsoever. Therefore, the nerves of motion are plentifully distributed to the throat and stomach, but very few of the nerves of feeling, just as many as will tell us when we eat anything too hot or too cold, or that the stomach is out of order. 877. Why do we feel uneasy after eating in excess? Because the stomach is distended, and presses upon the other organs by which it is surrounded. Who satisfieth thy mouth with good things, so that thy youth is renewed like the eagles. Psalm 103. 878. Why do we feel drowsy after eating heartily? Because while the stomach is in action, a great proportion of the blood of the body is drawn towards it, and as the blood is withdrawn from other parts of the body, they fall into a state of languor. 879. Why does blood flow more freely to the stomach during digestion? Because the energy of an organ is increased by the flow of blood, which supplies the material of which our organs are composed, and in which the vital essence supporting life resides. 880. Why does excess of eating bring on indigestion? Because the power of the stomach to digest food is governed by the amount of food required by the system. It seems to be an instinct of the stomach to hold back food which is in excess, and by indications of pain or disturbance to warn its master that excess has been committed. 881. Why is food digested in the stomach? Because it enters the stomach in the form of a paste, produced by the action of the mouth, and directly food enters. The gastric juice, which is formed by glands embedded in the coats of the stomach, trickles down its sides. This is a more powerful solvent than the salivary juice. It is like the same kind of fluid, only much stronger, and it soon turns the food from a rough and crude paste into a grayish cream, chyme. The heat of the stomach assists the operation, and the muscular threads of the coats move the cream along, in the same manner that the muscles of the esophagus brought down the food. The cream is passed towards the door which leads outward from the stomach, pylorus. But if, in the midst of the cream, there are any undissolved particles of food, it closes upon them, and they return again to the stomach to be further changed. When thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God for the good land which he hath given thee. Deuteronomy 8. 882. Why does indigestion bring on bilious attacks? Because the liver secretes a fluid to assist in the digestion of food. The liver is a gland, a similar organ to the glands of the mouth, and it forms bile in the same manner that they form the salivary juice. Only the liver is a much larger gland, and a much greater quantity of blood passes through it. The liver pours its secretion into the biliary ducts, to mix with the gray cream as it passes onward, and to further dissolve it. But when the stomach is excited by food which it cannot dissolve, and when the owner of the stomach disregards its remonstrances, will persist in overeating, or in things that disagree with the system, then the liver and the stomach sympathize, and the muscular threads or hands that prevail all through the alimentary organs, instead of moving onward, move backward, and throw some bile into the stomach to assist to dissolve and remove the excess or improper food. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 42. 883. Why does some portion of the food we eat nourish the system, while other portions are useless? Because most food contains some particles that are indigestible, or that, if digested, are innutritious and not necessary for the system. The liver is the organ by whose secretion the useful is separated from the useless, for when the bile enters through the duct and mixes with the gray cream coming from the stomach, it remains no longer a gray cream, but turns into a mass colored by bile, having upon its surface little globules of milk, small but very white. Those minute globules of milk, chyle, are the nutritious particles derived from the food. The other portion, colored with bile, is the useless residue, or rather the bulk from which the nutrition has been extracted. God hath made of one blood all nations of men for to dwell on all the face of the earth. Acts 17. 884. Why does the milky or nutritious matter separate from the innutritious upon admixture with bile? Because the bile contains an oily matter which repels the watery milk of nutrition. The pancreatic juice also enters through the same duct with the bile, but its precise use is not understood. It is a fluid much like the salivary secretion of the glands of the mouth. But now hath God set the members in the body, every one as it pleased him. 1 Corinthians 12. 885. How is the nutrition taken away from the bilious residue? The muscular threads, or hands as we figuratively call them, continue to push forward the digested matter through a long tube called the alimentary canal, or bowels. This canal is some 30 feet in length, and is folded in various layers across the abdomen, and tied to the edge of a sort of apron, which is gathered up and fastened to the backbone. All along this alimentary canal, those muscular hands are pushing the digested mass along. But upon the coat or surface of the canal there are millions of little vessels called lacteals, which look out for the minute globules of milk as they pass, and absorb them, which means they pick them up and carry them away. There is an immense number of these little vessels, all busily at work picking up food for the system. Then there is a large vessel called the thoracic duct, which comes down and communicates with those little vessels. It is a sort of overseer, having a large number of workmen, and collects the produce of their toil, and carries it upwards to the part where it passes from the organs of digestion into the vessels of circulation. 886. What becomes of the nutrition when it has entered the vessels of the circulation? It is sent through a large vein to the heart, entering that organ on the right side, from which the heart propels it into the lungs, mixed with venous blood, and the venous or blue blood is sent into the lungs, taking with it the milk, the formation of which we have traced. 887. Why are the venous blood and the chyle sent to the lungs? Because the venous blood, in its circulation through the body, has parted with its oxygen and taken up carbon, and it requires to get rid of the carbon and take up more oxygen. The chyle also, now combined with the blood, requires oxygen, and having obtained it, is converted into bright red blood, and the blue blood of the veins, having got rid of its carbon, which formed the carbonic acid of the breath, has again become bright red blood. We must, therefore, in pursuing our description, cease to speak of blue or venous blood and of white milk or chyle, for the two have now combined, and, with the oxygen of the air, have formed arterial blood. My flesh and my heart fainteth, but God is the strength of my heart, and my portion forever. Psalm 48. 888. What becomes of the arterial blood thus formed? It is sent back from the lungs to the right side of the heart, from which it is sent into the great trunk of the aorta, and from thence it passes into smaller blood vessels, until it finds its way to every part of the system. 889. Why does the chest expand when we breathe? Because the lungs consist of millions of hollow tubes and cells, which, having been emptied by throwing off carbonic acid gas and nitrogen, become compressed, and the atmospheric air flowing into these millions of spaces and filling the lungs, just as water fills and swells a sponge, causes them to expand and occupy greater room. All the while my breath is in me, and the Spirit of God is in my nostrils. My lips shall not speak wickedness, nor my tongue utter deceit. Job 27. 890. How does the blood communicate with the air in the lungs? Through the sides of very minute vessels, of which perhaps a fine hair gives us the best conception. But these vessels are twisted and wound round each other in such a curious manner that they form millions of cells, and by being twisted and wound, a much greater surface of air and blood are brought to act upon each other than could otherwise be accomplished. 891. Why does the blood which is thus formed impart vitality to the parts to which it is sent? Because the blood is itself vitalized, is, in fact, alive, and capable of diffusing life and vitality to the organization of which it forms a part. This is a very wonderful fact, but no less true than wonderful, that dead matter which, but a little while ago, was being ground by the teeth, softened by the saliva, and solved by the gastric juice and bile, has now acquired life. Nobody can tell the precise stage or moment when it began to live, but somewhere between the stomach and the lungs, melted by the gastric juice, softened by the secretion of the pancreas, separated by the bile of the liver, macerated by the muscular fibers of the bowels, taken up by the absorbents, warmed by the heat of the body, and aerated in the lungs, it has by one or by all of these processes combined been changed from the dead to the living state, and now forms part of the vital fluid of the system. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. The Reason Why by Kemp PHILP. Chapter 43. 892. Why do we know that the blood has become endowed with vital powers? Because in the course of its formation, it has not only undergone change of condition and colour, but if examined now by the microscope, it will be found to consist of millions of minute cells or discs, which float in a watery fluid. The paste produced by mastication consisted of a crude admixture of the atoms of food. The cream, chyme, formed from this in the stomach, presents to the microscope a heterogeneous mass of matter, exhibiting no appearance whatever of a new organic arrangement. The milk, chyle, which is formed in the intestines, is found to contain a great number of very small molecules, which probably consist of some fatty matter. As the chyle progresses towards the thoracic duct, it appears to contain more of these, and slight indications present themselves of the approach towards a new organic condition. But wherever vitalisation begins, no human power can say with confidence. Yet there can be no doubt that the blood is both organised and vitalised, and that it consists of corpuscles, or little cells, enclosing matters essential to life. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. Isaiah 40. 893. Why does the blood circulate? because all the bones, muscles, blood vessels, nerves, glands, cartilages, etc., of which the body is composed, are constantly undergoing a change of substance. It is a condition of their life, health, and strength, that they shall be renewed, and the blood is the great source of the materials by which the living temple is kept in repair. 894. How is the body renewed by the blood? Every drop of blood is made up of a large number of corpuscles, each of which contains some of the elements essential to the wants of the system. Let us, to simplify the subject, consider the blood vessels of the body to be so many canals, on the banks of which a number of inhabitants live and require constant sustenance. The corpuscles of the blood are the boats which are laden with that sustenance, and when the heart beats, it is a signal for them to start on their journey. Away they go through the arch of the great aorta, and some of the earliest branches which it sends off convey blood to the arms. We will now for a moment dismiss the word artery, and keep up the figure of a system of canals, with a number of towns upon their banks. Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous shall be delivered. Proverbs 21. Well, away go a fleet of boats through the aorta canal, until they reach a point which approaches Shoulder Town. Some of the boats pass into the axillary canal, and Shoulder Town is supplied. The other boats proceed along the humeral canal until they approach Elbow Town, when another division of the boats pass into other branch canals and supply the wants of the neighbourhood. The others have passed into the ulnar canals and the radial canals until they have approached Wrist Town and Hand Town, which are respectively supplied. And then the two canals have formed a junction across the palm and supplied Palm Town, where they have given off branches and boats to supply the Forefinger Towns and Thumb Town. 895. How does the blood return to the lungs after it has reached the extremities? The veins constitute a system of vessels corresponding to the arteries. We may say that the arteries form the down canal, and the veins the up canal. The arteries, commencing in the great trunk of the aorta, branch off into large and then into smaller tubes, until they form capillary or hair-like vessels, penetrating everywhere. As for man, his days are as grass. As a flower of the field, so he flourisheth. Psalm 103. The capillary extremities of the arteries unite with the capillary extremities of the veins, and the blood passes from the one set of vessels into the other. As the arteries become smaller from the point where they receive the blood, so the veins grow larger. The venous capillaries pour their contents into small vessels, and these again into larger ones, until the great venous trunks are reached, and the blood is passed again into the heart, as at first described. 896. Why do we see blue marks upon our arms and hands? Because large veins lie underneath the skin, through which the blood of the fingers and hand is conveyed back to the heart. 897. Why are the veins more perceptible than the arteries? Because the arteries are buried deeper in the flesh for protection. It would be more dangerous to life to sever by accident an artery than a vein. A person might bleed longer from a vein than from an artery, without endangering life, because the arteries supply the life-sustaining blood. The Almighty, therefore, has buried the arteries for safety. 898. Why, when we prick the flesh with a needle, does it bleed? Because the capillary arteries and veins are so small, and are so thickly distributed all over the body, that not even the point of a needle can enter the flesh without penetrating the coats of several of these small vessels. Let everything that hath breath praise the Lord. Praise ye the Lord. Psalm 150. 899. What occurs during the circulation of the blood? Not only do the various parts to which the boats are sent take from them whatever they require, but the boats collect all those matters for which those parts have no further use. The bones, the nerves, the muscles, etc., all renew themselves as the boats pass along, and all give something to the boats to bring back. One of the chief exchanges is that of oxygen for carbon, by which a gentle heat is diffused throughout the system. It is for this purpose that fresh air is so constantly necessary. But other exchanges take place. The blood, in addition to oxygen and carbon, contains hydrogen and nitrogen, but it contains its four elements in various forms of combination, producing the following materials for the use of the body. Of 1,000 parts of blood, about 779 are water, 141 are red globules, 69 are albumin, 3 are fibrin, 2 are fatty matter, 6 are various salts. Albumin and fibrin are a kind of flesh imperfectly formed, and probably more chiefly used in repairing the muscles. The red corpuscles contain the oxygen which goes to combine with the superabundant carbon and develop heat. The fatty matters probably repair the fatty tissues, and glands that are of a fatty nature, and the various salts contribute to the bones, and to the chemical properties of those secretions which are formed by the glands, etc., while the great proportion of water is employed in cleansing, softening, and cooling the whole or the living edifice, and it is the medium through which all the nutrition of the body is distributed. 900. Why do we feel the pulse beat? Because every time that the heart contracts, it sends a fresh supply of blood to the blood vessels, and the motion thus imparted creates a general pulsation throughout the system. But it is more distinctly perceived at the pulse, because there a rather large artery lies near to the surface. Thy hands have made me and fashioned me. Give me understanding, that I may learn thy commandments. Psalm 119. 901. What becomes of the matter collected by the blood in the course of its circulation? We have already explained that carbon is thrown off from the lungs in the form of carbonic acid gas, but there are many other matters to be separated from the venous blood, and its purification is assisted by the action of the liver, which is supplied with a large vein, called the portal vein, which conveys into the substance of the liver a large proportion of the venous blood, from which that organ draws off those matters which form the bile, and other matters which are transmitted with the bile to the bowels. The liver and lungs, therefore, are the great purifiers of the venous blood, but there are also smaller organs that assist in the same work. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 44. 902. Why when we cut our flesh does it heal? Because the blood coagulates over the cut and throws out a kind of lymph, which forms an incipient flesh and excludes the air while the blood vessels are engaged in repairing the part. And God said, Let us make man in our own image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing. Genesis 1. 903. Why, since all the substance of the body undergoes change, do we preserve the same features throughout our lives? Because our substance changes in the minutest atoms, and each separate atom has a life of itself, the maintenance of which preserves the unity and permanence of the whole. 904. Why do moles upon the skin continue permanent, while bruises and wounds disappear? because moles are themselves organized formations, and repair themselves just as any other part of the body does, but bruises and wounds are the result of accidental disturbances, which in course of time become removed. 905. Why do the marks of deep cuts sometimes remain? If the cut is so deep and serious as to destroy the system of vessels which supply and repair the part, then it is evident that they cannot work so perfectly as when in their sound condition. Their functions are, therefore, interfered with, and instead of having flesh uniform with the other parts of the system, there results a scar, or a wound imperfectly repaired. 906. Why, when we hold our hands against a candlelight, do we perceive a beautiful crimson color? Because the fluids and vessels of the body are in some degree transparent, and the thin textures of the sides of the fingers allows the light to pass, and shows the beautiful crimson color of the blood. If the web of a frog's foot be brought into the field of a good microscope, and set against a strong light, the blood may be seen in circulation, with the most wonderful effect. Each vessel and every globule of blood can be seen most distinctly, and the junction of the arteries and veins can be clearly traced. The little boats of nutrition may be seen chasing each other in rapid succession, and when the animal exerts itself to escape, the flow of the blood increases, and not unfrequently under these circumstances of agitation have we seen 2 or 3 blood discs struggling together to enter a vessel that was too small for them. Again and again they have endeavored to find a passage, until one of them, happening to slip forward, got away, followed by the others. Know ye that the Lord He is God. It is He that hath made us, and not we ourselves. We are His people, and the sheep of His pasture. Psalm 100. 907. Why does the flesh underneath the nails look red? Because the transparent texture of the nails enables us to see the color of the vascular structure that lies underneath the skin. Vascular, full of vessels, in this instance full of capillary blood vessels. 908. Why have we nails at our fingers' ends? Because they give firmness to the touch, and enable us to apply the extremities of the fingers to many useful purposes for which they would otherwise be unfitted. They enable us to press the tips of the fingers, where the highest degree of sensitiveness prevails, so as to bring the largest amount of nervous perception into the sense of touch. 909. Why do white spots occur upon the nails? Because the vascular surface underneath is attached to the horny texture of the nail, but by knocks and other causes the nail sometimes separates in small patches from the membrane below, and becomes dry and opaque. 910. Why is there a circular line of whitish color at the root of the nail? Because there the nail is newly formed by the vascular substance out of which it grows, and has not yet assumed its proper horny and transparent nature. 911. Why is the eyeball white? Because the blood vessels that supply its surface are so very fine that they do not admit the red corpuscles of the blood. 912. Why does the eyeball sometimes become bloodshot? Because, under exciting causes of inflammation, the blood vessels become distended, and the red corpuscles enter, producing a network of red blood vessels across the white surface of the eye. 913. Why are the lips red? Because the lips are formed of the mucous membrane that lines the body internally, and covers the surface of most of the internal parts. This membrane contains a great number of minute red vessels, which give softness and moisture to the surface. A very beautiful illustration of the softness, moisture, and delicate color of the mucous membrane is afforded by turning up and examining the under surface of the upper eyelid. Hast thou not known, hast thou not heard, that the everlasting God, the Lord, the Creator of the ends of the earth, fainteth not, neither is weary? There is no searching of his understanding. Isaiah 11. 9:14. Why do delicate persons look pale and languid? Because, generally from the want of exercise and fresh air, their blood is deficient of the healthy proportion of red corpuscles. 915. Why does exercise and fresh air impart to healthy persons a red and fresh appearance? Because the redness of the blood is due to the amount of oxygen which it contains, and air and exercise oxygenize the blood and diffuse it throughout the system. 916. How is the blood propelled through the arteries? By the very powerful contraction and alternate dilation of the thick muscles of the heart, assisted also by the muscular cords of the blood vessels themselves, and in many instances by the compression of the muscles in which the arteries lie embedded. 917. Why are the capillary arteries capable of receiving the great quantity of blood sent out through the larger vessels? Because the capillary vessels are so numerous that, though they are infinitely smaller, they are capable of receiving in their minute tubes the whole of the quantity of blood transmitted to them through the larger vessels. 918. Why, when we sit with our legs crossed, do we see the foot that is raised move at regular intervals? Because the pressure upon the muscles of the leg retards the progress of the blood until it forces itself through the compressed vessels, and thereby imparts a pulsation which moves the leg and foot. 919. Why are capillary blood vessels found in every part of the system? Because it is through these small vessels alone that the substances of the body are renewed and changed. Even the larger blood vessels do not sustain themselves upon the blood which they contain, but receive into their coats numerous capillary vessels by which they are nourished. All my bones shall say, Lord, who is like unto thee, which deliverest the poor from him that is too strong for him, yea, the poor and the needy from him that spoileth him. Psalm 35. 920. How much blood does the human body contain? From 25 to 35 pounds. 921. How does the blood ascend in the veins in opposition to gravitation? In addition to the muscular coats of the veins and the influence of muscular action upon them, there are in the veins numerous semicircular valves, which are not found in the arteries. These valves extend from the sides of the veins in such a manner that they allow the free passage of the blood upwards, but a backward motion of the blood would expand the cup-like valves and stop the passage, so that the blood can only move in one direction, and that towards the heart. 922. How frequently does the total amount of blood circulate through the system? The blood circulates once through the body in about 2 minutes. If, therefore, we estimate the amount of blood at 24 pounds, it follows that no less than 12 pounds of blood pass through the heart every minute, and it is estimated that if the blood moved with equal force in a straight line, it would pass through 150 feet in a minute. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 45. 923. How many bones are there in the body? There are 246, and they are apportioned to the various parts of the body in the following numbers: head 8, ears 6, face 14, teeth 32, backbone and its base 26, chest, etc. 26, arms and hands 64, legs and feet 62, small movable bones 8. Our bones are scattered at the grave's mouth, as when one cutteth and cleaveth wood upon the earth. Psalm 112. 924. Of what substances are the bones composed? 100 parts of bone consist of cartilage 32.17, blood vessels 1.13, carbonate of lime 1.30, phosphate of lime 51.04, fluate of lime 2.00, phosphate of magnesia 1.16, soda, chloride of sodium 1.20, equaling 100.00. 925. What are the uses of these bones? They protect soft and delicate organs. They form a framework to which the organs are attached, and by which they are kept in their places, and they supply a mechanism by which the motions of the body are produced, in combination with the muscles. 926. Why is the brain placed within the skull? Because that delicate and vital organ, being the center and the root of the nervous system, requires a position of the greatest safety. 927. Why are the bones that constitute the vertebrae, backbone, hollowed out so as to form a continuous groove? Because through that groove the spinal cord passes out of the brain. Being in the center of that column of bones, the spinal cord receives from them a similar protection to that which the brain obtains from the skull. 928. Why is the head set upon the neck? Because in that position it obtains the freest motion, can turn in any direction, and is placed relatively to the other parts of the body in that situation where it acquires the greatest possible advantage. 929. Why are the eyes placed in the sockets of the skull? Because the bones of the skull afford protection to the delicate and complicated structure of the eyes, and supply points of attachment and grooves by which the muscles are enabled to turn the eyes freely and thereby extend the field of vision. Thus saith the Lord God unto these bones, Behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live. 930. Why are the bones of the skull arched? Because in that form they acquire greater strength, and hence the utmost degree of safety is combined with extreme lightness of material. 931. Why are the bones of the skull divided by sutures, seams, with points which fit into each other like small teeth? Because, by that arrangement, concussions of the skull, which might be fatal to the brain, are deadened, and injuries from accident greatly modified. And I will lay the sinews upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am the Lord. Ezekiel 37. 932. Why are the heart, lungs, etc. placed within the chest? Because the functions of these organs require considerable space, while their importance in the system of life renders it essential that they should be securely protected from the probabilities of accident. 933. Why are the heart and lungs enclosed for protection in a series of ribs, and not in a closed case like the brain? Because, by the inflation and contraction of the lungs, their capacity is constantly changing. When man takes a moderate inspiration, he inhales about 30 cubic inches of air, and the lungs increase in size 1/18 of their whole capacity. Consequently, were they enclosed in a frame of fixed dimensions, it must needs be, to that extent at least, larger than is necessary when the frame is made to dilate and contract with the capacity of the lungs. So perfect is the almighty contrivance, that not only are the ribs made to protect the lungs, but by their elasticity, and the contractions and dilations of the muscles which lie between them, they assist the lungs in their labors, and work with them in perfect harmony. 934. Why are the bones of the arms, legs, etc. made hollow? Because lightness is thereby combined with strength. There is a provision by which, in the extremities of bones, where an enlarged surface is required, lightness is still combined with the necessary degree of strength. The bones are made up of cellular formation, and this generally occurs in parts which are much called into action in the various movements of the body. Again he said unto me, Prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Ezekiel 37. 935. Why are the bones of the arms and legs formed in long shafts? Because a considerable leverage is gained, by which the advantages of quickness of motion and increase of mechanical power are secured. 936. Why are the bones of the hands and feet numerous and small? Because the motions of the hands and feet are very varied and complicated. There are no less than 28 bones in one hand and wrist, and about as many in a foot and ankle. To these are fastened a great number of ligaments and muscles, by which their varied compound movements are controlled. But for the complexity of the mechanism of our hands and feet, our motions would be extremely awkward, and many of the valuable mechanical inventions which now benefit mankind could never have been introduced. The bones of the hand and feet are in number equal to 1/2 of the whole of the bones of the body. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 46. 937. What are ligaments? Ligaments consist of bands and cords of a tough, fibrous, and smooth substance by which the bones are bound together and held in their places, allowing them freedom to move, and supplying smooth surfaces over which they glide. 938. Why are the joints bound with ligaments? Because the bones would otherwise be constantly liable to slip from their places. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. John 3. 939. What are tendons? Tendons are long cords of a substance similar in nature to cartilage, by which the muscles are attached to the bones. 940. Why are tendons used to attach the muscles to the bones? Because, by this arrangement, the large muscles by which the extremities are moved may be placed at some distance from the bones upon which they act, and thus the extremities, instead of being large and clumsy, are neat and small. 941. How many muscles are there in the human body? There are about 446 muscles that have been dissected and described, and the actions of which are perfectly understood. But there is probably a much larger number of muscles and of compound actions of muscles than the skill of man has been able to recognize. All flesh is not the same flesh, but there is one kind of flesh of men, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds. Corinthians 16. 942. What is the constitution of a muscle? Every muscle is made up of a number of parallel fleshy fibers or threads, which are bound together by a smooth and soft tissue, forming a sheath or case to the muscle, and enabling it to glide freely over the surfaces upon which it moves. The ligaments may be seen enfolding the finger joints and also crossing the wrist underneath the tendons. The muscles are compressed into tendinous cords at their ends by which they are united to the bones. They are arranged in pairs having reciprocal actions, each muscle having a companion muscle, by which the part which it moves is restored to its original position, when the influence of the first muscle is withdrawn and the stimulus given to bring back the part. 943. Why can we raise our fingers? Because muscles which lie on the forearm and have their tendons fastened at the ends of the fingers contract, and by becoming shorter draw the fingers upward and towards the arm. Thou hast clothed me with skin and flesh, and hast fenced me with bones and sinews. Job 11. 944. Why can we throw back the fingers after they have been raised? Because the muscles at the back of the arm, whose tendons are attached to the back of the fingers, contract and restore them to their former position. 945. What degree of strength do the muscles possess? The degree of strength of a muscle depends upon the healthy condition of the muscle, the amount of stimulus which it receives at the time of exertion, and the manner in which its powers are applied. The great muscle of the calf of the leg has been found, when removed from a dead body, to be capable of sustaining a weight equal to 7 times the weight of the entire body. But the contractile power of the living muscles is very great. The thigh bone has frequently been broken by muscular contractions in fits of epilepsy, and in cases where there has been a dislocation of the thigh, the head of the thigh bone being thrown out of its socket, it has been found necessary to employ strong ropes attached to a wheel turned by several hands, in order to overcome the contraction of the excited muscles, and to enable the operator to restore the bone to its place. 946. What is the stimulus which sets the muscles in action? The muscles are excited to action by the nerves, which they receive from the spinal cord. 947. Why does it require the influence of the will to set the arms in motion? Because the muscles which form their mechanism are voluntary muscles, that is, they are subject to the will of man, and influenced by impulses directed to them through the nervous system by the mind, which is the governing power. And he took him by the right hand, and lifted him up, and immediately his feet and ankle bones received strength. Acts 3. 948. Why does the heart beat without any effort of the will? Because the muscles of the heart are involuntary muscles, that is, they are independent of the will, and receive a continuous nervous stimulus which is not under the control of the mind. 949. Why are the muscles of the arms, etc., made subject to the control of the will? because as they supply the mechanism through which we adapt ourselves to our varying wants and circumstances, it was necessary that they should be placed under the control of the mental power and be moved only in accordance with man's necessities. If thou sayest, Behold, we knew it not, doth not he that pondereth the heart consider it? And he that keepeth thy soul, doth not he know it? And shall not he render to every man according to his works? Proverbs 24. 950. Why are the motions of the heart, etc., made independent of the will? Because, as the necessity for the heart's motion is fixed and unalterable, the constant motion of the heart could be best secured by giving it a fixed nervous influence, by which it might be unfailingly prompted to fulfill its functions. If the movements of a man's heart were subject to his will, he would be constantly required to regard the operations of that organ, and so large an amount of mental care and physical exertion would have to be employed in that direction, that man's sole work would be to keep himself alive. Hence we see the goodness of the Creator in giving life to man and in keeping the vital impulses under his divine care. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 47. 951. What are nerves? The nerves are branches of the brain and the spinal cord. They are distributed in great numbers to all the active and sensitive parts of the body. 952. What is the spinal cord? The spinal cord is a long and large cord of nervous matter, which extends from the brain through a continuous tube formed by corresponding hollows in the bones of the back. It serves as a nervous trunk for the distribution of nerves, just as the aorta distributes branches of blood vessels. 953. Why is the spinal cord placed in the grooves formed by the backbone? Being a very vital part of the system, and from the delicacy of its structure liable to injuries, it is set in the backbone for protection, and so great is its security that it is only by force of an unusual kind that it can be injured. A sound heart is the life of the flesh, but envy is the rottenness of the bones. Proverbs 14. 954. How can branches proceed from it if it is so securely encased in bone? Because in the bones on each side of the spinal cord there are smaller grooves for the transmission of the nervous bundles. 955. Of what does the nervous system consist? Of the brain, the spinal cord, and the branches which are called nerves. 956. What is the constitution of a nerve? It consists of a thin membrane or sheath surrounding a grayish oily matter, which forms the nervous marrow. In the center of this marrow is usually found a small fiber, which is supposed to be the essential part of the nerve, and most nerves consist of a number of these sheaths enclosing fibers running in parallel directions. 957. What is the nervous fluid? The term nervous fluid is used to express our ideas of the mode by which the brain and spinal cord influence the remote parts, just as we say the electric fluid, without knowing that such a fluid exists. It is the most convenient form of expression. 958. How many classes of nerves are there? There are 1. The nerves of motion, 2. The nerves of sensation, 3. The nerves of special sense, 4. The nerves of sympathy. Having many things to write unto you, I would not write with paper and ink, but I trust to come unto you, and speak face to face, that our joy may be full. 2 John. 959. What are the nerves of motion? The nerves of motion are those which, in obedience to the will, stimulate the muscles to act, and apportion the amount of stimulation they convey to the degree of exertion required. 960. What are the nerves of sensation? The nerves of sensation are those which impart a consciousness to the brain that its commands to the nerves of motion have been obeyed, and how far they have been fulfilled. Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness, and for his wonderful works to the children of men. Psalm 107. Let us perform a simple experiment, which will more clearly illustrate the phenomena of motion and of sensation, which we are now describing, than a great deal of writing upon the subject. You hold in your hand this book. Close it and set it upon the table. Lay your hands passively upon your lap, and then will your hand to take up the book, which is the same as to say, command your hand to take up the book. What occurs? The hand, immediately obeying your desire, stretches forward to the book, and takes hold of it. How do you know that you have hold of it? You see that you have, but were your eyes closed, you would be equally aware that the hand had reached the book, and fulfilled your wishes. It is by the nerves of sensation that you are made aware that the hand has fulfilled your instructions. Consider what took place in the simple action. In the first instance, a desire arose in your mind to take up the book. The brain is the organ of the mind, and having branches either proceeding from itself or from the spinal cord to every part of the body, branches that traverse like telegraphic wires throughout every part of the system, it transmitted instructions along the nerves that proceed to the muscles of the arm and hand, directing them to take up the book. This was done instantly, and as soon as it was done, you became conscious that your will had been obeyed, because the nerves sent back a sensation to the brain acquainting it that the book had been taken up, and that at the moment of the dispatch it was in the firm hold of the hand. In all the varied motions of the body, this double action of the nerves takes place. It is obvious that without an outward impulse from the brain, upon which the desire of the mind first made an impression, no motion of the muscles of the arm and the hand could have taken place, and it is also obvious that without an inward impulse from the nerves to the brain you would not have known that the muscles had fulfilled your instructions. The hand might have dropped by the side of the book, or have gone too far, or not far enough, and you would not have been aware of the result but for an inward communication through the nerves. We are not now speaking of the nerves which endow us with the sense of feeling, because they are regarded as separate and distinct from those nerves that produce in us consciousness of muscular response. When we walk, rise, or sit, we are made conscious, without any special feeling being exerted, that the muscles have placed the limb or the body in the desired position, that it is set down safely and firmly, and that we may repose upon it securely without further attention. We refer the impressions made by the book upon the nerves of the hand, and which enable us to tell whether it feels hot or cold, whether its surface is rough or smooth, and so on, to the special sense of feeling. The consciousness of muscular action is a separate and distinct function, and it is generally believed that the same nerves that convey the command of the will outward bring back the information that the will has been obeyed, but that different fibers of the nerves convey the outward and the inward impulses. A single nerve may therefore be likened to a double wire connected with the electric telegraph, one transmitting dispatches in one direction and the other in the opposite direction. 961. What are the nerves of special sense? The nerves of special sense are those through which we hear, see, feel, smell, and taste. For the Lord seeth not as man seeth, for man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart. SamW 16. 962. What are the nerves of sympathy? The nerves of sympathy, or the system of sympathetic nerves, are those which are distributed to the internal organs, and which are independent of the will. They regulate the motions of the heart, the lungs, the stomach, etc., and stimulate the organs of secretion, so that those organs work in harmony with each other. As the internal organs are all more or less dependent upon each other, and unite their functions for similar ends, it is obvious that there should prevail among them a mutual consciousness of their state. Otherwise, when the stomach had formed chyme, the liver might have no bile ready to fulfill its office. The absorbents might be in a state of rest at the moment when nutrition was set before them, and the heart might beat slowly, while the lungs were in active exertion to obtain additional blood to support an active exercise. The sympathetic system of nerves therefore regulates and harmonizes these internal functions. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 48. 963. Why do we see objects? Because the light which is reflected from them enters our eyes and produces images of their forms upon a membrane of nerves called the retina, just as images are produced upon a mirror. 964. Why does this enable us to see? Because the membrane which receives the images of objects is connected with the optic nerve, which transmits to the brain impressions made by the reflections of light, just as other nerves convey the effects of feeling, hearing, tasting, etc. 965. Why are we enabled to move our eyes? Because various muscles are so placed in relation to the eyeball that their contraction draws the eye in the direction required. We are thus enabled to adjust the direction of the eye to the position of the objects we desire to see, in other words, to set the mirror in such a position that it will receive the reflection. Quote, "Truly the light is sweet, and a pleasant thing it is for the eyes to behold the sun." Ecclesiastes 11. End of quote. 966. Why are we enabled to see large objects upon so small a surface? Because the lenses and humours of the eye collect the rays of light, coming from every direction, and, bringing them into a focus, transmit them to the retina, where each ray impresses upon the nervous surface the qualities it received from the object which reflected it. 967. Why do some persons squint? Because it sometimes happens that a muscle of the eye acts too powerfully for its companion muscle, and draws the eye too much on one side. 968. Why does the pupil of the eye look black? Because the pupil is an opening through which the rays of light pass into the chamber of the eye. There is, therefore, nothing in the pupil of the eye to reflect light. Quote, "Keep me as the apple of thine eye, hide me under the shadow of thy wings." Psalm 17. End of quote. 969. Why is the pupil of the eye larger sometimes than at others? Because the iris, a ring of extremely fine muscles which surround the pupil, contracts when too much light falls upon the retina, and dilates when the light is feeble. It therefore enlarges or diminishes the size of the pupil to regulate the admission of light. 970. Why have we two eyes? Because the field of vision is thereby much extended. The intensity of sight is also increased, the impressions upon the brain being clearer and better defined, just as in a stereoscope. The effect of vision is heightened by a double picture. The sense of sight being more constantly exercised than any other sense during our waking moments, one eye is frequently called upon to give rest to the other, and the important faculty of vision, being endangered by the necessary exposure of some parts of the eye, and the equally necessary delicacy of an organ formed to receive impressions from so ethereal an element as light, is rendered the more secure to us, since though one eye may become enfeebled, diseased, or wholly lost, the other eye will retain the blessing of sight. Quote, "The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous, and his ears are open unto their cry." Psalm 34. End of quote. 971. Why, having two eyes, and each eye receiving a reflection upon its retina, does the brain experience only one impression of an object? Because, besides those optical laws which bring upon the two retinas the exactly corresponding images of the same objects, the optic nerves meet before they reach the brain, and blend the impulses which they convey. 972. Why are the eyes provided with eyelids? Because the eyes require to be defended from floating particles in the air, and to be kept moist and clean. The eyelids form the shutters of the eye, defending it when waking, by closing upon its surface whenever danger is apprehended, moistening its surface when it becomes dry, and covering it securely during the hours of sleep. 973. Why are the eyelids fringed with eyelashes? Because the eyelashes assist to modify the light, and to protect the eye without actually closing the eyelids. When the eyelids are partially closed, as in very sunny or dusty weather, the eyelashes cross each other, forming a kind of shady lattice work, from the interspaces of which the eye looks out with advantage, and sees sufficiently for the guidance of the body. 974. Why are we able to see at long or short distances? Because the crystalline lens of the eye is a movable body, and is pushed forward or drawn back by fine muscular fibres, according to the distances of the objects upon which we look. By these means its focus becomes adjusted. 975. Why do we wink? Because, by the repeated action of winking, the eye is kept moist and clean, and the watery fluid secreted by little glands in the eyelids, and at the side of the eye, is spread equally over the surface, instead of being allowed to accumulate. But the action of winking or brightening the eye is so instantaneous that it does not impede the sight. Quote, "And the eye cannot say unto the hand, I have no need of thee, nor again the head to the feet, I have no need of you." Corinthians 12. End of quote. 976. Whence are the humours and secretions of the eye derived? From the blood, which flows abundantly to the eyes, and is circulated in capillary vessels that are spread out upon the membranous coats of the eyeballs. 977. Why do tears form in the eyes? Because, under the emotions of the mind, the circulation of blood in the brain, and in its nearest branches, becomes considerably quickened. the eyes receive a larger amount of blood, and the secretion of the lacrimal glands being increased, the fluid overflows, and tears are formed. The use of tears is probably to keep the eyes cool during the excitement of the brain. They are formed also during laughing, but less frequently. Quote, "If the whole body were an eye, where were hearing? If the whole were hearing, where were smelling?" Corinthians 12. End of quote. 978. Why do we feel inconvenienced by sudden light? Because an excess of light enters the eye before the iris has time to adjust the pupil to the amount of light to be received. 979. Why, if we look upon a very bright light and then turn away, are we unable to see? Because the iris has so reduced the pupil while we were looking at the bright light, that immediately upon turning to a darker object, the pupil is too small to admit sufficient rays to enable us to see. 980. Why do we see better after a short time? Because the iris has relaxed and enlarged the pupil, therefore we receive more rays of light from the comparatively dark object, and are enabled to see it more clearly. 981. Why do cats, bats, owls, etc. see in the dark? Because their eyes are made highly sensitive to small quantities of light. It is also believed that there are certain properties of light which affect their eyes but do not affect ours. In other words, that there are some rays which are luminous to them which are not luminous to us. Hence they find light in what we call darkness. Quote, "He that hath ears to hear, let him hear." Matthew 11. End of quote. 982. Why does the pupil of a cat's eye appear nearly closed by day? Because the cat's eye is so sensitive to light that the iris closes the pupil almost entirely to shut out the too powerful light. End of chapter 48. Recording by Julie Niedermaier. Chapter 49 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 49. 983. Why do we hear? Because the tympanum of the ear receives impressions from sounds, and transmits those impressions to the brain in a similar manner to that in which the retina of the eye transmits the impressions made upon it by light. 984. Why is one part of the ear spread out externally? The external ear is a natural ear trumpet, and serves to collect the vibrations of sound and to conduct them towards the internal ear. 985. Why is the ear allowed to project whilst the eye is carefully enclosed? Because the external ear, being formed of tough cartilaginous substance, and being very simple in its organization, is but little liable to injury. 986. Why do hairs grow across the entrance of the ears? Because they prevent the intrusion of insects and of particles of dust, by which otherwise the faculty of hearing would be impaired. The insect called the earwig is popularly supposed to be so named from its tendency to get into the human ear, and cause pain and madness by penetrating to the brain. An earwig, however, is no more likely to get into the ear than any other insect whose habit it is to penetrate the corollas of flowers. And should an insect enter the ear, it could get no further than the membrane of the tympanum, which spreads all over the auditory passage, just as the parchment of a drum spreads over the entire circumference of that instrument. The fact is, that the wing of the insect, when spread, resembles the external ear in shape. It is similar to the wing of the stag beetle. And this fancied resemblance of the wing of the insect to the ear of man may have given rise to the name of ear wing, which became corrupted to earwig. Doth not the ear try words, and the mouth taste his meat? Job 12. 987. Why is wax secreted at the entrance of the ear? Because, by the peculiar resinous property which it possesses, it improves the sound-conducting power of the auditory canal through which it prevails. 988. Why do we sometimes hear singing noises in the ear? Because the ear is liable to inflammation from various causes, and when the blood flows unduly through the vessels of the ear it produces a slight sound. Apply thine heart unto instruction, and thine ears to the words of knowledge. Proverbs 23. 989. Why do people become deaf? Because the ear may be injured in various ways. The tympanum may be impaired, the fluid of the ear dried up, or the nerves be pressed upon by swellings in the surrounding parts. When, therefore, the mechanism of hearing is impaired, the sense of hearing becomes weakened or altogether lost. 990. Why do persons accustomed to loud noises feel no inconvenience from them? Because the sensitiveness of the nerves of the ear becomes deadened. They do not convey to the brain such intense impulses when they are frequently acted upon by loud sounds. 991. Why do persons engaged in battle often lose their hearing? Because the vibrations caused by the sounds of artillery are so violent that they overpower the mechanism of the ear, and frequently rupture the connection of the fine nervous filaments with the textures through which they spread. The violent concussions of the air produced by volleys of cannon or by loud peals of thunder have an overpowering effect upon persons nervously constituted, and upon the organ of hearing, which is more especially affected. As persons have been struck blind by intense light, so others have been deafened by intense sounds. In 1697 a butcher's dog was killed by the noise of the firing to celebrate the proclamation of peace. 2 troops of horse were dismounted and drawn up in a line to fire volleys. At the moment of the first volley a large and courageous mastiff, belonging to a butcher, was lying asleep before the fire. At the noise of the first volley the dog started up, and ran into another room, where it hid itself behind a bed. On the firing of the second volley it ran several times about the room, trembling violently, and when the third volley was fired it ran around once or twice with great violence, and then dropped down dead, with blood flowing from its mouth and nose. Persons who are painfully affected by loud noises should put a little wool in their ears when such noises are occurring. They will thereby save themselves from temporary inconvenience, and probably preserve the sense of hearing from permanent injury. 992. Why do we smell? Because minute particles of matter, diffused in the air, come in contact with the filaments of the olfactory nerve, which are spread out upon the walls of the nostrils, and those nerves transmit impressions to the brain, constituting what we call the odour of substances. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Genesis 2. 993. Why do hairs grow across the passages of the nostrils? Because they form a defence against the admission of dust and insects, which would otherwise frequently irritate the nervous structure of the nose. 994. Why are the nostrils directed downwards? Because, as odours and effluvia ascend, the nose is directed towards them, and thereby receives the readiest intimation of those bodies floating in the air which may be pleasurable to the sense, or offensive to the smell, and injurious to life. Can that which is unsavoury be eaten without salt? Or is there any taste in the white of an egg? Job 6. 995. Why is the nose placed over and near the mouth? Because, as one of the chief duties of that organ is to exercise a watchfulness over the purity of the substances we eat and drink, it is placed in that position which enables it to discharge that duty with the greatest readiness. End of chapter 49. Recording by Niedermaier. Chapter 50 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Kemp PHILP. Chapter 50. 996. Why do we taste? Because the tongue is endowed with gustatory nerves, having the function of taste as their special sense, just as the optic, the auditory, and the olfactory nerves have their special duties in the eyes, ears, and nose. 997. Why do some substances taste sweet, others sour, others salt, etc.? It is believed that the impressions of taste arise from the various forms of the atoms of matter presented to the nerves of the tongue. 998. Why do we taste substances most satisfactorily after they have remained a little while in the mouth? Because the nerves of taste are most abundantly distributed to the under surface of the tongue, and when solid substances have been in the mouth a little while, they impregnate the saliva of the mouth with their particles and come in contact in a fluid solution with the gustatory nerves. 999. Why, if we put a nub of sugar to the tip of the tongue, has it no taste? Because the gustatory nerves are not distributed to that part of the tongue. Quote, Wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging, and whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise. Proverbs 20. End of quote. 1000. Why, when we draw the tongue in, do we recognize the sweetness of the sugar? Because the dissolved particles of sugar are brought in contact with the nerves of taste. 1001. Through what nerves are we made sensible of the contact of sugar with the tip of the tongue? Through the nerves of feeling, which are abundantly distributed to the tongue to guide it in its control over the mastication of food. 1002. Why do connoisseurs of wines close their mouths and distend their chins for a few seconds when tasting wines? Because they thereby bring the wine in contact with the under surface of the tongue, in which the gustatory nerves chiefly reside. 1003. Why do they also pass the fumes of the wines through their nostrils? Because flavour in its fullest sense comprehends not only the taste, but the odour of a substance, and, therefore, persons of experience attend to both requisites. The various conditions of taste are defined to be: first, where sensations of touch are alone produced, as by glass, ice, pebbles, etc. Second, where, in addition to being felt upon the tongue, the substance excites sensation in the olfactory nerves, as by lead, tin, copper, etc. Third, where, besides being felt, there are peculiar sensations of taste, expressive of the properties of bodies, as salt, sugar, tartaric acid, etc. Fourth, where, besides being felt and tasted, there is an odour characteristic of the substance, and essential to the full development of its flavours, as in cloves, lemon peel, caraway seed, and aromatic substances generally. 1004. Why do we feel? Because there are distributed to various parts of the body fine nervous filaments, which have for their special duty the transmission to the brain of impressions made upon them by contact with substances. Quote, The works of the Lord are great, sought out of all them that have pleasure therein. Psalm 111. End of quote. 1005. In what parts of the body does the sense of touch more especially reside? In the points of the fingers and in the tongue. By laying a piece of paper upon a table, and upon the paper a piece of cloth, on the piece of cloth a bit of silk, and on the bit of silk a piece of leather, so that the edge of each would be exposed to the extent of half an inch, it would be impossible by the touch to tell when the finger passed successively over the leather, silk, cloth, or paper, and arrived on the table. Those impressions of touch must have been communicated with their extremely nice distinctions to the sensitive nerves that lie underneath the skin, and must have been transmitted all the way through the arm to the brain, although the touch itself was so light as scarcely to be appreciable with regard to the force applied. A hair lying on the tongue will be plainly perceptible to the touch of the tongue, and the surface of a broken tooth will often cause the tongue great annoyance by the acute perception it imparts of the roughness of its surface. The toes are also highly sensitive, though their powers of touch are seldom fully developed. Persons who have lost their arms, however, have brought their feet to be almost as sensitive as fingers. Blind persons increase, by constant exercise, their powers of touch to such a degree that they are able to read freely by passing their fingers over embossed printing, and they have been known to distinguish colours by differences in their grain, quite unappreciable by other persons. 1006. Why is feeling impaired when the hands are cold? Because, as the blood flows slowly to the nerves, they are less capable of that perception of touch which is their special sense. The skin contracts upon the nervous filaments and impairs the contact between them and the bodies which they touch. 1007. Why do the fingers prick and sting when they again become warm? Because, as the warmth expands the cuticle and the blood begins to flow more freely through the vessels, the nerves are made conscious of the movements of the blood, and continue to be so until the circulation is equally restored to all the parts. Quote, In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return to the ground. For out of it thou wast taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. Genesis 3. End of quote. 1008. Why do persons whose legs and arms have been amputated fancy they feel the toes or fingers of the amputated limb? Because the nervous trunk which formerly conveyed impressions from those extremities remains in the part of the limb attached to the body. The mind has been accustomed to refer the impulses received through that nervous trunk to the extremity where the sensations arose, and now that the nerve has been cut, the painful sensation caused thereby is referred to the extremity which the nerve supplied, and the sufferers for a time appear to continue to feel the part which they have lost. End of chapter 50. Recording by Julia Niedermaier.
Chapter 51, Part 1 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 51, Part 1. 1009. Why do we perspire? Because the skin is filled with very minute pores, which act as outlets for a portion of the water of the blood. That serves to moisten and cool the surface of the body, and to carry away some of the matter no longer needed in the system. 1010. How is the perspiration formed? By very small glands, which lie embedded in the skin. It is estimated that there are about 2,700,000 perspiratory glands distributed over the surface of the body, and that these glands find outlets for their secretion through no less than 7 millions of pores. 1011. What is insensible perspiration? Insensible perspiration is that transmission of watery particles through the skin, which is constantly going on, but which takes place so gently that it cannot be perceived. It is, however, very important in its results, as no less than from 20 to 33 ounces of water may pass imperceptibly through the skin in 24 hours. 1012. What is sensible perspiration? Sensible perspiration is that moisture which exudes upon the skin in drops large enough to be perceptible, when the body is heated by exercise or other means. And Elisha sent a message unto him, saying, Go and wash in Jordan 7 times, and thy flesh shall come again to thee, and thou shalt be clean. 2 Kings 5. 1013. Why does a sudden change from heat to cold bring on illness? Because the effect of cold arrests the action of the vessels of the skin, and suddenly throws upon the internal organs the excretory labour which the skin should have sustained. 1014. Why does a chill upon the skin frequently produce inflammation of the lungs? Because the lungs and the skin together discharge the chief proportion of the watery fluid of the body. When the skin's action is checked, the lungs have to throw off a much greater amount of fluid. The lungs, therefore, become overworked, and inflammatory action sets in. 1015. Why does cleanliness promote health? Because every atom of dirt which lodges upon the surface of the body serves to clog and check the working of those minute pores, by which much of the fluid of the body is changed and purified. In the internal parts of the system, the Creator has made ample provision for cleanliness. Every organ is so constituted that it cleanses and lubricates itself. Every surface of the inner body is perfectly clean and as soft as silk. Nature leaves to man the care of those surfaces which are under his immediate observation and control, and he who from idleness or indifference to nature's laws is guilty of personal neglect, opposes the evident intentions of the Creator, and must sooner or later pay the penalty of disobedience. 1016. Why does exercise promote health? Because it assists all the functions upon which life depended. It quickens the circulation, and thereby nourishes every part of the body, causing the bones to become firm and the muscles to become full and healthy. It promotes breathing, by which oxygen is taken into the system and carbon thrown off, and thereby it produces a higher degree of organic life and strength than would otherwise exist. It promotes perspiration, by which through the millions of pores of the skin much of the fluid of the body is changed and purified, and it induces the genial and diffuse warmth which is one of the chief conditions of a high degree of vitality. Love not sleep, lest thou come to poverty. Open thine eyes, and thou shalt be satisfied with bread. And Proverbs 20. 1017. Why do we feel fatigue? Because those organs which stimulate the mechanism of the body to act, themselves require rest and repair. When the brain and nerves arrive at that state, they make their condition known to the system generally, by indications which we denominate fatigue. 1018. Why after rest do we return invigorated to our labours? Because the nervous system has accumulated, during the hours of rest, a fresh amount of that vital force which we call the nervous fluid, and by which the various organs of the body are excited to perform the duties assigned to them. 1019. What is sleep? Sleep is understood to be that state of the body in which the relation of the brain to some parts of the body is temporarily suspended. There are some parts of the body that never sleep. Such are the heart, the lungs, the organs of circulation, and those parts of the nervous system that direct their operations. But when sleep overtakes the system, it seems as if the relations of those parts under the control of the will were temporarily suspended. As if, for instance, those nerves which move the arms, the legs, the eyes, the tongue, etc., were all at once unfastened, just as the strings of an instrument are relaxed by the turning of a key, or the throwing down of a bridge over which they were stretched. What is meant by the temporary suspension of the relation of the brain to some parts of the body may be thus explained. Notice a man when he sits dozing in a chair. At first his head is held up, the brain controlling the muscles of the neck, and keeping the head erect. But drowsiness comes on, the brain begins to withdraw its influence, and the muscles of the neck becoming, as it were, unstrung. The head drops down upon the breast, but the sleep is unsound and disturbed by surrounding noises. The brain is therefore frequently excited to return its influence to the muscles, and draw up the head of the sleeper. He gives a sudden start, every muscle is tightened in an instant, up goes the head, the eyes open, the ears listen, until a feeling of security and composure returns. The sleep again deepens, the nervous connection is again withdrawn, and then down drops the head as before. Yet a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep. So shall thy poverty come as one that travelleth, and thy want as an armed man. Proverbs 25. 1020. Why do we dream? Dreams appear to arise from the excitement of the brain during those hours when its connection with the other parts of the living organism is suspended. For instance, a man dreams that he is pursued by a furious animal, and the mind passes through all the excitement of flying from danger, but the connection between the moving power and the machinery of motion being suspended, no motion takes place. The same impressions upon the brain, when the nerves were strung to the muscles, would have caused a rapid flight, and a vigorous effort to escape from the apprehended danger. 1021. Why do suppers, when indigestible substances are eaten, produce dreaming? Probably because, as the digestive organs are oppressed, and those parts of the nervous system which stimulate the organs of digestion are excited by excessive action, those portions of the brain which are not immediately employed by the digestive processes are disturbed by that sympathy which is observed to prevail between the relative parts and functions of the body. 1022. Why do we yawn? Because, as we become weary, the nervous impulses which direct the respiratory movements are enfeebled. It has been said that those movements are involuntary, and that the parts engaged in producing them are not subject to fatigue. But the operation of breathing is, to some extent, voluntary, though when we cease to direct it voluntarily, it is involuntarily continued by organs which know no fatigue. When, therefore, we feel weary, still controlling our breathing in our efforts to move or to speak, there frequently arrives a period when, for a few seconds, the respiratory process is suspended. It seems to be the point at which the voluntary nerves of respiration are about to deliver their office over to the involuntary nerves, but the pause in the respiration has caused a momentary deficiency of breath, and the involuntary nerves of respiration, coming suddenly to the aid of the lungs, cause a spasmodic action of the parts involved, and a yawn, attended by a deep inspiration to compensate for the cessation of breathing, are the result. And it shall be, when they say unto thee, Wherefore sighed thou, that thou shalt answer, For the tidings, because it cometh, and every heart shall melt, and all hands shall be feeble. Ezekiel 21. 1023. Why do we cough? Because the respiratory organs are excited by the presence of some body, foreign or unnatural to them. A cough is an effort on the part of the air tubes to free themselves from some source of irritation, and so important are the organs of breathing to the welfare of the body, that the muscles of the chest, back, and abdomen unite in the endeavour to get rid of the exciting substance. 1024. Why do we sneeze? Because particles of matter enter the nostrils and excite the nerves of feeling and of smell. In sneezing, as in coughing, the effort is to free the parts affected from the intrusion of some matters of an objectionable nature, and in this case, as in the former one, there is a very general sympathy of other organs with the part affected, and an energetic effort to get rid of the evil. 1025. Why do we sigh? The action of sighing arises from very similar causes to those of yawning, but in sighing the nervous depression is caused by grief, while in yawning it is the result of fatigue. In sighing, the effect is generally erased by an expiration, in yawning by an inspiration. The mind, wearied and weakened by sorrow, omits for a few seconds to continue the respiratory process, and then suddenly there comes an involuntary expiration of the breath, causing a faint sound as it passes the organs of the voice. 1026. Why do we laugh? Laughing is caused by the very opposite influences that produce sighing. The nervous system is highly excited by some external cause. The impression is so intense, and the mind so fixed upon it, that the respiratory process is irregular and uncontrolled. Persons excited to a fit of laughter generally hold their breath until they can hold it no longer, and then suddenly there is a quick expiration causing eccentric sounds, the mind being too intently fixed upon the cause of the excitement, either to moderate the sounds or to control the breathing. Except ye utter by the tongue words easy to be understood, how shall it be known what is spoken? For ye shall speak into the air. Corinthians 14. 1027. Why do we hiccough? Hiccough is caused by spasmodic twitching of the diaphragm, a thin muscular membrane which divides the chest from the abdomen. It generally arises from sympathy with the stomach, and it is highly probable that the muscular twitches and jerks are so many efforts on the part of the diaphragm to assist the stomach to get rid of some undigested matter. 1028. Why do we snore? Snoring is caused by air sweeping through the passages that lead from the mouth through the nostrils, and which, in our waking moments, are capable of certain muscular modifications to adapt them to our breathing. But as in sleeping, the nervous control over them is withdrawn. They are left to the action of the air, which in sweeping by them sets them in vibration. End of chapter 51, part 1. Chapter 51, part 2 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. The Reason Why by Kemp PHILP. Chapter 51, Part 2. We have endeavoured by the employment of the simplest language and by reference to some of the most familiar phenomena of nature to impart to the reader a clear conception of those sublime laws which control our being, and afford evidence of the goodness and power of that Almighty God to whom we are indebted for the life that we enjoy, and the varied and beautiful existences which to the rightly constituted mind make the earth a vast aggregation of interesting objects. We will now, before we pass on to the final section of our work, review some of the more important facts that have been communicated, and devote a few pages to meditations upon the formation of the human body, that wonderful temple of which each of us is a tenant. We have described man's organisation. What is that organisation for? It is to make use of the elements upon which man exists. The lungs make use of the air, the eye makes use of the light, the stomach and the system generally make use of water, every part of the body uses heat, and all parts of the system demand food. The hand feeds as constantly as the mouth. The mouth is the receptacle of food by which the body is to be fed. The stomach is the kitchen in which food is prepared for the use of the body, and the blood vessels are the canals through which the food is sent to those members of the body that are in need of it. When we speak of man's organs or members, we speak of those parts of the living machinery by which the elements are used up or employed. For man's benefit, repeat. We speak of those parts of the living machinery by which the elements are used up or employed for man's benefit. And this view of the subject, bearing in mind that the body is held together as the temple of a living spirit, superior to mere flesh and blood, gives us a higher and clearer perception of the distinction between the body and the soul than that which we might otherwise entertain. The body is a machine, working for the spirit which is its owner. While the machine works, the spirit directs and influences its actions. But when the machine stops, the spirit resigns its power over a ruined temple, quits it, and flies to a region where, as a spirit, it becomes subject to a new order of existence, consistent with its severance from earthly things and laws, and there it enters upon its eternal destiny, according to the judgments and appointments of God. It is no longer dependent upon a relation between spiritual and material laws. Not unto us, O Lord, not unto us, but unto thy name give glory, for thy mercy and for thy truth's sake. Psalm 115. Suppose that the air which man breathes, instead of returning from his lungs clear and imperceptible to sight, were tinged with colour, we should see that every time a man breathed, the air would rush in a stream into his mouth, and then return again, and the air which returned would, being warm, be lighter than the outer air, and would rise upward over the man's head, where, cooling and mingling with the outer air, it would descend again. We do, in fact, see this action evidenced when in winter time the cold condenses the vapour of the breath. We see the little cloud constantly rising before the breather's face, and dispersing in the surrounding air. Is it not a wonderful thing that that clear and elastic substance, which you cannot feel, though it touches every part of your body, and which you cannot see, is composed of two distinct bodies, having very different properties, and that the two bodies can easily be separated from each other? Air is of the first importance to life. Hence it is provided for us everywhere. We require air every second, water every few hours, and food at intervals considerably apart. Air is therefore provided for us everywhere, whether we stand or sit, whether we dwell in a valley or upon a mountain, whether we go into the cellar under our house, or into the garret at the top of it. Air is there provided for us. God, who made it a law that man should breathe to live, also sent him air abundantly, that he might comply with that law. And all that is required from man in this respect is that he will not shut out God's bounty, but receive it freely. As we have employed the idea that if the air were coloured, we should have the opportunity of marking the process of breathing, let us enlarge upon this, and suppose that every time the air were returned from the lungs, it became of a darker colour, the darkness denoting increased impurity. If we placed a man in a room full of pure air, we should see the air enter his lungs and sent back slightly tinged, but this would disperse itself with the other air in the room and scarcely be perceptible. As the man continued to breathe, however, each measure of air returning from the lungs would serve to pollute that abiding in the room, until at last the whole mass would become cloudy and discoloured, and we should see such a change as occurs when water is turned from a pure and clear state into a muddy condition. The air does become polluted with each respiration, and although it is colourless, it is as impure as if with every breath given off from the lungs it became of a dark colour in proportion to its impurity. Thus we see how important it is that we should provide ourselves with pure air, and that in seeking warmth and comfort in our houses, we should provide an adequate supply of fresh atmosphere, because it is more vital to life than either water or food. Indeed, so constant is our requirement of air, that if we had to fetch it for purposes of breathing, or simply to raise it to our mouths, as we do water when we drink, it would be the sole occupation of our lives. We could do nothing else. For this reason, God has sent the air to us, and not required us to go to the air. And the great error of man is, that in too many instances he shuts off the supply from himself, and brings on disease and pain by inhaling a poisonous compound, instead of air of a healthful kind, which bears an adaptation to the wants of life. There is a natural body, and there is a spiritual body. 1 Corinthians 15. Whilst the rooms of our houses are filled with air, it is otherwise with water, which we require in less degree than air. If we have not the artificial means by which water is brought to our houses through the pipes of a water company, there is a spring or a pump in the garden, or in the absence of these a good sound cask standing at the end of our house, forming a receptacle to the water pipes that surround it, provides us with a supply of fresh water distilled from the clouds. If we were to drink a good draught of water once a day, that would be sufficient for all the purposes of life, as far as regards the alimentary use of water. Man is therefore allowed to go to the stream for his drink, and is required to raise it to his lips at those moments when he uses it. Although in breathing man separates the oxygen of the air from the nitrogen thereof, he does not separate the oxygen of the water from the hydrogen. Water, in fact, undergoes no change in the body, excepting that of admixture with the substances of the body, and its uses are to moisten, to cool, to cleanse, and also to nourish the parts with which it comes into contact. But it affords no nourishment of itself. It mixes with the blood, of which it forms a material part, and is the means of conveying the nourishment of the blood to every part of the system. After it has filled this office, and taken up impurities that are required to be removed, it is cast out of the system again without undergoing any chemical change. Man's body is to his soul, in many respects, what a house is to its occupants. But how superior is the dwelling which God erected to that which man has built! Reader, come out of yourself, and in imagination realise the abstraction of the soul from the body. Make an effort of thought, and do not relinquish that effort until you fancy that you see your image seated on a chair before you. And now proceed to ask yourself certain questions respecting your bodily tenement, questions which, perchance, have never occurred to you before, but which will impress themselves the more forcibly upon you, in proportion as you realise for a moment the idea of your soul examining the body which it inhabits. There sits before you a form of exquisite proportions, with reference to the mode of life it has to pursue, the wants of the soul for which it has to care, and which it has to guard, under the direction of that soul, its owner and master. End of chapter 51, part 2. Chapter 51, part 3 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele, Eaton. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 51, part 3. Over the brows that mark the intellectual front of that due form, there fall the auburn locks of youth, or the grey hair of venerable age. Each of those hairs is curiously organised. If you take a branch of a tree and cut it across, you will find curious markings caused by vessels of various structure, all necessary to the existence of the plant. In the centre will be found either a hollow tube or a space occupied by a soft substance called pith. Each hair of your head is as curiously formed as the branch of a tree, and in a manner not dissimilar, though its parts are so minute that the unaided eye cannot discern them. Every hair has a root, just as a tree has, and through this root it receives its nourishment. As the vessels which feed a plant are always proportionate to the size of the plant itself, how fine must be those vessels which form the roots of the hair, being in proportion to the size of the hair, which in itself so small that the eye cannot see its structure. The hair is, in fact, an animal plant, growing upon the body in much the same manner that plants grow upon the surface of the earth. But how does this hair grow? Not alone by the addition of matter at its roots, pushing up and elongating its stem. Nourishment passes up through its whole length, and is deposited upon its end, just as the nourishment of a tree is deposited upon its extreme branches. If, after having your hair cut, you were to examine its ends by the microscope, you would discover the abrupt termination left by the scissors. But allow the hair to grow, and then examine it, and you will discover that it grows from its point, which, in comparison with its former state, is perfect and fine. The reason why the beard is so hard is that the ends of the hair are continually being shaved off. The hair of the beard, if allowed to grow, would become almost as soft as the hair of the head. The very hairs of your head are all numbered. Matthew 11. But why is man's head thus covered with hair? For precisely the same reason that a house is thatched, to keep the inmates warm. We might add also, to give beauty to the edifice. But as beauty is a conventional quality, and if men were without it they would consider themselves quite as handsome as they do now, we will not enlarge upon the argument. Our bald-headed friends, too, might have reason to complain of such a partial hypothesis. The brain is the great organ upon which the health, the welfare, and the happiness of the system depends. The skull, therefore, may be regarded as analogous to the strong box, the iron chest in which the merchant keeps his treasure. There is no point at which the brain can be touched to its injury, without first doing violence to the skull. Even the spinal cord runs down the back through a tunnel or tube, formed in a number of strong bones, so closely and firmly jointed together that they are commonly termed the backbone. Look at eyebrows. What purpose do they fulfil? Precisely that of a shed, or arch placed over a window to shelter it from rain. But for the eyebrows, the perspiration would frequently run from the brow into the eyes, and obscure the sight. A man walking in a shower of rain would scarcely be able to see, and a mariner in a storm would find a double difficulty in braving the tempest. Now we come to the eye, which is the window of the soul's abode. And what a window! How curiously constructed, how wisely guarded! In the eyelashes as well as the eyebrows, we see the hair fulfilling a useful purpose, differing from any already described. The eyelashes serve to keep cold winds, dust, and too bright sun from injuring or entering the windows of the body. When we walk against the east wind, we bring the tips of our eyelashes together, and in that way exclude the cold air from the surface of the eye, and in the same manner we exclude the dust and modify the light. The eyelashes, therefore, are like so many sentries, constantly moving to and fro, protecting a most important organ from injury. The eyelids are the shutters by which the windows are opened and closed, but they also cleanse the eye, keeping it bright and moist. There are, moreover, in the lids of each eye or window, little glands or springs, by which a clear fluid is formed and supplied for cleansing the eye. The eye is placed in a socket of the skull, in which it has free motion, turning right or left, up or down, to serve the purpose of the inhabitant of the dwelling. Of the structure of the eye itself we will not say much, for the engravings will afford a clearer understanding than a lengthy written description. But we would have you examine the formation of the iris of the living eye, the ring which surrounds the pupil. Hold a light to it, and you will find that the iris will contract and diminish the pupil. Withdraw the light, and the iris will relax and the pupil expand, thus regulating the amount of light. The images of external objects are formed upon the retina of the eye, a thin membrane, spread out upon the extremity of a large nerve, which proceeds immediately to the brain, and forms the telegraphic cord by which information is given to the mind of everything visible going on within the range of sight. Thou art of purer eyes than to behold evil, and canst not look on iniquity. Habakkuk 1. Now think for a few moments upon the wonderful structure of those windows of the body. Can you fancy in the walls of your house a window which protects itself, cleanses itself, and turns in any direction at the mere will of the tenant, and when that tenant is oppressed by excess of light, draws its own curtain and gives him ease, and when he falls asleep closes its own shutters and protects itself from the cold and dust of night, and the instant he awakes in the morning, opens, cleanses itself with a fluid which it has prepared during the night and kept in readiness, and repeats this routine of duty day after day for half a century without becoming impaired. Such, nevertheless, is the wonderful structure of the window of the body, the eye. In some scientific works that have recently been published, curious investigations have been made known. It has been shown that the eye is impressed momentarily as a photographic plate is impressed by the rays of the sun. But the photography of the eye has this extraordinary quality, that one image passes away and another takes its place immediately, without confusion or indistinctness. But the most wonderful assertion of all is, that under the excitement of memory these photographic images are restored, and that when, in our mind's eye, we see the image of some dear departed friend, the retina really revives an image which once fell upon its sensitive surface, and which image has been stored up for many years in the sacred portfolio of its affections. Another extraordinary assertion is one which comes supported by a degree of authenticity that entitles it to consideration. It is said that the eye of a dead man retains an impression of the last picture that fell upon the faithful retina. Dr. Sandford of America examined the eye of a man named Beardley, who had been murdered at Auburn, and he published in the Boston Atlas the following statement. At first we suggested the saturation of the eye in a weak solution of atropine, which evidently produced an enlarged state of the pupil. On observing this, we touched the end of the optic nerve with the extract, when the eye instantly became protuberant. We now applied a powerful lens, and discovered in the pupil the rude, worn-away figure of a man, with a light coat, beside whom was a round stone, standing or suspended in the air, with a small handle stuck in the earth. The remainder was debris, evidently lost from the destruction of the optic nerve, and its separation from the mother brain. Had we performed the operation when the eye was entire in the socket, with all its powerful connection with the brain, there is not the least doubt but that we should have detected the last idea and impression made on the mind and eye of the unfortunate man. The picture would evidently be entire, and perhaps we should have had the contour, or better still the exact figure of the murderer. The last impression on the brain before death is always more terrible from fear than any other cause, and figures impressed on the pupil more distinct, which we attribute to the largeness of the optic nerve, and its free communication with the brain. Whether the supposition, which seems to be supported by the experiment above detailed, be correct or not, it is in no sense more wonderful than the facts which are already known respecting this curious and perfect organ. Be not rash with thy mouth, and let not thine heart be hasty to utter anything before God. For God is in heaven, and thou upon earth, therefore let thy words be few. Ecclesiastes 5. The nose is given us for two purposes, to enable us to respire and to smell. As odours rise from the surface of the earth, the cup or the funnel of the nose is turned down to meet them. In the nostrils, hair again serves a useful purpose. It not only warms the air which enters the nostrils, but it springs out from all sides and forms an intersecting net, closing the nostrils against dust and the intrusion of small insects. If by any means, as when taking a sharp sniff, foreign matters enter the nostrils, the nose is armed with a set of nerves which communicate the fact to certain muscles, and the organs of respiration unite with those muscles to expel the intruding substances. In this action, the diaphragm, or the muscle which divides the abdomen from the chest, is pressed down, the lungs are filled with air, the passage by which that air would otherwise escape through the mouth is closed up, and then all at once, with considerable force, the air is pressed through the nostrils, to free them from the annoying substance. So great is the force with which this action takes place, that the passage into the mouth is generally pushed open, occasioning the person in whom the action takes place to cry "Ch!" and thus is formed what is termed a sneeze. As with the eye, so with the nose. Innumerable nerves are distributed over the lining membrane, and these nerves are connected with larger nerves passing to the brain, through which everything relating to the sense of smell is communicated. The nose acts like a custom house officer to the system. It is highly sensitive to the odour of most poisonous substances. It readily detects hemlock, henbane, monk's hood, and the plants containing prussic acid. It recognises the fetid smell of drains and warns us not to breathe the polluted air. The nose is so sensitive that air containing a 200,000th part of bromine vapour will instantly be detected by it. It will recognise the 1,300,000th part of a grain of otto of roses, or the 13,000,000th part of a grain of musk. It tells us in the mornings that our bedrooms are impure. It catches the first fragrance of the morning air, and conveys to us the invitation of the flowers to go forth into the fields and inhale their sweet breath. To be led by the nose has hitherto been used as a phrase of reproach, but to have had a good nose and to follow its guidance is one of the safest and shortest ways to enjoyment of health. The mouth answers the fourfold purpose of the organ of taste, of sound, of mastication, and of breathing. In all of these operations, except in breathing, the various parts of the mouth are engaged. In eating we use the lips, the tongue, and the teeth. The teeth serve the purpose of grinding the food. The tongue turns it during the process of grinding, and delivers it up to the throat for the purposes of the stomach, when sufficiently masticated. The lips serve to confine the food in the mouth and assist in swallowing it, and there are glands underneath the tongue and in the sides of the mouth, which pour in a fluid to moisten the food, and so watchful are those glands of their duty that the mere imagination frequently causes them to act. Their fluid is required to modify the intensity of different flavours and condiments in which man with his love of eating will indulge. Thus, when we eat anything very acid, as a lemon, or anything very irritating, as cayenne pepper, the effect thereof upon the sensitive nerves of the tongue is greatly modified by a free flow of saliva into the mouth. And if we merely fancy the taste of any such things, those glands are so watchful that they will immediately pour out their fluid to mitigate the supposed effect. I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool. Matthew 5. In speaking we use the lips, the teeth, the tongue, and the chest supplies air, which being controlled in its emission by a delicate apparatus at the mouth of the windpipe, causes the various sounds which we have arranged into speech, and by which under certain laws we are enabled to understand each other's wants, participate in each other's emotions, express our loves, our hopes, our fears, and glean those facts, the accumulation of which constitutes knowledge, enhances the happiness of man, and elevates him in its ultimate results above the lower creatures to which the blessing of speech is denied. The curious structure of the tongue and the organs of speech would fill a very interesting volume. The tongue is unfortunately much abused, not only by those who utter foul words and convert the blessing of speech, which should improve and refine, into a source of wicked and profane language, but it constantly remonstrates against the abuse of food, and the use of things which are not only unnecessary for the good of our bodies, but prejudicial to their health. When the body is sufficiently fed, the tongue ceases its relish, and derives no more satisfaction from eating, but man contrives a variety of inventions to whip the tongue up to an unnatural performance of its duty. And thus we not only overeat, but eat things that have no more business in our stomachs than have the stones that we walk upon. Can we wonder then that disease is so prevalent, and that death calls for many of us so soon? That wonderful essence, the soul of man, rises above all finite knowledge. Its wonders and powers will never probably be understood until when, in a future state of existence, the grandest of all mysteries shall be explained. When we talk of the brain, we speak of that which 'tis easy to comprehend as the organ or the seat of the mind. When we speak of the mind, we have greater difficulty in comprehending the meaning of the term we employ. But when we speak of the soul, we have reached a point which defies our understanding, because our knowledge is limited. The brain may be injured by a blow, the mind may be pained by a disagreeable sight, or offended by a harsh word, but the soul can only be influenced secondarily through the mind, which is primarily affected by the organs of the material senses. Thus the happiness or the misery of the soul depends to a very great extent upon the proper fulfilment of the duties of the senses, which are the servants of the soul, over which the mind presides, as the steward who meditates between the employer and the employed. The ear, which is taught to delight in sweet sounds and in pure language, is a better servant of the master soul than one which delights not in music, and which listens with approbation or indifference to the oaths of the profane. The eye, which rejoices in the beauties of nature and in scenes of domestic happiness and love, is a more faithful servant than one that delights in witnessing scenes of revelry, dissipation, and strife. The nose, which esteems the sweet odour of flowers or the life-giving freshness of the pure air, is more dutiful to his master than one that rejects not the polluted atmosphere of neglected dwellings. The mouth, which thirsts for morbid gratification of taste, is more worthless than one which is contented with wholesome viands and ruled by the proper instincts of its duty. Who that can understand the wonderful structure of the tongue and the complicated mechanism of the organs of speech and of hearing, could be found to take pleasure in the utterance of oaths and of words of vulgar meaning? Were those beautiful cords that like threads of silk are woven into the muscular texture of the mouth, and along with the essence of life travels with the quickness of thought to do the bidding of the will, were they given for no higher use than to sin against God who gave them, and upon whose mercy their existence every moment depends? Out of the same mouth proceedeth blessing and cursing. My brethren, these things ought not so to be. James 3. The actions of the senses must necessarily affect the mind, which is the head steward of the soul, and the soul becomes rich in goodness or poor in sin, in proportion as the stewardship held by his many servants is rightly or wrongfully fulfilled. As in an establishment where the servants are not properly directed and ruled, they often gain the ascendancy, and the master has no power over them, so with man, when he gives himself up to sensual indulgences, the soul becomes the slave of the senses, the master is controlled by the servant. With regard to the mechanism of motion, let us take the case of a man who is walking a crowded thoroughfare, and we shall see how active are all the servants of the soul under the influence of the mind. He walks in a given direction, but for the act of volition in the mind not a muscle would stir. The eye is watching his footsteps. There is a stone in his path. The eye informs the mind communicates with the brain, and the nerves stimulate the muscles of the leg to lift the foot a little higher, or turn it on one side, and the stone is avoided. The eye alights on a familiar face, and the mind remembers that the eye has seen that face before. The man goes on thinking of the circumstance under which he saw that person, and partially forgets his walk and the direction of his steps. But the nerves of volition and motion unite to keep the muscles up to their work, and he walks on without having occasion to think continually, I must continue walking. He has not to make an effort to lift his leg along between each interval of meditation. He walks and meditates the while. Presently a danger approaches him from behind. The eye sees it not, knows no more, in fact, than if it were dead, but the ear sounds the alarm, tells the man, by the rumbling of a wheel and the tramp of horses' feet, that he is in danger, and then the nerves, putting forth their utmost strength, whip the muscles up to the quick performance of their duty. The man steps out of the way of danger and is saved. He draws near to a sewer, which is vomiting forth its poisonous exhalations. The eye is again unconscious, it cannot see the poison lurking in the air. The ear too is helpless, it cannot bear witness to the presence of that enemy to life. But the nose detects the noxious agent, and then the eye points out the direction of the sewer, and guides his footsteps to a path where he may escape the injurious consequences. A clock strikes, the ear informs him that it is the hour of an appointment, the nerves stimulate the muscles again, and he is hastened onward. He does not know the residence of his friend, but his tongue asks for him, and his ear makes known the reply. He reaches the spot, sits, rests. The action of the muscles is stayed. The nerves are for a time at rest. The blood which has flown freely to feed the muscles while they were working goes more steadily through the arteries and veins, and the lungs, which had been purifying the blood in its course, partake of the temporary rest. I am but a little child. I know not how to go out or come in. 1 Kings 3. Let us remember that there are two sets of muscles, acting in unison with each other, to produce the various motions. They are known by the general terms of flexors and extensors. The first enable us to bend the limbs, the other to bring the limbs back to their former position. The flexors enable us to close the hand, the extensors to open it again. The flexors enable us to raise the foot from the ground. The extensors set the foot down again in the place desired. Consider for a moment the nicety with which the powers of these muscles must be balanced, and the harmony which must subsist between them in their various operations. When we are closing the hand, if the extensor muscles did not gradually yield to the flexors, if they gave up their hold all at once, the hand, instead of closing with gentleness and ease, would be jerked together in a sudden and most uncomfortable manner. If, in such a case, you were to lay your hand with its back upon the table, and wish to close the hand, the fingers would fall down upon the palm suddenly, like the lid of a box. Again, consider how awkward it would be in such a case. Our walk through the streets would become a series of jumps and jerks. When a man had raised his foot after it had been jerked up, there it would stand fixed for a second before the opposite muscles could put on their power to draw it down again. This case is not at all supposititious. There is a derangement frequently observed in horses, in which one set of muscles becomes injured, and we may see horses suffering from this ailment, trotting along with only one of their legs jerking up much higher than the others, and set down again with difficulty, just in the manner described. It is also to be observed that very nice proportions must exist between the sizes of the muscles and the sizes of the bones. If this were not the case, our motions, instead of being firm and steady, would be all shaky and uncertain. In old persons the muscles become weak and relaxed. Hence there is a tendency in the movements of the aged to fall, as it were, together. The head is no longer erect, the body bends, the knees totter, and the arms lean towards the body as for support. In the child a somewhat similar state of thing exists. The muscles have not been properly developed, nor have they been brought sufficiently under the control of the nervous system. The child therefore totters and tumbles about, and it is not until it has stumbled and tumbled some hundreds of times in its little history that the muscles have become strong enough to fulfil their office, or have been brought sufficiently under the control of the nervous system to perform well the various duties required from them. In all these things we recognise the perfection of the divine works. We are too apt to overlook this perfection, because it prevails in everything. But by speculating upon what inconveniences we might suffer, were not things ordained as they are, we obtain most convincing evidences of divine goodness and wisdom. Watchman, what of the night? The watchman said, The morning cometh, and also the night. If ye will enquire ye. Return, come. Isaiah 21. Having taken this view of the muscular system of the external man, let us turn our attention to the muscles of the internal organs. The muscles of which we have been speaking are called the voluntary muscles, because we have them under our own control. They are subject to the influences of our will. But there is the other set of muscles. What are they? We talk of the beating or of the palpitation of the heart. But what is it that causes the heart to beat? You cannot, if you wish it, make your heart beat more quickly or more slowly. Place your finger on your pulse and notice the degree of rapidity with which its pulsations follow. Now think that you should like to double the frequency of those pulsations. Say to the heart with your inner voice that you wish it to beat 120 times in a minute instead of 60. It does not obey you. It does not appreciate your command. Now place your finger on the table and your watch by the side of your hand, and tell your finger to beat 60 times in a minute, or 100 times, or 150 times, or 200 times, and the finger will obey you, because it is moved by muscles which are subject to the will, while the heart is composed of muscles which are not subject to the will. Why should this be? Why should man have the power to regulate his finger and not to regulate his heart? For the sustentation of our bodies it is needful that the blood should ever be in circulation. If the heart were to cease beating only for 3 or 4 minutes, perhaps less, life would be extinct. In this short time the whole framework of man, beautiful in its proportions, perfect in its parts, would pass into the state of dead matter, and would simply wait the decay that follows death. The eye would become dull and glazed, the lips would turn blue, the skin would acquire the coldness of clay, love, hope, joy would all cease. The sweetest, the fondest ties would be broken. Flowers might bloom and yield their fragrance, but they would be neither seen nor smelt. The sun might rise in its brightest splendour, yet the eye would not be sensitive to its rays. The rosy-cheeked child might climb the paternal knee, but there, stiff, cold, without joy or pain or emotion of any kind, unconscious as a block of marble, would sit the man whose heart for a few moments had ceased to beat. How wise then, and how good of God, that he has not placed this vital organ under our own care. How sudden would be our bereavements, how frequent our deaths, how sleepless our nights, and how anxious our days, if we had to keep our own hearts at work, and death the penalty of neglect. And yet before we were born, until we reached life's latest moment, through days of toil and nights of rest, even in the moments of our deepest sin against the God who at the time is sustaining us, our hearts beat on, never stopping, never wearying, never asking rest. This brings us to another reflection. Our arms get weary, our legs falter from fatigue, the mind itself becomes overtaxed, and all our senses fall to sleep. The eye sees not, the ear is deaf to sound, the sentinels that surround the body, the nerves of touch, are all asleep. You may place your hand upon the brow of the sleeping man, and he feels it not. Yet unseen, unheard, without perceptible motion, or the slightest jar to mar the rest of the sleeper, the heart beats on, and on, and on. As his sleep deepens, the heart slackens its speed, that his rest may be the more sound. He has slept for 8 hours, and the time approaches for his awakening. But is the heart weary, that heart which has toiled through the long and sluggard night? No. The moment the waking sleeper moves his arm, the heart is aware that a motion has been made. The effort and exercise are about to begin. The nerves are all arousing to action. The eyes turn in their sockets, the head moves upon the neck. The sleeper leaves his couch, and the legs are once more called upon to bear the weight of the body. Blood is the food of the eye, the food of the ear, of the foot, the hand, and every member of the frame. While they labour they must be fed. That is the condition of their life, the source of their strength. The heart, therefore, so far from seeking rest, is all fresh and vigorous for the labours of the day, and proceeds to discharge its duty so willingly that we do not even know of the movements that are going on within us. Awake up, my glory, awake, psaltery and harp. I myself will wake early. Psalm 57. Thus we have seen the difference between the voluntary and the involuntary muscles, and we have perceived the goodness of our Creator in not entrusting to our keeping the control of an organ so vital to life as the heart. But the heart is not the only organ which thus works unseen and unfelt. There are the lungs and the muscles of the chest, the stomach and other parts occupying the abdomen, together with all those muscular filaments which enter into the structure of the coats and valves of the blood vessels, and which assist to propel the blood through the system. All these are at work at every moment of man's life, and yet, so perfect is this complicated machinery, that we really do not know, except by theory, what is going on within us. During the time that the sleeper has been at rest, the stomach has been at work digesting the food which was last eaten. Then the stomach has passed the macerated food into the alimentary canal. The liver has poured out its secretion and produced certain changes in the condition of the dissolved food, and the lacteals, of which there may be many thousands, perhaps millions, have been busy sucking up those portions of the food which they know to be useful to the system, while they have rejected all those useless and noxious materials upon which the liver, like an officer of health, had set his mark as unfitting for the public use. This busy life has gone on uninterruptedly. Every member of that body, every worker in that wonderful factory, has been unremitting in its duty, and yet the owner, the master, has been asleep, and wakes up finding every bodily want supplied. Notwithstanding that much has already been said of the wonders that pertain to the eye, it is not yet being considered as the seat of tears, those mute but eloquent utterers of the sorrows of the heart. Beautiful tear, whether lingering upon the brink of the eyelid, or darting down the furrows of the careworn cheek, thou art sublime in thy simplicity, great because of thy modesty, strong from thy very weakness, offspring of sorrow. Who will not own thy claim to sympathy? Who can resist thy eloquence? Who can deny mercy when thou pleadest? Every tear represents some indwelling sorrow preying upon the mind and destroying its peace. The tear comes forth to declare the inward struggle, and to plead a truth against further strife. How meet that the eye should be the seat of tears, where they cannot occur unobserved, but blending with the beauty of the eye itself, must command attention and sympathy. Whenever we behold a tear, let our kindliest sympathies awake. Let it have a sacred claim upon all that we can do to succour and comfort under affliction. What rivers of tears have flown, excited by the cruel and perverse ways of man! War has spread its carnage and desolation, and the eyes of widows and orphans have been suffused with tears. Intemperance has blighted the homes of millions, and weeping and wailing have been incessant. 1,000 other evils which we may conquer have given birth to tears enough to constitute a flood, a great tide of grief. Suppose we prize this little philosophy, and each one determine never to excite a tear in another. Watching the eye as the telegraph of the mind within, let us observe it with anxious regard, and whether we are moved to complaint by the existence of supposed or real wrongs, let the indication of the coming tear be held as a sacred truce to unkindly feeling, and our efforts be devoted to the substitution of smiles for tears. Who is as the wise man, and who knoweth the interpretation of a thing? A man's wisdom maketh his face to shine, and the boldness of his face shall be changed. Ecclesiastes 8. There is only one other matter to which we think it necessary to allude, before we pass to the concluding section of our work. It has been said that snow which is white keeps the earth warm, that white as a colour is cool, and that black absorbs heat. These assertions may appear to be contradictory, and, taken in connection with the fact of the blackness of the skin of negroes in hot climates, may at a first glance be considered unsatisfactory. They are, however, perfectly reconcilable, and that too without the slightest evasion of the real bearing of the asserted facts. White snow is warm on account of its texture, which, being woolly, forms a layer of non-conducting substance over the surface of the earth, and keeps in its warmth. White clothing worn as a garment consisting of a thin material is cool, because the white colour turns back the rays of the sun that fall upon it. Swan's down, although white, being a non-conductor, would be warm, because though it would reflect the light and heat, it would confine and accumulate the heat of the body. The black skin of the negro is a living texture, and is not subject to the same laws that govern dead matter. The skin of the negro is largely provided with cells which secrete a fatty matter that acts as a non-conductor of the external heat, and also a much larger number of perspiratory glands that exist in the skins of Europeans. The perspiration cools the blood, and carries off the internal heat, while the oily matter gives a shining surface to the skin, and reflects the heat, to which the fatty matter presents itself as a non-conductor. We see, therefore, that there are two express provisions for the cooling of the Negro's skin, independent of the colour. The skin of the Eskimo who inhabits a cold country is white, though it might be supposed that a black skin would best conduce to the warmth of his body. But the Eskimo has, underneath his skin, a thick coating of fat, by which the internal heat of the body is prevented from escaping. The resume of the subjects embodied in the form of question and answer in the previous pages will serve to impress the more important truths upon the mind of the reader, while it has enabled us to fill up many omissions necessitated by the arbitrary form of catechetical composition. Ask now the beasts, and they shall teach thee, and the fowls of the air, and they shall tell thee. Job 12. End of chapter 51, part 3.
Chapter 52 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Kemp PHILP. Chapter 52. Ask now the beasts, and they shall teach thee, and the fowls of the air, and they shall tell thee. Job 12. 1029. Why are there so many bodily forms in the animal creation? Because the various creatures which God has created have different modes of life, and the forms of their body will be found to present a perfect adaptation to the lives allotted to them. Because also the beauty of creation depends upon the variety of objects of which it consists, and the greatness of the Creator's power is shown by the diversity of ends accomplished by different means. 1030. Why are birds covered with feathers? Because they require a high degree of warmth on account of the activity of their muscles, but in providing that warmth it was necessary that their coats should be of the lightest material, so as not to impair their powers of flight, and feathers combine the highest warming power with the least amount of weight. 1031. Why have ostriches small wings? Because having long legs they do not require their wings for flight, they are merely used to steady their bodies while running. 1032. Why are ostrich feathers soft and downy? Because, as the feathers are not employed for flight, the strength of the feather as constructed for flying is unnecessary, and the feathers therefore consist chiefly of a soft down. 1033. Why have water bird feathers of a close and smooth texture? Because such feathers keep the body of the bird warm and dry by repelling the water from their surface. A bird could scarcely move through the water with the downy feathers of the ostrich, because of the amount of water the down would absorb. 1034. Why is man born without a covering? Because man is the only animal that can clothe itself. As in the various pursuits of life he wanders to every part of the globe, he can adapt himself to all climates and to any season. Who teacheth us more than the beasts of the earth, and maketh us wiser than the fowls of heaven? Job 35. 1035. Why do the furs of animals become thicker in the winter than in the summer? Because the Creator has thus provided for the preservation of the warmth of the animals during the cold months of winter. 1036. Why does a black down grow under the feather of birds as winter approaches? Because the down is a non-conductor of heat, and black the warmest color. It is therefore best adapted to keep in their bodily warmth during the cold of winter. 1037. Why has man no external appendage to his mouth? Because his hands serve all the purposes of gathering food and conveying it to the mouth. Man's mouth is simply an opening; in other animals it is a projection. 1038. Why have dogs and other carnivorous animals long pointed teeth projecting above the rest? Because, as they have not hands to seize and control their food, the projecting teeth enable them to snap and hold the objects which they pursue for food. 1039. Why is the under jaw of the hog shorter and smaller than the upper one? Because the animal pierces the ground with its long snout, and then the small underjaw works freely in the furrow that has been opened in quest of food. 1040. Why have birds hard beaks? Because having no teeth, the beak enables them to seize, hold, and divide their food. 1041. Why are the beaks of birds generally long and sharp? Because the greater number of birds live by picking up small objects, such as worms, insects, seeds, etc. The sharp beak, therefore, serves as fine pincers, enabling them to take hold of their food conveniently. As the fishes that are taken in an evil net, and as the birds that are caught in the snare, so are the sons of men snared in an evil time when it falleth suddenly upon them. Ecclesiastes 9. 1042. Why have snipes and woodcocks long tapering bills? Because they live upon worms which they find in the soft mud of streams and marshy places. Their long bills, therefore, enable them to dig down into the mud after their prey. 1043. Why have woodcocks, snipes, etc., nerves running down to the extremity of their bills? Because as they dig for their prey in the soft sand and mud, they cannot see the worms upon which they live. Nerves are therefore distributed to the very point of their bills, where in other birds nerves are entirely absent, to enable them to prehend their food. 1044. Why have ducks and geese square-pointed bills? Because they not only feed by dabbling in soft and muddy soil, but they consume a considerable quantity of green food, and their square bills enable them to crop off the blades of grass. Let the heaven and earth praise him, the seas, and everything that moveth therein. Psalm 69. 1045. Why has the spoonbill a long expanded bill, lined entirely with sharp muscular points? Because the bird lives by suction, dipping its broad bill in search of aquatic worms, mollusks, insects, and the roots of weeds. The bill forms a natural spoon, and the muscular points enable the bird to filter the mud and to retain the nourishment which it finds. 1046. Why has the spoonbill long legs? Because it wades in marshy places to find its food. Its legs are therefore long for the purpose of keeping its body out of the water and above the smaller aquatic plants, while it searches for its prey. 1047. Why have the parrots, etc., crooked and hard bills? Because they live upon nuts, the stones of fruit, and hard seeds. The shape of the bill, therefore, enables them to hold the nut or seed firmly, and the sharp point enables them to split or remove the husks. 1048. Why can a parrot move its upper as well as its lower bill? Because by that means it is enabled to bring the nut or seed nearer the fulcrum or joint of the jaw. It therefore acquires greater power, just as with a pair of nutcrackers we obtain increased power by setting the nut near to the joint. 1049. Why have animals with long necks large throats? Animals that graze or feed from the ground generally have a more powerful muscular formation of the throat than those which feed in other positions, because a greater effort is required to force the food upward than would be needed to convey it down. 1050. Why are the bones of birds hollow? Because they are thereby rendered lighter, and do not interfere with the flight of the bird as they would do if they were solid. Greater strength is also obtained by the cylindrical form of the bone, and a larger surface afforded for the attachment of powerful muscles. And my hand hath found as a nest the riches of the people, and as one gathereth eggs that are left, have I gathered all the earth, and there was none that moved the whip, or opened the mouth, or peeped. Isaiah 10. 1051. Why do all birds lay eggs? Because to bear their young in any other manner would encumber the body, and materially interfere with their powers of flight. As soon as an egg becomes large and heavy enough to be cumbersome to the bird, it is removed from the body. A shell, impervious to air, protects the germ of life within until from 2 to 20 eggs have accumulated, and then, although laid at different intervals, their incubation commences together, and the young birds are hatched at the same time. End of chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 53. 1052. Why have birds with long legs short tails? Because the tails of birds are used to guide them through the air by a kind of steerage. When birds with long legs take to flight, they throw their legs behind, and they then serve the same purpose as a tail. 1053. Why have fishes fins? The fins of fishes are to them what wings and tails are to birds, enabling them to rise in the fluid in which they live by the reaction of the motions of the fins upon its substance. Speak to the earth, and it shall teach thee, and the fishes of the sea shall declare unto thee. Who knoweth not in all these that the hand of the Lord hath wrought this? Job 12. 1054. Why are the fins of fishes proportionately so much smaller than the wings of birds? Because there is less difference between the specific gravity of the body of a fish and the water in which it moves than between the body of a bird and the air in which it flies. The fish, therefore, does not require such an expanded surface to elevate or guide it. 1055. Why have fishes scales? Because scales, while they afford protection to the bodies of fish, are conveniently adapted to their motions, and as the scales present no surface to obstruct their passage through the water, as hair or feathers would do, they evidently form the best covering for the aquatic animal. 1056. Why do fishes float in streams when they are not swimming, with their heads towards the stream? Because they breathe with the transmission of water over the surface of their gills, the water entering at the mouth and passing over the gills behind. When, therefore, they lie motionless with their heads to the stream, they are in that position which naturally assists their breathing process. 1057. Why have fishes air bladders? Because, as the density of water varies greatly at different depths, the enlargement or concentration of the bladder regulates the relation of the specific gravity of the body of the fish to that of the water in which it moves. 1058. Why have whales a very large development of oily matter about their heads? Because their heads are thereby rendered the lighter part of their bodies, and a very slight exertion of the part of the animal will bring its head to the surface to breathe air, which it constantly requires. 1059. Why have birds that swim upon water web feet? Because the spreading out of the toes of the bird brings the membrane between the toes into the form of a fin or water wing, by striking which against the water the bird propels itself along. And Jesus said unto him, The foxes have holes, and the birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man hath not where to lie his head. Matthew 13. 1060. Why have birds that swim and dive short legs? Because long legs would greatly impede the motions in the water by becoming repeatedly entangled in the weeds and by striking against the bottom. Waders, however, require long legs because they have to move about through the tall vegetation of marshy borders. 1061. Why have the feet of the heron, cormorant, etc. deep rough notches upon their under surface? Because, as those birds live by catching fish, they are enabled by the notches in their feet to hold the slippery creatures upon which they feed. 1062. Why have otters, seals, etc. web feet? Because, while the feet enable them to walk upon the land, they are equally effective in their action upon the water, and hence they are adapted to the amphibious nature of the animals to which they belong. 1063. Why do the external ears of animals of prey, such as cats, tigers, foxes, wolves, hyenas, etc., bend forward? Because they collect the sounds that occur in the direction of the pursuit and enable the animal to track its prey with greater certainty. Doth the hawk fly by thy wisdom, and stretch her wings toward the south? Doth the eagle mount up at thy command, and make her nest on high? 1064. Why do the ears of animals of flight, such as hares, rabbits, deer, etc., turn backward? Because they thereby catch the sounds that give them warning of the approach of danger. 1065. Why has the stomach of the camel a number of distinct bags, like so many separate stomachs? Because water is stored up in the separate chambers of the stomach, apart from the solid aliment, so that the animal can feed without consuming all its drink. It is thereby able to retain water to satisfy its thirst while traveling across hot deserts, where no water could be obtained. 1066. Why do woodpeckers tap at old trees? Because by boring through the decayed wood with the sharp and hard bills with which they are provided, they get at the haunts of the insects upon which they feed. 1067. Why are woodpeckers' tongues about 3 times longer than their bills? Because if their bills were long, they would not bore the trees so efficiently, and when the trees are bored and the insects alarmed, they endeavor to retreat into the hollows of the wood, but the long thin tongue of the woodpecker fixes them in its sharp horny point, and draws them into the mouth of the bird. 1068. Why have the Indian hogs large horns growing from their nostrils and turning back towards their eyes? Because the horns serve as a defense to the eyes, while the animal forces its way through the thick underwood in which it lives. 1069. Why have calves and lambs and the young of horned cattle generally no horns while they are young? Because the presence of horns would interfere with the suckling of the young animal. When, however, it is able to feed itself by browsing, then the horns begin to grow. She dwelleth and abideth on the rock, upon the crag of the rock, and the strong place. From thence she seeketh the prey, and her eyes behold afar off. Her young ones also suck up blood, and where the slain are, there she is. Job 39. 1070. Why have infants no teeth? Because the presence of teeth would interfere with their suckling, while the teeth would be of no service until the child could take food requiring mastication. 1071. Why cannot flesh-eating animals live upon vegetables? Because the gastric juice of a flesh-eating animal, being adapted to the duty which it has to perform, will not dissolve vegetable matter. 1072. Why have birds gizzards? Because having no teeth, the tough and fibrous gizzards are employed to grind the food preparatory to digestion. 1073. Why are small particles of sand, stone, etc. found in the gizzards of birds? Because, by the presence of those rough particles which become embedded in the substance of the gizzard, the food of the bird is more effectively ground. When our fowls are abundantly supplied with meat, they soon fill their craw, but it does not immediately pass thence into the gizzard. It always enters in small quantities, in proportion to the progress of trituration. In like manner as in a mill, a receiver is fixed above the 2 large stones, which serve for grinding the corn, which receiver, although the corn be put into it by bushels, allows the grain to dribble only in small quantities into the central hole in the upper millstone. Paley. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 54. 1074. Why has the mole hard and flat feet, armed with sharp nails? Because the animal is thereby enabled to burrow in the earth in search for worms. Its feet are so many shovels. 1075. Why is the mole's fur exceedingly glossy and smooth? Because its smoothness enables it to work underground without the soil sticking to its coat, by which its progress would be impeded. From soils of all kinds, the little worker emerges shining and clean. I know all the fowls of the mountains, and the wild beasts are mine. Psalm 50. What I have always most admired in the mole is its eyes. This animal occasionally visiting the surface, and wanting, for its safety and direction, to be informed when it does so, or when it approaches, a perception of light was necessary. I do not know that the clearness of sight depends at all upon the size of the organ. What is gained by the largeness or prominence of the globe of the eye is width in the field of vision. Such a capacity would be of no use to an animal which was to seek its food in the dark. The mole did not want to look about it, nor would a large advanced eye have been easily defended from the annoyance to which the life of the animal must constantly expose it. How, indeed, was the mole, working its way underground, to guard its eyes at all? In order to meet this difficulty, the eyes are made scarcely larger than the head of a corking pin, and these minute globules are sunk so deeply in the skull, and lie so sheltered within the velvet of its covering, as that any contraction of what may be called the eyebrows not only closes up the apertures which lead to the eyes, but presents a cushion, as it were, to any sharp or protruding substance which might push against them. This aperture, even in its ordinary state, is like a pinhole in a piece of velvet, scarcely pervious to loose particles of earth. Paley. 1076. Why has the elephant a short unbending neck? Because the elephant's head is so heavy that it could not have been supported at the end of a long neck, or lever, without a provision of immense muscular power. Be not afraid, ye beasts of the field, for the pastures of the wilderness do spring, for the tree beareth her fruit, the fig tree and the vine do yield their strength. Joel 2. 1077. Why has the elephant a trunk? The trunk of an elephant serves as a substitute for a neck, enabling the animal to crop the branches of trees or to raise water from the stream. 1078. Why do the hind legs of elephants bend forward? Because the weight of the animal is so great that when it lay down it would rise with great difficulty, if its legs bent outward, as do the legs of other animals. Being bent under the body, they have a great power of pushing directly upward, when the powerful muscles of the thighs straighten them. According to Cuvier, the number of muscles in an elephant's trunk amounts to 40,000. All of which are under the will, and it is to these that the proboscis of this animal owes its flexibility. It can be protruded or contracted at pleasure, raised up or turned to either side, coiled round on itself, or twined around any object. With this instrument the elephant collects the herbage on which he feeds, and puts it into his mouth. With this he strips the trees of their branches, or grasps his enemy and dashes him to the ground. But this admirable organ is not only adapted for seizing or holding substances of magnitude, it is also capable of plucking a single leaf, or of picking up a straw from the floor. The orifices of the canal of the extremity are encircled by a projecting margin, produced anteriorly into a finger-like process endowed with a high degree of sensibility, and exceedingly flexible. It is at once a finger for grasping and a feeler. The division between the two nasal orifices, or their elevated sides, serves as a point against which to press, and thus it can pick up or hold a small coin, a bit of biscuit, or any trifling thing with the greatest ease. Knight's Animal Kingdom. 1079. Why have bats hooked claws in their wings? Because bats are almost destitute of legs and feet, at least those organs are included in their wings. If they alight upon the ground, they have great difficulty in again taking to the wing, as they cannot run or spring to bring their wings in action upon the air. At the angle of each wing there is placed, therefore, a bony hook, by which the bat attaches itself to the sides of rocks, caves, and buildings, laying hold of crevices, joinings, chinks, etc., and when it takes flight, it unhooks itself, and its wings are at once free to strike the air. 1080. Why does the bat fly by night? because it lives chiefly upon moths, which are night-flying insects. So are the paths of all that forget God, and the hypocrite's hope shall perish, whose hope shall be cut off, and whose trust shall be a spider's web. Job 8. 1081. Why does the bat sleep during the winter? Because, as the winter approaches, the moths and flying insects upon which it feeds disappear. If therefore it did not sleep through the winter, it must have starved. 1082. Why has the spider the power of spinning a web? Because, as it lives upon flies, but is deficient of the power of flying in pursuit of them, it has been endowed with an instinct to spread a snare to entrap them, and with the most wonderful machinery to give that instinct effect. There are few things better suited to remove the disgust into which young people are betrayed on the view of some natural objects than this of the spider. They will find that the most despised creature may become a subject of admiration, and be selected by the naturalist to exhibit the marvelous works of the creation. The terms given to these insects lead us to expect interesting particulars concerning them, since they have been divided into vagrants, hunters, swimmers, and water spiders, sedentary and mason spiders, thus evincing a variety in their condition, activity, and mode of life. And we cannot be surprised to find them varying in the performance of their vital functions, as, for example, in their mode of breathing, as well as in their extremities and instruments. Of these instruments, the most striking is the apparatus for spinning and weaving, by which they not only fabricate webs to entangle their prey, but form cells for their residence and concealment, sometimes living in the ground, sometimes under water, yet breathing the atmosphere. Corresponding with their very singular organization are their instincts. We are familiar with the watchfulness and voracity of some spiders, when their prey is indicated by the vibration of the cords of their network. Others have the eye and disposition of the lynx or tiger, and after couching in concealment, leap upon their victims. Some conceal themselves under a silken hood or tube, 6 eyes only projecting. Some bore a hole in the earth, and line it as finely as if it were done with a trowel and mortar, and then hang it with delicate curtains. A very extraordinary degree of contrivance is exhibited in the trap-door spider. This door, from which it derives its name, has a frame and hinge on the mouth of the cell, and is so provided that the claw of the spider can lay hold of it, and whether she enters or goes out, says Mr. Kirby, the door shuts of itself. But the water spider has a domicile more curious still. It is under water, with an opening at the lower part for her exit and entrance, and although this cell be under water, it contains air like a diving bell, so that the spider breathes the atmosphere. The air is renewed in the cell in a manner not easily explained. The spider comes to the surface, a bubble of air is attracted to its body, with this air she descends and gets under her cell, and when the air is disengaged and rises into the cell, and thus, though under water, she lives in the air. There must be some peculiar property of the surface of this creature by which she can move in the water, surrounded with an atmosphere, and live under the water, breathing the air. The spider taketh hold with her hands, and is in kings' palaces. Proverbs 30. The chief instrument by which the spider performs these wonders is the spinning apparatus. The matter from which the threads are spun is the liquid contained in cells. The ducts from these cells open upon little projecting teats, and the atmosphere has so immediate an effect upon this liquid that upon exposure to it, the secretion becomes a tough and strong thread. 24 of these fine strands form together a thread of the thickness of that of the silkworm. We are assured that there are 3 different sorts of material thus produced, which are indeed required for the various purposes to which they are applied, as, for example, to mix up with the earth to form the cells, to line these cells, as with fine cotton, to make light and floating threads by which they may be conveyed through the air, as well as those meshes which are so geometrically and correctly formed to entrap their prey. Note by Lord Brougham to Paley's Natural Theology. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle upon 1,000 hills. Psalm 50. 1083. Why have many insects a great number of eyes? Because the orb of the eye is fixed. There is therefore placed over the eye a multiple lens, which conducts light to the eye from every direction, so that the insect can see with a fixed eye as readily as it could have done with a movable one. As many as 1,400 eyes, or inlets of light, have been counted in the head of a drone bee. The spider has 8 eyes, mounted upon different parts of the head, 2 in front, 2 in the top of the head, and 2 on each side. 1084. Why have birds of prey no gizzards? Because their food does not require to be ground prior to digestion, as does the food of grain-eating birds. 1085. Why have earthworms no feet? Because the undulatory motion of their muscles serves them to fulfill the purpose of progression needed by their mode of life. 1086. Why have mussels strong tendinous threads proceeding from their shells? Because as they live in places that are beaten by the surf of the sea, they moor their shells by those threads to rocks and timbers. 1087. Why have cockles stiff muscular tongues? Because, having no threads to moor themselves as the mussels have, they dig out with their tongues a shelter for themselves in the sand. 1088. Why do oxen, sheep, deer, etc. ruminate? Because they have no front teeth in the upper jaw, the place of which is occupied by a hardened gum. The first process, therefore, consists simply of cropping their food, which is passed into the paunch, to be brought up again and ground by the back teeth when the cropping process is over. Because in a wild state they are constantly exposed to the attacks of carnivorous beasts, and as the mastication of the large amount of vegetable food required for their sustenance would take a considerable time, they are provided with stomachs, by which they are enabled to fill their paunches quickly, and then, retiring to a place of safety, they bring their food up again, and chew it at leisure. A righteous man regardeth the life of his beast, but the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. Proverbs 12. 1089. Why can ruminating animals recover the food from their paunches? Because they have a voluntary power over the muscles of the throat, by which they can bring up the food at will. 1090. Why can they keep the unchewed food in the paunch from the cud they have chewed for nourishment? Because their stomachs are divided into 3 chambers: 1, the paunch, where the unchewed food is stored; 2, the reticulum, where portions of the food are received from the paunch, and moistened and rolled into a cud, to be sent up and chewed; and 3, the saltarium, which receives the masticated food and continues the process of digestion. In quadrupeds, the deficiency of teeth is usually compensated by the faculty of rumination. The sheep, deer, and ox tribe are without 4 teeth in the upper jaw. These ruminate. The horse and ass are furnished with teeth in the upper jaw, and do not ruminate. In the former class, the grass and hay descend into the stomachs nearly in the state in which they are cropped from the pasture, or gathered from the bundle. In the stomach, they are softened by the gastric juice, which in these animals is unusually copious. Thus softened, and rendered tender, they are returned a second time to the action of the mouth, where the grinding teeth complete at their leisure the trituration which is necessary, but which was before left imperfect. I say the trituration which is necessary, for it appears from experiments that the gastric fluid of sheep, for example, has no effect in digesting plants, unless they have been previously masticated; that it only produces a slight maceration, nearly as common water would do in a like degree of heat; but that when once vegetables are reduced to pieces by mastication, the fluid then exerts upon them its specific operation. Its first effect is to soften them, and to destroy their natural consistency. It then goes on to dissolve them, not sparing even the toughest parts, such as the nerves of the leaves. I think it very probable that the gratification also of the animal is renewed and prolonged by this faculty. Sheep, deer, and oxen appear to be in a state of enjoyment whilst they are chewing the cud. It is then, perhaps, that they best relish their food. Paley. I am like a pelican of the wilderness. I am like an owl of the desert. I watch, and am as a sparrow alone upon the housetop. Psalm 102. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by
Darth Vader
and Kathrine. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 55.
1091. Why do quadrupeds that are vegetable eaters feed so continually?
Because their food contains but a small proportion of nutrition, so that it is necessary to digest a large quantity to obtain sufficient nourishment.
1092. Why do flesh-eating animals satisfy themselves with a rapid meal?
Because the food which they eat is rich in nutritious matter and more readily digestible than vegetable food. It does not, therefore, require the same amount of grinding with the teeth.
1093. Why does the pelican have a large pouch under its bill?
Because it subsists upon fish, generally of the smaller kind, and uses its pouch as a net for catching them. The pouch also serves as a paunch, in which the fish is stored, until the bird ceases from the exertion of fishing and takes its meal at leisure. And God created great whales, and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly, after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1. In their wild state they hover and wheel over the surface of the water, watching the shoals of fish beneath, and suddenly sweeping down, bury themselves in the foaming waves, rising immediately from the water by their own buoyancy. Up they soar, the pouch laden with fish scooped up during their momentary submersion. The number of fish the pouch of this species will contain may be easily imagined when we state that it is so dilatable as to be capable of containing 2 gallons of water. Yet the bird has the power of contracting this membranous expansion by wrinkling it up under the lower mandible until it is scarcely to be seen. In shallow inlets, which the pelicans often frequent, it nets its prey with great adroitness. The pelican chooses remote and solitary islands, isolated rocks in the sea, the borders of lakes and rivers, as its breeding place. The nest, placed on the ground, is made of coarse grasses, and the eggs, which are white, are 2 or 3 in number. While the female is incubating, the male brings fish to her in his pouch, and the young, when hatched, are assiduously attended by the parents, who feed them by pressing the pouch against the breast, so as to transfer the fish from the former into the throats of the young. This action has doubtless given origin to the old fable of the pelican feeding its young with blood drawn from its own breast. Knight's Animal Kingdom.
1094. Why do the smaller animals breed more abundantly than larger ones?
Because the smaller ones are designed to be the food of the larger ones, and are therefore created in numbers adapted to that end. An elephant produces but 1 calf, the whale but 1 young one. A butterfly lays 600 eggs. Silkworms lay from 1,000 to 2,000 eggs. The wasp 5,000. The ant 4,000 to 5,000. The queen bee 5,000 to 6,000, or 40,000 to 50,000 in a season. And a species of white ant, Termes fatalis, produces 86,400 eggs in a day. Birds of prey seldom produce more than 2 eggs. The sparrow and duck tribe frequently sit upon a dozen. In rivers there prevail 1,000 minnows for 1 pike, and in the sea 1,000,000 of herrings for a single shark, while of the animalcules upon which the whale subsists, there must exist hundreds of millions for 1 whale.
1095. Why is the whale feathery like laminae of whalebone extending from its jaws?
Because these feathery bones, lying side by side, form a sieve or strainer for the large volumes of water which the whale receives into its mouth, drawing off therefrom millions of small animals, which form a jelly-like mass upon which the whale feeds. A whale has been known to weigh as much as 249 tons, and its blubber yielded 4,000 gallons of oil. How many millions of living creatures must have gone to make up that enormous mass of animal matter? Hast thou given the horse strength? Hast thou cloaked his neck with thunder? He paveth the valley, and rejoiceth in his strength. He goeth on to meet the armed men. Job 39.
1096. Why have cats and various animals whiskers?
The whiskers of cats and of the cat tribe are exceedingly sensitive, enabling them, when seizing their prey in the dark, to feel its position most acutely. These hairs are supplied through their roots with branches of the same nerves that give sensibility to the lips, and that in insects supply their feelers.
1097. Why has the horse a smaller stomach proportionately than other animals?
Because the horse was created for speed. Had he the ruminating stomach of the ox, he would be quite unfitted for the labor which he now so admirably performs.
1098. Why has the horse no gallbladder?
Because the rapid digestion of the horse, by which its fitness for speed is greatly increased, does not require the storing up of the bile, as in other animals, in which the digestive process is a slower operation.
1099. Why do certain butterflies lay their eggs upon cabbage leaves?
Because the cabbage leaves are the food of the young caterpillars, and although the butterfly does not subsist herself upon the leaf, she knows by instinct that the leaf will afford food to her future young. She therefore lays her eggs where her young ones will find food. This explanation applies to many insects that lay their eggs upon other plants.
1100. Why have insects long projections from their heads, like horns or feathers?
Because these organs, the antennae, are those through which some insects hear and others feel, and the projecting of these antennae from their bodies probably enables them to hear and feel more acutely while their wings are in motion, without the interference of the vibrations of their wings. My son, eat thou honey, because it is good, and the honeycomb which is sweet to thy taste. Proverbs 24.
1101. Why have bees stings?
Because they gather and store up honey which would constantly attract other insects, and the bees would be robbed of their food but for the sting, which is given to them for protection.
1102. Why have flies fine hairs growing at the extremities of their legs?
Because they require to cleanse their bodies and wings, and to free them from particles of dust. And as they cannot turn their heads for this purpose, they have hairy feet, which serve as brushes, by which any part of their bodies can be reached and cleaned. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 56. 1103. Why, when the perfume of flowers is unusually perceptible, may wet weather be anticipated? Because when the air is damp, it conveys the odors of flowers more effectively than it does when dry. 1104. Why, when swallows fly low, may wet weather be expected? Because the insects which the swallows pursue in their flight are flying low to escape the moisture of the upper regions of the atmosphere. 1105. Why do ducks and geese go to the water and dash it over their backs on the approach of rain? Because by wetting the outer coat of their feathers before the rain falls, by sudden dashes of water over the surface, they prevent the drops of rain from penetrating to their bodies through the open and dry feathers. 1106. Why do horses and cattle stretch out their necks and snuff the air on the approach of rain? Because they smell the fragrant perfume which is diffused in the air by its increasing moistness. I will remember the works of the Lord. Surely I will remember thy wonders of old. Psalm 77. 1107. Why may change of weather be anticipated when domestic animals are restless? Because their skins are exceedingly sensitive to atmospheric influences, and they are oppressed and irritated by the changing condition of the atmosphere. 1108. Why may fine weather be expected when spiders are seen busily constructing their webs? Because those insects are highly sensitive to the state of the atmosphere, and when it is setting fine they build their webs because they know instinctively that flies will be abroad. 1109. Why is wet weather to be expected when spiders hide? Because it shows that they are aware that the state of the atmosphere does not favor the flight of insects. 1110. Why, if gnats fly in large numbers, may fine weather be expected? Because it shows that they feel the state of the atmosphere to be favorable, which induces them all to leave their places of shelter. 1111. Why, if owls scream during foul weather, will it change to fine? Because the birds are pleasurably excited by a favorable change in the atmosphere. 1112. Why is it said that the moping of the owl foretells death? Because owls scream when the weather is on the change, and when a patient is lingering on a deathbed, the alteration in the state of the atmosphere frequently induces death, because the faint and expiring flame of life has not strength enough to adapt itself to the change. 1113. Why may wet weather be expected when spiders break off their webs and remove them? Because the insects, anticipating the approach of rain, remove their webs for preservation. There shall the great owl make her nest, and lay and hatch, and gather under her shadow. There shall the vultures also be gathered, every one with her mate. Isaiah 34. 1114. Why may we expect a continuance of fine weather when bees wander far from their hives? Because the bees feel instinctively that from the state of the atmosphere they may wander far in search of honey, without the danger of being overtaken by rain. 1115. Why, if people feel their corns ache and their bones rheumatic, may rain be expected? Because the dampness of the atmosphere affects its pressure upon the body, and causes a temporary disturbance of the system. All general disturbances of the body manifest themselves in those parts which are in a morbid state, as in a corn, a rheumatic bone, or a decayed tooth. 1116. Why, if various flowers close, may rain be expected? Because plants are highly sensitive to atmospheric changes, and close their petals to protect their stamens. 1117. Why, when moles throw up their hills, may rain be expected? Because the moles know instinctively that on the approach of wet, worms move in the ground. The moles therefore become active and form their hills. 1118. Why is a magpie, when seen alone, said to foretell bad weather? Because magpies generally fly in company, but on the approach of wet or cold, one remains in the nest to take care of the young, while the other one wanders alone in search of food. 1119. Why do seagulls appear numerous in fine weather? Because the fishes swim near to the surface of the sea, and the birds assemble over the sea to catch the fish, instead of sitting on rocks or waiting on the shore. 1120. Why do seagulls fly over the land on the approach of stormy weather? Because in stormy weather they cannot catch fish, and the earthworms come up on the land when the rain falls. And I said, Oh, that I had wings like a dove, for then would I fly away and be at rest. Psalm 55. 1121. Why, if birds cease to sing, may wet and probably thunder be expected? Because birds are depressed by an unfavorable change in the atmosphere, and lose their joyful spirits which give rise to their songs. 1122. Why, if cattle run around in meadows, may thunder be expected? Because the electrical state of the atmosphere has the effect of making them feel uneasy and irritable, and they chase each other about to get rid of the irritability. 1123. Why, if birds of passage arrive early, may severe weather be expected? Because it shows that the indications of unfavorable weather have set in the latitudes from which the birds come, and that they have taken an early flight to escape it. 1124. Why, if the webs of the gossamer spider fly about in the autumn, may east winds be anticipated? Because an east wind is a dry and dense wind, and suitable to the flight of the gossamer spider, The spider, feeling instinctively the dryness of the air, throws out its web and finds it more than usually buoyant upon the dense air. The observation of the changing phenomena which attend the various states of the weather is a very interesting study, though no general rules can be laid down that can be relied upon, because there are modifying circumstances which influence the weather in various localities and climates. To observe weather indications accurately, no phenomenon should be taken alone, but several should be regarded together. The character and the duration of the weather of the preceding days, the direction of the wind, the forms of the clouds, the indications of the barometer, the rise or fall of the thermometer, and the instinctive forewarnings of birds, beasts, insects, and flowers, should all be taken into account. Although no direct material advantages attend such a study, it induces a habit of observation, and develops the inductive faculty of the mind, which, when applied to more significant things, may trace important effects to their greater causes. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 57. 1125. Why can gossamer spiders float through the air? Because, having no wings, and being deficient in the active muscular powers of other spiders, they have been endowed with the power of spinning a web which is so light that it floats in the air, and bears the body of the gossamer spider from place to place. Each web acts as a balloon, and the spider attached thereto is a little aeronaut. 1126. Why do crickets make a peculiar chirping sound? Because they have hard wing cases, by the friction of the edges of which they cause their peculiar noise, to make known to each other where they are, in the dark crevices in which they hide. 1127. Why has the glowworm a brush attached to its tail? Because it is necessary to keep its back very clean, that the light which its body emits may not be dimmed. 1128. Why does the glowworm emit a light? Because the female glowworm is without wings, but the male is a winged insect. The female, therefore, is endowed with the power of displaying a phosphorescent light. The light is only visible by night, but it is, nevertheless, beautifully adapted for the purpose stated, because the male is a night-flying insect, and never ventures abroad by day. They that go down to the sea in great ships, that do business in great waters, these see the works of the Lord, and his wonders in the deep. Psalm 107. There exist some differences of opinion between naturalists upon the use of the light of a glowworm. There are some who doubt that it is exhibited to attract the flying insect. The objectors, however, offer no explanation of the luminous properties of the worms. Sir Charles Bell say the preponderance of the argument is decidedly in favour of the explanation we have given. 1129. Why does not the iris of the fish's eye contract? Because the diminished light in water is never too strong for the retina. 1130. Why is the eye of the eel covered with a transparent horny covering? Because as the eel lives in holes and pushes its head into mud and under stones, etc., it needs such a covering to defend the eye. 1131. Why is the whale provided with an eye, having remarkably thick and strong coats? Because when he is attacked by the swordfish and the shark, he is almost helpless against his enemies, as they fix themselves upon his huge carcass. He therefore dives with them down to a depth where the pressure of the water is so great that they cannot bear it. The eye of the whale is expressly organized to bear the immense pressure of extreme ocean depths, without impairing the sight. 1132. Why have fishes no eyelids? Because the water in which they swim keeps their eyes moist. Eyelids would therefore be useless to them. 1133. Why have fishes the power of giving their eyeballs very sudden motion? Because having no eyelids, such organs being unnecessary to keep their eyes moist, they still need the power of freeing their eyes from the contact of foreign matters, and this is secured to them by the power they have of giving the eyeball a very rapid motion, which causes reaction in the fluid surrounding it and sweeps the surface. This motion may frequently be seen in the eyes of fishes in glass globes. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1. 1134. Why is the lacrimal secretion of the horse's eye thick and glutinous? Because, as his eye is large and constantly exposed to dust on journeys, it is provided with a viscid secretion, which cleanses the eye and more instantly and securely removes the dust than a watery secretion would. 1135. Why does the lower bill of the sea crow project beyond the upper one? Because the bird obtains his food by skimming along the water, into which he dips his bill and lifts his food out. 1136. Why do the mandibles of the crossbill overlap each other? Because the bird requires a peculiar bill to enable it to split seeds into halves and to tear the open cones of the fir tree. 1137. Why are the tails of fishes so much larger than their fins? Because their tails are their chief instruments of motion, while their fins are employed simply to direct their progress and steady their movements. 1138. Why have oxen and other quadrupeds a tough ligament called the paxwax, running from their backs to their heads? Because their heads are of a considerable weight, and having frequent occasion to lift them, they are provided with an elastic ligament, which is fastened at the middle of their backs, while its other extremity is attached to the head. This enables them to raise their heads easily, otherwise the effort to do so would be a work of great labor. To the horse the paxwax acts as a natural bearing rein, assisting it to hold its head in that position, which adds to the grace and beauty of the animal. In carving beef, this ligament may be seen passing along the vertebrae of the neck, the chuck, and the foreribs. He shall feed his flock like a shepherd. He shall gather the lambs with his arm, and carry them in his bosom, and shall gently lead those that are with young. Isaiah 11. 1139. Why have the females of the kangaroo and opossum tribes pouches or pockets formed in the skin of their breasts for the reception of their young? Because their young ones are remarkably small and helpless, in fact, more so than those of any other animal of equal proportions. Besides which, the full-grown animals have very long hind legs, and they progress by a series of extraordinary leaps. It would consequently be impossible for their helpless young ones to follow them. God has therefore given to female kangaroos and opossums curious pockets, formed out of their own skin, in which they place their little young ones and bear them, through their surprising leaps, with the greatest ease and safety. End of chapter 57.
Chapter 58 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 58. 1140. What is the difference between an animal, a plant, and a mineral? The great naturalist Linnaeus used to say that animals grow, live, and feel, plants grow and live, and minerals grow. Animals are here defined to enjoy 3 conditions of existence, plants 2 conditions, and minerals 1 condition. This definition has in latter days been held to be unsatisfactory, since there are a few plants that are supposed to feel, and a few animals that are supposed to have even less feeling than the sensitive plants alluded to. The concise definition by Linnaeus, nevertheless, is true, as far as regards a vast majority of the bodies constituting the 3 great kingdoms of nature, and it may be sufficient to say that animals grow, live, feel, and move. Plants grow and live. Minerals grow by the addition of particles of inorganic matter. If we now state the few exceptions that are admitted to this definition, we shall bring the explanation as near to the truth as the present state of knowledge will permit. And God said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, in the which is the fruit of a tree, yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. Genesis 1. 1141. Why is it understood that some plants feel? Because a sensitive plant closes its leaves on being touched. The Venus flytrap closes its leaves upon flies that alight upon them. Others close upon the approach of rain, and at sunset, and open at sunrise, and turn towards the sun during its daily transit. 1142. Why is it understood that some plants move? Because certain seaweeds throw off undeveloped young plants, which move through the water by the aid of fine cilia or muscular hairs, until they find a suitable place upon which to attach themselves. The roots of plants will penetrate through the ground in the direction of water and of favorable soil. 1143. Of what elementary substances are plants composed? Of carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. 1144. Whence do plants derive those substances? From the air, the earth, and water. 1145. How do plants contain carbon? They obtain it chiefly from the air, in the form of carbonic acid gas. The carbon of the carbonic acid gas, which is thrown out by the breath of animals, and by other processes in nature, is absorbed by the leaves of plants, and the oxygen which had united with the carbon to form the carbonic acid gas is again set free for the use of animals. 1146. How do plants obtain oxygen? They obtain it from the atmospheric air. But as they do not require a large amount of oxygen for their own use, they throw off the amount which is in excess, after having separated it from the other elements with which it was combined when taken up by them. From the humble blade of grass to the stately tree of the forest, plants operate to purify the air, and to correct and counteract the corruption of the air by the myriads of animals inhabiting the earth. It has been generally stated that plants in rooms purify the air by absorbing carbonic acid by day and releasing a part of the oxygen, but that, as the presence of light is necessary to produce this action, they do not restore oxygen to the air by night, but on the contrary give off carbonic acid gas. Therefore it has been stated that plants in rooms by night are unhealthy. Mr. Robert Hunt, one of the ablest chemists of the present time, makes the following remarks upon this subject in his Poetry of Science. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. Psalm 19. The power of decomposing carbonic acid is a vital function which belongs to the leaves and bark. It has been stated, on the authority of Liebig, that during the night the plants act only as a mere bundle of fibers, that it allows of the circulation of carbonic acid and its evaporation unchanged. In his eagerness to support his chemical hypothesis by respiration, the able chemist neglected to inquire if this was absolutely correct. The healthy plant never ceases to decompose carbonic acid during one moment of its existence, but during the night, when the excitement of light is removed and the plant reposes, its vital powers are at their minimum of action, and a much less quantity is decomposed than when a stimulating sun, by the action of its rays, is compelling the exertion of every vital function. In hot, swampy countries, where vegetation is very rapid, and the soil loaded with decomposing carbonic matter, the plants absorb more carbonic acid than they require, and they then evolve carbonic acid gas from their leaves. Hence, such climates as the West Indies are injurious to life, though favorable to vegetation. 1147. How do plants obtain hydrogen? They obtain hydrogen in combination with oxygen in water, and with nitrogen in the form of ammonia, as which it exists in animal manures. 1148. How do plants obtain nitrogen? From the atmospheric air and from the soil, in which it is combined with other elements. 1149. How do plants apply these elements to the formation of their own structures? When those substances which form the food of plants are absorbed, either by their leaves or their roots, they are converted with the aid of water into a nutritive sap, which answers the same purposes in plants as blood does in animals. 1150. How is the nutritive sap applied to the growth and enlargement of the plant? Every seed contains a small amount of nutrition, sufficient for the sustentation of the germ of the plant, until those vessels are formed by which the nutritive elements can be absorbed and used for the further development of the living structure. The earth, penetrated by the sun's rays, warms the sleeping germ and quickens it into life. For a short time the germ lives upon the seed, which, moistened and warmed by the soil, yields a kind of glutinous sap, out of which the first members of the plant are formed. And then the tender leaf, looking up to the sky, and the slender rootlet penetrating the soil, begin to draw their sustenance from the vast stores of nature. He causeth the grass to grow for the cattle, the herb for the service of man, that he may bring forth food out of the earth. Psalm 104. 1151. Of what do vegetable structures consist? Of membranes or thin tissues, which, being variously arranged, form cells, tubes, air passages, etc. Of fibers, which form a stronger kind of membrane, and which is variously applied to the production of the organs of the plants. And the organs, formed by those elementary substances by which the plants absorb, secrete, and grow, and fulfill the conditions of their existence. 1152. Why are seeds generally enveloped in hard cases? Because the covering of the seed, like the shell of an egg, is designed to preserve the germ within from the influence of external agencies until the time for development has arrived and the conditions of germinations are fulfilled. 1153. Why does a seed throw out a root before it forms a leaf? Because moisture, which the root absorbs from the earth, is necessary to enable the germ to use the nutrition which the seed itself contains, and out of which the leaf must be eliminated. Moisture forms a kind of gluten, in which the starch of the seed is dissolved and converted into sugar, the sugar into carbonaceous sap, and the sap into cellular tissue and woody fiber, as the leaves present themselves to the influence of the air and light. 1154. Why does a plant grow? Because as soon as membranes and vessels are organized in the young germ, the nutritive fluid formed by its first organs begins to move through the fine structures, and from that time the plant commences to incorporate with its own substance the elements with which it is surrounded, that are suitable to its development. Can the rush grow up without mire? Can the flag grow without water? Whilst it is yet in its greenness, and not cut down, it withereth before any other herb. Job 8. End of chapter 58.
Chapter 59 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Gramour. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 59. 1155. Why, if we break the stem of a hyacinth, do we see a glutinous fluid exude? Because by breaking the stem, we rupture the vessels of the plant and cause the nutritive fluid to escape. The sap of the plant is analogous to the blood of man, and the vessels to the arteries and veins of the animal body. 1156. Why, if we split the petal of a tulip, do we see cells containing matter of various colors? Because by splitting the petal of the flower, we disclose the anatomy of its structure, and bring to view those cells, or organs, of the vegetable body by which the different coloring matters are secreted. 1157. Why, if we break a pea shell across, do we discover a transparent membrane which may be removed from the green cells underneath? Because we separate from the cellular or fleshy part of the shell the membrane which forms the epidermis and answers to the skin of the animal body. 1158. Why, if we cut through a cabbage stump, do we find an outer coat of woody fiber and an inner substance of cellular matter? Because the woody fiber forms a kind of skeleton which supports the internal structure of the plant and gives form and character to its organization. The woody fiber of plants is analogous to the bony structure of animal bodies. 1159. Why, if we cut across the stem of a plant, do we see numerous tubes arranged in parallel lines? Because we thereby bring to view the vessels formed by the membranes and fibers of the vegetable body for the transmission of the fluids by which the structure is sustained. It was planted in a good soil by great waters, that it might bring forth branches, and that it might bear fruit, that it might be a goodly vine. Ezekiel 17. Skeleton leaves and seed vessels of plants form exceedingly interesting objects, and serve to illustrate the wonderful structure of plants. With patience and care, they may be produced by any person, and will afford an interesting occupation. The leaves should be gathered when they are in perfection, that is, when some of the earliest leaves begin to fall from the trees. Select perfect leaves, taking care that they are not broken or injured by insects. Lay them in pans of rainwater, and expose them to the air to undergo decomposition. Renew the water from time to time, taking care not to damage the leaves. They need not be examined more than once a week, and then only to see that the water is sufficient to cover them. Give them sufficient time for their soft parts to become decomposed, then take them out, and laying them on a white plate with a little water, wash away carefully, with a camel hair pencil, the green matter that clings to the fibers. The chief requirement is patience on the part of the operator, to allow the leaves and seed vessels sufficient time to decompose. Some leaves will take a few weeks, and others a few months. But a large panful may be put to decompose at the same time, and there will always be some ready for the process of cleansing. When they are thoroughly cleaned, they should be bleached by steeping for a short time in a weak solution of chloride of lime. They should then be dried, and either pressed flat, or arranged in bouquets for preservation under glass shades. The result will amply reward the perseverance of the operator. 1160. Why are clayey soils unfavorable to vegetation? Because the soil is too close and adhesive to allow of the free passage of air or water to the roots of the plants. It also obstructs the expansion of the fibers of the roots. 1161. Why are sandy soils unfavorable to vegetation? Because they consist of particles that have too little adhesion to each other. They do not retain sufficient moisture for the nourishment of the plants, and they allow too much solar heat to pass to the roots. 1162. Why are chalk soils unfavorable to vegetation? Because they do not absorb the solar rays, and are therefore cold to the roots of plants. 1163. Why are mixed soils favorable to vegetation? Because they contain the elements of nutrition essential to the development of the vegetables, and the plants absorb from them those constituents which are necessary to their growth. 1164. Why do farmers sow different crops in rotation? Because every plant takes something from the soil, and gives something back, but all kinds of plants do not absorb nor restore the elements in the same proportions. Therefore, a succession of crops of one kind would soon impoverish the soil, but a succession of crops of different kinds will compensate the soil, in some degree, for the nourishment withdrawn. He watereth the hills from his chambers. The earth is satisfied with the fruit of thy works. Psalm 104. 1165. Why do farmers manure their lands? Because as soil varies and crops impoverish the soils, the farmer employs manure to restore fertility, and to adapt the soils to the wants of the plants he desires to cultivate. It is remarkable that nature herself points out to man the necessity for changing the succession of vegetable growths. When plants have exhausted the soil upon which they grow, they push their roots far in search of sustenance, and in time migrate to a new soil, while other plants will spring up and thrive upon the area vacated. When a forest in North America is destroyed by fire, the trees that grow afterwards are unlike those that the fire consumed, and evidently arise from seeds that have long lain buried in the earth, waiting the time when the ascendancy of the reigning order of plants should cease. 1166. Why are grasses so widely diffused throughout nature? Because they form the food of a very large portion of the animal kingdom. They have therefore been abundantly provided. No spot of earth is allowed to remain idle long. When the foot of man ceases to tread down the path, grass immediately begins to appear, and by its universality and the hardihood of its nature, it clothes the earth as with a carpet. Many grasses, whose leaves are so dry and withered that the plants appear dead, revive and renew their existence in the spring by pushing forth new leaves from the bosom of the former ones. Withering's Botany. Grasses are nature's care. With these she clothes the earth. With these she sustains its inhabitants. Cattle feed upon their leaves, birds upon their smaller seeds, men upon the larger, for few readers need to be told that the plants which produce our bread, corn, belong to this class. In those tribes which are more generally considered as grasses, their extraordinary means and powers of preservation and increase, their hardiness, their almost unconquerable disposition to spread, their faculties of reviviscence, coincide with the intention of nature concerning them. They thrive under a treatment by which other plants are destroyed. The more their leaves are consumed, the more their roots increase. The more they are trampled upon, the thicker they grow. Many of the seemingly dry and dead leaves of grasses revive, and renew their verdure in the spring. In lofty mountains, where the summer heats are not sufficient to ripen the seeds, grasses abound which are viviparous, and consequently able to propagate themselves without seed. It is an observation, likewise, which has often been made, that herbivorous animals attach themselves to the leaves of grasses, and if at liberty in their pastures to range and choose, leave untouched the straws which support the flowers. Paley. For the earth bringeth forth fruit of herself, first the blade, then the ear, after that the full ear in the corn. Mark 5. End of chapter 59.
Chapter 60 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 60. 1167. Why do some plants droop and turn to the earth after sunset? Because when the warmth of the sun's rays is withdrawn, they turn downwards and receive the warmth of the earth by radiation. 1167. Why does the young ear of corn first appear enfolded in two green leaves? Because the light and air would act too powerfully for the young ear. Two leaves therefore join and embrace the ear, and protect it until it has acquired strength, when they divide and leave the ear to swell and ripen. 1168. Why are the seeds of plants usually formed within the corollas of flowers? Because the petals of the flowers surrounding the seeds afford them protection until they are ripened, when the flower dies and the petals fall to the ground. 1169. Why does the flower of the poppy turn down during the early formation of seed? Because the heat would probably be too great for the seed in its early stage. The plant is therefore provided with a curious curve in its stalk, which turns the flower downward. But when the seeds are prepared for ripening, the stalk erects itself, and the seeds are then presented to the ripening influences of the sun. 1170. Why have plants of the pea tribe a folding blossom called the boat or keel? Because within that blossom the pea is formed, and the shape of the blossom is exactly suited to that of the pea which is formed therein. The blossom is itself protected by external petals, and when the wind blows and threatens to destroy the parts upon which the seeds depend, the plants turn their backs to the wind and shelter the seed. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and he that winneth souls is wise. Proverbs 11. 1171. Why are the leaf buds enclosed in scales which fall off as the leaf opens? Because the scales serve as a shelter to the tender structure of the young leaf. The scales are rudimentary leaves, formed at the end of the previous season, and which, being undeveloped then, serve to guard the young leaves of the future year. In trees, especially those which are natives of colder climates, this point is taken up earlier. Many of these trees, observe in particular the ash and the horse chestnut, produce the embryos of the leaves and flowers in one year, and bring them to perfection the following. There is a winter therefore to be gotten over. Now what we are to remark is, how nature has prepared for the trials and severities of that season. These tender embryos are, in the first place, wrapped up with a compactness which no art can imitate, in which state they compose what we call the bud. This is not all. The bud itself is enclosed in scales, which scales are formed from the remains of past leaves, and the rudiments of future ones. Neither is this the whole. In the coldest climates, a third preservative is added, by the bud having a coat of gum or resin, which, being congealed, resists the strongest frosts. On the approach of warm weather, this gum is softened, and ceases to be a hindrance to the expansion of the leaves and flowers. All this care is part of that system of provisions which has for its object and consummation the production and perfecting of the seeds. Paley. 1172. Why are the seeds of many plants enclosed in a rich juice or pulp? Because the matter by which the seed is surrounded, as well as being intended for the nourishment and care of the seed, is designed for the use of man and of animals, by whom the seed is set free to take its place in the earth. By virtue of this process, so necessary but so diversified, we have the seed, at length, in stone fruits and nuts, encased in a strong shell, the shell itself enclosed in a pulp or husk, by which the seed within is, or hath been, fed. Or, more generally, as in grapes, oranges, and the numerous kinds of berries, plunged overhead in a glutinous syrup, contained within a skin or bladder; at other times, as in apples and pears, embedded in the heart of a firm fleshy substance; or, as in strawberries, pricked into the surface of a soft pulp. These and many more varieties exist in what we call fruits, in pulse and grain and grasses, seeds, as in the pea tribe, regularly disposed in parchment pods, which, though soft and membranous, completely exclude the wet even in the heaviest rains. The pod, also, not seldom, as in the bean, lined with a fine down, and at other times, as in senna, distended like a blown bladder. Or we have the seed enveloped in wool, as in the cotton plant, lodged, as in pines, between the hard and compact scales of a cone, or barricadoed, as in the artichoke and thistle, with spikes and prickles. In mushrooms, placed under a penthouse, in ferns, within slits in the back part of the leaf, or, which is the most general organization of all, we find them covered by strong, close tunicles, and attached to the stem according to an order appropriated to each plant, as is seen in the several kinds of grains and grasses. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Deuteronomy 11. In which enumeration, what we have first to notice is unity of purpose under variety of expedients. Nothing can be more single than the design, more diversified than the means. Pellicles, shells, pulps, pods, husks, skin, scales armed with thorns, are all employed in prosecuting the same intention. Secondly, we may observe that in all these cases the purpose is fulfilled within a just and limited degree. We can perceive that if the seeds of plants were more strongly guarded than they are, their greater security would interfere with other uses. Many species of animals would suffer, and many perish, if they could not obtain access to them. The plant would overrun the soil, or the seed be wasted for want of room to sow itself. It is, sometimes, as necessary to destroy particular species of plants as it is at other times to encourage their growth. Here, as in many cases, a balance is to be maintained between opposite uses. The provisions for the presentation of seeds appear to be directed chiefly against the inconstancy of the elements, or the sweeping destruction of inclement seasons. The depredation of animals, and the injuries of accidental violence, are allowed for in the abundance of the increase. The result is, that out of the many thousand different plants which cover the earth, not a single species, perhaps, has been lost since the creation. When nature has perfected her seeds, her next care is to disperse them. The seed cannot answer its purpose while it remains confined in the capsule. After the seeds, therefore, are ripened, the pericarpium opens to let them out, and the opening is not like an accidental bursting, but, for the most part, is according to a certain rule in each plant. What I have always thought very extraordinary, nuts and shells, which we can hardly crack with our teeth, divide and make way for the little tender sprout which proceeds from the kernel. Handling the nut, I could hardly conceive how the plantule was ever to get out of it. There are cases, it is said, in which the seed vessel, by an elastic jerk, at the moment of its explosion, casts the seeds to a distance. We all, however, know that many seeds, those of most composite flowers, as in the thistle, dandelion, etc., are endowed with what are not improperly called wings, that is, downy appendages by which they are enabled to float in the air, and are carried oftentimes by the wind to great distances from the plant which produces them. It is the swelling also of this downy tuft within the seed vessel that seems to overcome the resistance of its coats, and to open a passage for the seed to escape. But the constitution of seeds is still more admirable than either their preservation or their dispersion. In the body of the seed of every species of plant, or nearly of every one, provision is made for two grand purposes. First, for the safety of the germ, secondly, for the temporary support of the future plant. The sprout, as folded up in the seed, is delicate and brittle beyond any other substance. It cannot be touched without being broken. Yet in beans, peas, grass seeds, grain, fruits, it is so fenced on all sides, so shut up and protected, that whilst the seed itself is rudely handled, tossed into sacks, shovelled into heaps, the sacred particle, the miniature plant, remains unhurt. It is wonderful also how long many kinds of seeds, by the help of their integuments and perhaps of their oils, stand out against decay. A grain of mustard seed has been known to lie in the earth for 100 years, and as soon as it had acquired a favourable situation, to shoot as vigorously as if just gathered from the plant. Then, as to the second point, the temporary support of the future plant, the matter stands thus. In grain and pulse and kernels and pipins, the germ composes a very small part of the seed. The rest consists of a nutritious substance, from which the sprout draws its aliment for some considerable time after it is put forth, viz., until the fibres, shot out from the other end of the seed, are able to imbibe juices from the earth, in a sufficient quantity for its demand. It is owing to this constitution that we see seeds sprout, and the sprouts make a considerable progress without any earth at all. Say not ye, there are 4 months, and then cometh harvest? Behold, I say unto you, lift up your eyes, and look on the fields, for they are white already to harvest. John 4. From the conformation of fruits alone, one might be led, even without experience, to suppose that part of this provision was destined for the utilities of animals. As limited to the plant, the provision itself seems to go beyond its object. The flesh of an apple, the pulp of an orange, the meat of a plum, the fatness of the olive, appear to be more than sufficient for the nourishing of the seed or kernel. The event shows that this redundancy, if it be one, ministers to the support and gratification of animal natures, and when we observe a provision to be more than sufficient for one purpose, yet wanted for another purpose, it is not unfair to conclude that both purposes were contemplated together. Paley. 1173. Why have climbing plants tough curly tendrils? Because, having no woody stalks of their own to support them, they require to take hold of surrounding objects, and raise themselves from the ground by climbing. Their spiral tendrils are, therefore, so many hands, assisting them to rise from the earth. 1174. Why does the pea put forth tendrils, and the bean not? Because the bean has in its stalk sufficient woody fibre to support itself, but the pea has not. We do not know a single tree or shrub having a firm, strong stem sufficient for its support, which is also supplied with tendrils. 1175. Why do the ears of wheat stand up by day and turn down by night? Because when the ear is becoming ripe, the cold dew falling into the ear might induce blight. The ears therefore turn down to the earth and receive warmth by radiation. 1176. Why have grasses, corn, canes, etc., joints or knots in their stalks? Because a long hollow stem would be liable to bend and break, but the joints are so many points where the fibres are bound together, and the structure greatly strengthened. Then shall the earth yield her increase, and God, even our own God, shall bless us. Psalm 47. 1177. Why have the berries of the mistletoe a thick and viscid juice. Because the mistletoe is a parasitical plant growing upon the bark of other trees. It will not grow in the ground. Its seeds are therefore filled with an exceedingly sticky substance, which serves to attach them to the bark of trees, to which the berries attach themselves at once by throwing out tough fibers, and the next year the plant grows. 1178. How are the seeds of the mistletoe transferred from its own stem to the bark of trees? Various birds, and particularly the mistle thrush, feed upon the berries. As the bird moves in pursuit of its food, the viscid berries attach themselves to its feathers, and in this way the thrush is the instrument which conveys the seed to the spot to which it adheres, and from which the tree ultimately grows. 1179. What is the circulation of the sap in plants? The circulation of the sap is the movement of the nutritive juices by which the plant is sustained. There is a slow, uninterrupted movement of the sap from the root through the stems to the leaves, and downwards from the leaves through the bark to the root. For the sun is no sooner arisen with the burning heat, but it withereth the grass, and the flower thereof falleth, and the grace of the fashion of it perisheth. So also shall the rich man fade away in his ways. James 1. 1180. Why does the sap of plants thus ascend and descend? Because it conveys upward from the ground some of the matter by which the plant is to be nourished, and which must undergo digestion in the leaves, and it brings downward from the leaves the matter absorbed for the nourishment of the plant, and discharges through the root the substances which the plant cannot use. The movement of the sap is most active in the spring, but in the depths of winter it almost ceases. There are other motions of the sap in plants, which are called special, in distinction from the ascending and descending of the sap, which is called general or common to all plants. The special movements of the sap are peculiar to certain plants, in some of which a fluid full of little green cells is found to have a rotary motion. In other plants, a milky fluid is found to move through particular tissues of the vegetable structure. 1181. Why are the leaves of plants green? Because they secrete a carbonaceous matter named chlorophyll, from which they derive their green color. 1182. Why are the hearts of cabbages, lettuces, etc., of a pale yellow color? Because the action of light is necessary to the formation of chlorophyll, and as the leaves are folded upon each other, they exclude the light, and the green matter is not formed. 1183. Why do leaves turn brown in the autumn? Because when their power of decomposing the air declines, the oxygen absorbed in the carbonic acid gas lodges in the leaf, imparting to it a red or brown color. 1184. Why do succulent fruits, such as gooseberries, plums, etc., taste acid? Because, in the formation of juices, a considerable amount of oxygen is absorbed, and the oxygen imparts acidity to the taste. The earth is full of the goodness of the Lord. Psalm 33. 1185. Why do ripe fruits taste sweet, and unripe fruits taste sour? Because the juices of the ripe fruit contain a large proportion of sugar, which in the unripe fruit has not yet been formed. 1186. Why do some leaves turn yellow? Because they retain an excess of nitrogen. Leaves undergoing decay turn either yellow, red, crimson, or violet. Yellow is due to the excess of nitrogen, red and crimson to various proportions of oxygen, violet to a mixture of carbon, and green to chlorophyll. 1187. Why do leaves fall off in the autumn? Because they have supplied for a season the natural wants of the tree. Every part has received nutrition through the spring and summer months, and the wants of the tree being supplied, the chief use of the leaf ceases, and it falls to the ground to decay and enrich the soil. 1188. Why do plants suffer from the smoke of cities? Because the smoke injures the porous structure of the leaves and interferes with their free respiration. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 61. 1189. Why are vegetable productions so widely diffused? Because they everywhere form the food of the animal creation. Without them, neither man nor beast could exist. Even the flesh-eating animals are sustained by them, since they live by preying upon the bodies of vegetable eaters. They also enrich and beautify the earth. They present the most charming diversities of proportions and features, from the cowslip, the primrose, and the bluebell of our childish days, to the broad oak under which we recline, while children gambol around us. They are all beautiful or sublime, and eminently useful in countless ways to man. They spread a carpet over the surface of the earth. They cling to old ruins and cover hard rocks, as though they would hide decay and give warmth to the coldness of stone. In tropical climates they supply rich fruits full of cool and refreshing juices, and they spread out upon the crests of tall trees those broad leaves which shelter the native from the scorching heat of the sun. They supply our dwellings with furniture of every kind, from the plain deal table to the handsome cabinet of satin or rosewood. They afford rich perfumes to the toilette, and luscious fruits and wines to the dessert. They charm the eye of the child in the daisied field. They adorn the brow of the bride. They are laid in the coffin with the dead, and as the cypress or willow bend over our graves, they become the emblems of our grief. The glory of the Lord shall endure forever. The Lord shall rejoice in his works. Psalm 104. 1190. What is mahogany? Mahogany is the wood of trees brought chiefly from South America and Spain. The finest kind is imported from St. Domingo, and an inferior kind from Honduras. We all know the beauty of mahogany wood, but we do not all know that mahogany was first employed in the repair of some of Sir Walter Raleigh's ships at Trinidad in 1597. The discovery of the beauty of its grain for furniture and cabinet work was accidental. Dr. Gibbons, a physician of eminence, was building a house in King Street, Covent Garden. His brother, captain of a West Indiaman, had brought over some planks of mahogany as ballast, and he thought that the wood might be used up in his brother's building. But the carpenters found the wood too hard for their tools and objected to its use. Mrs. Gibbons shortly afterwards wanted a small box made, so the doctor called upon his cabinet maker and ordered him to make a box out of some wood that lay in his garden. The cabinet maker also complained that the wood was too hard, but the doctor insisted upon its being used, as he wished to preserve it as a memento of his brother. When the box was completed, its fine color and polish attracted much attention, and he, therefore, ordered a bureau to be made of it. This was done, and it presented so fine an appearance that the cabinet maker invited numerous persons to see it before it was sent home. Among the visitors was Her Grace the Duchess of Buckingham, who immediately begged some of the wood from Mr. Gibbons, and employed the cabinet maker to make her a bureau also. Mahogany from this time became a fashionable wood, and the cabinet maker, who at first objected to use it, made a great success by its introduction. 1191. What is rosewood? Rosewood is the wood of a tree which grows in Brazil. It is, generally speaking, too dark for large articles of furniture, but is admirably adapted for smaller ones. It is expensive, and the hardness of the wood renders the cost of making articles of it very high. I am come up to the height of the mountains, to the sides of Lebanon, and will cut down the tall cedars thereof, and the choice fir trees thereof. 2 Kings 23. Respecting the other woods used in the manufacture of furniture, we have nothing special to say except of the oak, the emblem of our native land. This tree yields a most useful and durable wood, and as it not only defends our country by supplying our wooden walls, but gives to us the floors of our houses, furnishes our good substantial tables, and comfortable armchairs, it will be well for us to know a few facts about this celebrated tree. It is said that there are no less than 150 species of the oak. The importance of the growth of oaks may be gathered from the fact that the building of a 70-gun ship would take 40 acres of timber. The building of a 70-gun ship is estimated to cost about £70,000. Oak trees attain to the age of 1,000 years. The oak enlarges its circumference from 10½ inches to 12 inches in a year. The interior of a great oak at Allenville in Normandy has been converted into a place of worship. An oak at Kiddington served as a village prison. A large oak at Selsey was used as a cattle fold, and others have served as tanks, tombs, prisons, and dwelling houses. The mammoth tree, which is exhibiting at the Crystal Palace, is one of the great wonders of the vegetable creation. It is the grand monarch of the Californian forest, inhabiting a solitary district on the elevated slopes of the Sierra Nevada at 5,000 feet above sea level. From 80 to 90 trees exist, all within the circuit of a mile, and these varying from 250 to 320 feet in height, and from 10 to 20 feet in diameter. The bark is from 12 to 15 inches in thickness. The branchlets are somewhat pendant, and resemble those of cypress or juniper, and it has the cones of a pine. Of a tree felled in 1853, 21 feet of the bark from the lower part of the trunk were put in the natural form as a room, which would contain a piano with seats for 40 persons, and on one occasion 150 children were admitted. The tree is reputed to have been above 3,000 years old. That is to say, it must have been a little plant when Samson was slaying the Philistines. The portion of the tree exhibiting at the palace is 103 feet in height and 32 feet in diameter at the base. 1192. What is tea? Tea is the leaf of a shrub, Thea chinesum. The plant usually grows to the height of from 3 to 6 feet, and resembles in appearance the well-known myrtle. It bears a blossom not unlike that of the common dog rose. The climate most congenial to it is that between the 25th and 33rd degrees of latitude. The growth of good tea prevails chiefly in China, and is confined to a few provinces. The green and black teas are mere varieties, depending upon the culture, time of gathering, mode of drying, etc. Coffee was used in this country before tea. In 1664, it is recorded the East India Company bought 2 pounds 2 ounces of coffee as a present for the king. In the year 1832, there were 101,687 licensed tea dealers in the United Kingdom. Green tea was first used in 1715. A dispute with America about the duty upon tea led to the American War, out of which arose American independence. The consumption of tea throughout the whole world is estimated at above 52 million pounds, of which the consumption of Great Britain alone amounts to 30 million pounds. Every man should eat and drink, and enjoy the good of all his labor. It is a gift of God. Ecclesiastes 3. 1193. What is coffee? Coffee is the berry of the coffee plant, which was a native of that part of Arabia called Yemen, but it is now extensively cultivated in India, Java, the West Indies, Brazil, etc. The first coffee house in London was opened in 1652 under the following circumstances. A Turkey merchant named Edwards, having brought along with him from the Levant some bags of coffee, and a Greek servant who was skilful in making it, his house was thronged with visitors to see and taste this new beverage. Being desirous to gratify his friends without putting himself to inconvenience, he allowed his servant to open a coffee house and to sell coffee publicly. Here we have another illustration of the great results springing from trifling causes. Coffee soon became so extensively used that taxes were imposed upon it. In 1660, a duty of 4d. a gallon was imposed upon all coffee made and sold. Before 1732, the duty upon coffee was 2 shillings a pound. It was afterwards reduced to 1 shilling 6d., at which it yielded to the revenue for many years £10,000 per annum. The duty has been gradually reduced, and the consumption has gone on increasing, until at last above 25 million of pounds are consumed annually. Fancy this great result springing from a friendly coffee party that assembled in the year 1652. 1194. What is chocolate? It is a cake prepared from the cocoa nut. The nut is first roasted like coffee, then it is reduced to powder and mixed with water. The paste is then put into molds and hardened. The properties are very healthful, but its consumption is very insignificant as compared with tea or coffee. The cocoa tree grows chiefly in the West Indies and South America. 1195. What is cocoa? Cocoa is also a preparation from the seeds or beans of the cocoa tree, but the best form of cocoa for family use is to obtain the beans pure, as they are now commonly sold ready for use, and to break them and then grind them in a large coffee mill. 1196. What is chicory? Chicory is the root of the common endive, dried and roasted as coffee, for which it is used as a substitute. Some persons prefer the flavor of chicory admixed with coffee, but very opposite opinions prevail respecting the qualities of chicory. We believe it to be perfectly healthful, and attribute the prejudice that prevails against it to its having been used from its cheapness to adulterate coffee. He that tilleth the land shall have plenty of bread, but he that followeth after vain persons shall have poverty enough. Proverbs 28. 1197. What is sugar? Sugar is a sweet granulated substance which may be derived from many vegetable substances, but the chief source of which is the sugar cane. The other chief sources that supply it are the maple, beetroot, birch, parsnip, etc. It is extensively used all over the world. Sugar is supposed to have been known to the ancient Jews. It was found in the East Indies by Anusha, admiral of Alexander, 325 B.C. It was brought into Europe from Asia. The art of sugar refining was first practiced in England in 1659, and sugar was first taxed by name by James II, 1685. Sugar is derived from the West Indies, Brazil, Suriname, Java, Mauritius, Bengal, Siam, the Isle of Bourbon, etc. Before the introduction of sugar to this country, honey was the chief substance employed in making sweet dishes, and long after the introduction of sugar it was used only in the houses of the rich. The consumption in England in 1700 reached only 10,000 tons. In 1834 it had reached 180,000 tons. The English took possession of the West Indies in 1672, and in 1646 began to export sugar. In 1676 it is recorded that 400 vessels, averaging 150 tons, were employed in the sugar trade of Barbados. Jamaica was discovered by Columbus, and was occupied by the Spaniards, from whom it was taken by Cromwell in 1656, and has since continued in our own possession. When it was conquered, there were only 3 sugar plantations upon it, but they rapidly increased. Until the abolition of slavery in the West Indies, the production of sugar was almost exclusively limited to slave labor. 1198. What is wheat? Wheat, rye, barley, oats, millet, and maize all belong to the natural order of grain-bearing plants. They all grow in a similar manner, and all yield starch, gluten, and a certain amount of phosphates. They are commonly spoken of as farinaceous foods. I clothed thee also with broidered work, and shod thee with badger's skin, and I girded thee about with fine linen, and I covered thee with silk. Ezekiel 16. From the sacred writings we learn that unleavened bread was common in the days of Abraham. In the earlier periods of our own country, people had no other method of making bread than by roasting corn and beating it in mortars, then wetting it into a kind of coarse cake. In 1596, rye bread and oatmeal formed a considerable part of the diet of servants, even in great families. In the time of Charles I, barley bread was the chief food of the people. In many parts of England it was more the custom to make bread at home than at present. In 1804 there was not a single public baker in Manchester. In France, when the use of yeast was first introduced, it was deemed by the faculty of medicine to be so injurious to health that its use was prohibited under the severest penalties. Herol says that, during the siege of Paris by Henry IV, a famine raged, and bread sold at £1 a pound. When this was consumed, the dried bones from the charnel house of the Holy Innocents were exhumed, and a kind of bread made therefrom. Bread Street in London was once a bread market. From the year 1266, it had been customary to regulate by law the price of bread in proportion to the price of wheat or flour at the time. This was called the assize of bread, but in 1815 it was abolished. In the year 272, there was a famine in Britain so severe that people ate the bark of trees. 40,000 persons perished by famine in England in 310. In the year 450, there was a famine in Italy so dreadful that people ate their own children. A famine, commencing in England, Wales, and Scotland in 954, lasted 4 years. A famine in England and France in 1193 led to a pestilential fever which lasted until 1195. In 1315 there was again a dreadful famine in England, during which people devoured the flesh of horses, dogs, cats, and vermin. In the year 1775, 16,000 people died of famine in the Cape de Verds. These are only a few of the remarkable famines that have occurred in the course of history. Let us thank God that we live in a time of abundance, when improved cultivation, the pursuit of industry, and the settlement of the laws render such a calamity as a famine almost an impossibility. 1199. What is cotton? Cotton is a species of vegetable wool produced by the cotton shrub, called botanically Discipium herbaceum, of which there are numerous varieties. It grows naturally in Asia, Africa, and America, and is cultivated largely for purposes of commerce. The precise time when the cotton manufacture was introduced into England is unknown, but probably it was not before the 17th century. Since then, what wonderful advances have been made! The cotton trade and manufacture have become a vast source of British industry, and of commerce between nations. It was some years ago calculated that the cotton manufacture yielded to Great Britain 1,000 millions sterling. The names of Hargreaves, Arkwright, Crompton, Cartwright, and others have become immortalized by their inventions for the improvement of the manufacture of cotton fabrics. Little more than half a century has passed since the British cotton manufactory was in its infancy. Now it engages many millions of capital, keeps millions of work people employed, freights thousands of ships that are ever crossing and recrossing the seas, and binds nations together in ties of mutual interest. The present yearly value of cotton manufactures in Great Britain is estimated at £34 million. About £6,044,000 of the above sum is distributed yearly among working people as wages. 1200. What is silk? Silk, though not directly a vegetable product, is, nevertheless, indirectly derived from the vegetable creation, since it is a thread spun by the silkworm from matter which the worm derives from the mulberry leaf. And there was a man in Man, whose possessions were in Carmel, and the man was very great, and he had 3,000 sheep, and 1,000 goats, and he was shearing his sheep in Carmel. 1 Samuel 25. Silk is supplied by various parts of the world, including China, the East Indies, Turkey, etc., where the silkworm has been found to thrive. The attempts that have been hitherto made to cultivate it in this country have proved unsuccessful. At Rome, in the time of Tiberius, a law passed the Senate which, as well as prohibiting the wearing of massive gold jewels, also forbade the men to debase themselves by wearing silk. There was a time when silk was of the same value as gold, weight for weight, and it was thought to grow upon trees. It is recorded that silk mantles were worn by some noble ladies at a ball at Kenilworth Castle, 1286. It was first manufactured in England in 1604. In the reign of Elizabeth, the manufacture of silk in England made rapid strides. In 1666, there were 40,000 persons engaged in the silk trade. The silk throwers of the metropolis were enrolled in a fellowship in 1562 and were incorporated in 1629. In 1685, a considerable impetus was given to the English silk manufacturers. Louis XIV of France revoked the Edict of Nantes. The Edict of Nantes was promulgated by Henry IV of France in 1598. It gave to the Protestants of France the free exercise of their religion. Louis XIV revoked this edict in 1685, and thereby drove the Protestants as refugees to England, Holland, and parts of Germany, where they established various manufactures. Many of these French refugees settled in Spitalfields, and there founded extensive manufactories, which soon rivaled those of their own country, and thus the intolerance of the king was justly punished. What important facts we see connected with the simple thread of the silkworm. 1201. What is wool? Wool is a kind of soft hair or coarse down produced by various animals, but chiefly by sheep. This is another of the useful productions of nature, for which we are indirectly indebted to the vegetable kingdom, for were it not for the rich pastures forming the green carpet of the earth, it would be impossible for man to keep large flocks of sheep for the production of wool. Wool, like the hair of most animals, completes its growth in a year, and then exhibits a tendency to fall off. For the production of wool in England and Wales, it has been estimated that there are no less than 27 million sheep and lambs, and in Great Britain and Ireland the total number is estimated at 82 million. Wool was not manufactured in any quantity in England until 1331, when the weaving of it was introduced by John Kemp and other artisans from Flanders. The exportation or non-exportation of wool has from time to time formed a vexed subject for legislators. Woolen clothes were made an article of commerce in the reign of Julius Caesar. They were made in England prior to 1200. Blankets were first made in England in 1340. The art of dyeing wools was first introduced into England in 1608. The annual value of the raw material in wool is set down at £6 million. The wages of workmen engaged in the wool trade, £9,600,000. The number of people employed is said to be 500,000. 1202. What is starch? Starch is one of the most useful products of the vegetable kingdom. As a rule, a vegetable, if nutritious at all, is so according to the amount of starch which it contains. It is most abundantly found in the seeds of plants, and especially in the wheat tribe. It is also met with in cellular tissues of plants, and especially in such underground stems as the potato, carrot, turnip, etc., and the stems of the sago palm, fig, etc. It is also found in the bark of some trees. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, and cometh down from the Father of lights, with whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning. James 1. 1203. Why is the horse chestnut, though containing a great quantity of starch, unfit for food? Because, like many other vegetable productions, it contains with the starch an acrid juice which renders it unhealthy, and although the juice can be separated from the starch, the process is too expensive to be made generally available. The starch which is used for domestic purposes is an artificial preparation, and does not properly represent the starch of nutrition. A better idea of it is afforded by the meal of a floury potato. The starch used by laundresses is frequently prepared from diseased potatoes. This does not impair the quality of the starch for the purposes of the laundress, and the reason why potatoes that are diseased are thus applied is, that it is one method of saving some part of their value. The finest kinds of starch are prepared from rice. It is prepared by breaking the pulp, and disengaging the starch from the cells, and it is then put through other processes to remove the fragments of the broken cells. But in the floury meal of the potatoes, the starch cell may be seen entire. End of chapter 61.
Chapter 62 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 62. 1204. What are vegetable oils and fats? Vegetable oils and fats constitute, next to starch and sugar, the most important secretion of the vegetable creation. There are very few plants from which some amount of oil cannot be obtained, and those which are famed for yielding it owe their celebrity rather to the abundance that they yield and the peculiar qualities of their oil than to the secretion of oil being rare, for probably there is no plant without it. Oil is most commonly found in seeds, as rapeseed, linseed, etc., but it is found also in leaves, as in the rose, sweetbrier, peppermint, etc., where its presence may be recognized by the distinguishing perfume, and it is also found in the wood of a few trees, such as the sassafras and the sandalwood. The bark frequently yields an oily secretion. Ointment and perfume rejoice the heart. So doth the sweetness of a man's friend by hearty counsel. Proverbs 27. The London and Northwestern Railway Company alone use about 50,000 gallons of oil yearly. 1205. Why are fat and oil found most abundantly in the bodies of animals in cold climates? Because they contribute to keep the bodies of animals warm, not only by their non-conducting property keeping in the heat of the animals, but by supplying carbon abundantly to combine with oxygen during respiration and thereby developing animal heat. 1206. Why are oil and fat-forming trees found most abundantly in hot climates? Because in hot countries the formation of large quantities of fat in animal bodies would oppress living creatures with heat. Fats and oils are therefore produced in those countries chiefly by vegetables, and are used externally by the Asiatics and Africans as an external unction for cooling the skin, and as perfumes which give inspiriting properties to the air, rendered oppressive by excessive heat. 1207. Why are succulent fruits most abundant in tropical climates? Because they are rendered necessary in those climates by the excessive heat, and are found to have a most beneficial effect in cooling, purifying the blood of the inhabitants of tropical countries, while the grandeur of their foliage and the richness of their flowers are in perfect keeping with the intensity of light and heat, and serve, by throwing dense shades over the earth, to cool its surface, and to offer to living creatures a pleasant retreat from the rays of the burning sun. The following sketch of botanical geography should be read attentively after the reader has gone through the whole of the chapters of Reasons. The technical terms employed in the course of the article are nearly all explained at 1212, and should be committed to memory at the commencement of the perusal. Mimosa means a sensitive plant. Concentric zones, circular lines spreading from a center. Arborescent, resembling trees. Gramineae, grass-like. The botanical names represent individual plants. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. 1208. When treating of the geographical distribution of vegetables, we have to mark the general arrangements indicated, and the agencies that have evidently operated in promoting the diffusion of floral tribes. Vegetation occurs over the whole globe, therefore under the most opposite conditions. Plants flourish in the bosom of the ocean as well as on land. Under the extremes of cold and heat in polar and equatorial regions, on the hardest rocks, and the soft alluvium of the plains, amidst the perpetual snow of lofty mountains, and in springs at the temperature of boiling water, in situations never penetrated by the solar rays, as the dark vaults of caverns, and the walls of mines, as well as freely exposed to the influences of light and air. But these diverse circumstances have different species and genera. There is only one state which seems fatal to the existence of vegetable life, the entire absence of humidity. 1209. By species we understand so many individuals as intimately resemble each other in appearance and properties, and agree in all their permanent characters, which are founded in the immutable laws of creation. An established species may frequently exhibit new varieties, depending upon local and accidental causes, but these are imperfectly, or for a limited time, if at all, perpetuated. 1210. A genus comprises one or more species similar to each other, but essentially differing in formation, nature, and in many adventitious qualities from other plants. A tribe, family, group, or order comprises several genera. 1211. The known number of species in the vegetable kingdom has been gradually enlarged by the progress of maritime and inland discovery, but owing to great districts of the globe not having yet been explored by the botanist, the interior of Africa and Australia, with sections of America, Asia, and Oceanica, it is impossible to state the exact amount. The successive augmentation of the catalogue appears from the numbers below. Theophrastus, 500 species. Pliny, 1000. Greek, Roman, and Arabian botanists, 1400. Bowen, 6000. Linnaeus, 8800. Persoon, 27,000. Humboldt and Brown, 38,000. De Candolle, 56,000. Lindley, 86,000. Heinz, 89,000. 1212. Vegetable forms are divided into three great classes, which differ materially in their structure. 1. Cryptogamous plants, those which have no flowers, properly so called, mosses, lichens, fungi, and ferns, as distinguished from those which are phænogamous, or flower-bearing, to which the two following classes belong. 2. Endogenous plants, which have stems increasing from within, also called monocotyledons, from having only one seed lobe, as the numerous grasses, lilies, and the palm family. 3. Exogenous plants, which have stems growing by additions from without, also called dicotyledons, from the seed consisting of two lobes, the most perfect, beautiful, and numerous class, embracing the forest trees, and most flowering shrubs and herbs. 1213. The exogens furnish examples of gigantic size and great longevity, In South America, on the banks of the Atabapo, Humboldt measured a bombax ceiba more than 120 feet high and 15 in diameter, and near Cumana he found the Zamang del Guaira, a species of mimosa, the pendant branches of the hemispherical head having a circumference of upwards of 600 feet. The Adansonia, or baobab of Senegal, though attaining no great height, rarely more than 50 feet, has a trunk with a diameter sometimes amounting to 34 feet, while the Pinus lambertiana, growing singly on the plains west of the Rocky Mountains, has been found 250 feet high, 60 feet in circumference at the base, 4½ feet in girth at the height of 190 feet, yielding cones 11 inches round and 16 long. The Ficus indicus, or banyan tree, sending out shoots from its horizontal branches, which reaching the ground take root and form new stems till a single tree multiplies almost to a forest, has been observed covering an area of 1,700 square yards. He shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. Psalm 1, 12-14. From the number of concentric zones observed in a transverse section of the stems, de Candolle advises proof of the following ages: elm, 335 years; cypress, about 350; chirostemon, 400; ivy, 450; larch, 576; orange, 630; olive, 700; oriental plane, 720; cedar of Lebanon, 800; oak, 810; 1080; 1500; lime, 1076; 1147; yew, 1214; 1458; 2588; 2880; taxodium, 4000 to 6000; baobab, 5150. 1215. Admitting with Professor Henslaw that de Candolle overrated the ages of these trees 1/3, they are examples of extraordinary longevity. Yew trees upwards of 700 years old remain at Fountains Abbey, Yorkshire, as there is historic evidence of their existence in the year 1133. But a yew in the churchyard of Darley in the Dale, Derbyshire, is considered by Mr. Bowman as 2000 years old. 1216. The cryptogamous plants afford the most numerous examples of wide diffusion. A lichen indigenous in Cornwall, Stricta aurata, is also a native of the West India Islands, Brazil, St. Helena, and the Cape of Good Hope, while 38 lichens and 28 mosses are common to Great Britain and Australia, though the general vegetation of the two districts is remarkably discordant. Some species of endogenous plants are also widely distributed. The Phyleum alpinum of Switzerland occurring without the slightest difference at the Strait of Magellan, and the quaking grasses of Europe in the interior of southern Africa. But only in very few instances are the same species of exogenous plants met with in regions far apart from each other, and generally speaking, in passing from one country to another, we encounter a new flora, for if the same genera occur, the species are not identical, while in districts widely separated the genera are different. 1217. The cryptogamic plants, mosses, lichens, ferns, and fungi are to the whole mass of phenogamic vegetation in the following proportions in different districts: equatorial latitudes 0 degrees to 10 degrees, on the plains 1/25, on the mountains 1/5, mean latitudes 45 degrees to 52 degrees 1/2, high latitudes 67 degrees 70 degrees, proportion about equal. Thus the proportion of the flowerless vegetation to the flowering increases from the equator to the poles, but the family of ferns, Filices, viewed singly, forms an exception to this law, decreasing as we depart from equinoctial countries, being 1/20th in equatorial and 1/70th in mean latitudes, and not found at all in the high latitudes of the New World. To give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he might be glorified. Isaiah 61, 12-18. In equinoctial and tropical countries, where a sufficient supply of moisture combines with the influence of light and heat, vegetation appears in all its magnitude and glory. Its lower orders, mosses, fungi, and confervae, are very rare. The ferns are arborescent. Reeds ascend to the height of 100 feet, and rigid grasses rise to 40. The forests are composed of majestic, leafy, evergreen trees bearing brilliant blossoms, their colours finely contrasting, scarcely any two standing together, being of the same species. Enormous creepers climb their trunks, parasitical orchidae hang in festoons from branch to branch, and augment the floral decoration with scarlet, purple, blue, rose, and golden dyes. Of plants used by man for food, or as luxuries, or for medicinal purposes, occurring in this region, rice, bananas, dates, cocoa, cacao, breadfruit, coffee, tea, sugar, vanilla, Peruvian bark, pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmegs are either characteristic of it as principally cultivated within its limits, or entirely confined to them. 1219. Rice, or Rhiza sativa, the chief food of perhaps a third of the human race, is cultivated beyond the tropics, but principally within them, only where there is a plentiful supply of water. It has never been found wild. Its native country is unknown, but probably southern Asia. 1220. Bananas or plantains, Musa sapientum et paradisiaca, are cultivated in intertropical Asia, Africa, and America. The latter species occur in Syria. The banana is not known in an uncultivated state. Its produce is enormous, estimated to be on the same space of ground to that of wheat, as 133:1, and to that of potatoes as 44:1. 1221. Dates, Phoenix dactylifera, and cocoa, Cocos nucifera, belong to the family Palmae. The palms, remarkable for their elegant forms and importance to man, contribute more than any other trees to impress upon the vegetation of tropical and equinoctial countries its peculiar physiognomy. The date palm, is a native of northern Africa, and is so abundant between the Barbary States and the Sahara that the district has been named Beledul, arid, the land of dates. As the desert is approached, the only objects that break the monotony of the landscape are the date palm and the tent of the Arab. It accompanies the margin of the mighty desert in all its sinuosities, from the shores of the Atlantic to the confines of Persia, and is the only vegetable affording subsistence to man that can grow in such an arid situation. The annual produce of an individual is from 150 to 260 pounds weight of fruit. The cocoa palm furnishes annually about 100 cocoa nuts. It is spread throughout the torrid zone, but occurs most abundantly in the islands of the Indian archipelago. The family of palms is supposed to contain 1,000 species, some of large size, forming extensive forests. 1222. Cacao, Theobroma cacao, from the seeds of which chocolate is prepared, grows wild in Central America, and is also extensively cultivated in Mexico, Guatemala, and on the coast of Cumana. 1223. Breadfruit tree, Artocarpus incisa, a native of the South Sea Islands and Indian archipelago, grows also in southern Asia, and has been introduced into the tropical parts of America, but the fruit is not equal to the banana as an article of human food. And they returned and prepared spices and ointments, and rested the Sabbath day, according to the commandment. Luke 24. 1224. Coffee, Coffea arabica. The bush has probably for its native region the Ethiopian highlands, from which it was taken in the 15th century to the highlands of Yemen, the southern part of the Arabian Peninsula. It has been introduced and is now extensively cultivated in British India, Java, Ceylon, the Mauritius, Brazil, and the West Indies, but the quality is inferior, which makes the climate of the Mocha coffee district of importance, as peculiarly favorable to the plant. It grows there on hills described by Niebuhr as being soaked with rain every day from the beginning of June to the end of September, which is carefully collected for the purpose of irrigation during the dry season. Forscal gives the following temperatures in the district. Boit el Faqih, March 16th, 7 a.m., 76 degrees. 1 p.m., 95 degrees. 10 p.m., 81 degrees. March 18th, 7 a.m., 77 degrees. 1 p.m., 95 degrees. 10 p.m., 81 degrees. Hodeida, March 18th, 7 a.m., 72 degrees. 1 p.m., 92 3/4 degrees. 10 p.m., 78 degrees. Bulgosa, a village in the hills, March 20th, 7 a.m., 69½ degrees. 1 p.m., 85½ degrees. 10 p.m., 73 degrees. 1225. Tea, Thea chinensis. The plant is indigenous in China, Japan, and Upper Assam. In the latter country it has recently been found in the wild state, and is in process there of extensive cultivation. As the plant is hardy, its culture has very lately been attempted in the south of France, and apparently with complete success. A similar experiment on the burning plains of Algeria completely failed, all the plants being killed by the heat, notwithstanding every precaution. Tea was first introduced into Europe by the Dutch in 1666. The leaves of the coffee plant have long been used as a substitute for tea by the lower classes in Java and Sumatra, and recently Professor Bloom of Leyden exhibited samples of tea prepared from coffee leaves, agreeing entirely in appearance, odor, and taste with the genuine Chinese production. 1226. Sugar cane, Saccharum officinarum, a species of Gramineae, occurs to some extent without the tropics, having been cultivated centuries ago in Europe, as at present scantily in the south of Spain. But it properly belongs to the torrid zone, and has for its principal districts the southern United States, the West Indies, Venezuela, Brazil, the Mauritius, British India, China, the Sunda, and the Philippine Islands. The plant was found wild in several parts of America on the discovery of that continent, and occurs in a wild state on many of the islands of the Pacific. 1227. Vanilla, Vanilla aromatica, the fruit of which forms the well-known aromatic, grows wild principally in Mexico. 1228. Peruvian bark, Cinchona officinalis, a forest tree, of which there are several species, furnishing the valuable medicine so called. It is exclusively confined to South America, and grows chiefly on the Andes of Loxa and Venezuela. 1229. Pepper, Piper nigrum, belongs exclusively to the Malabar coast, where it has been found wild, Sumatra, which produces the greatest quantity, Borneo, the Malay Peninsula, and Siam. Other species of Piperaceae occur in tropical America. 1230. Cinnamon, Laurus cinnamomum, a small tree yielding the aromatic bark, is found native only in the island of Ceylon, but another species occurs in Cochin, China. I am the true vine, and my Father is the husbandman. John 15. 1231. Clove, Myrtus caryophyllus, an evergreen small tree, the dried flower buds of which form the celebrated aromatic, grows naturally in the Moluccas, whence it has been conveyed to other tropical districts. The island of Amboyna, one of that group, is the principal seat of its cultivation. The lowest temperature there is 72 degrees, the mean temperature of the year 82 degrees. 1232. Nutmeg, Myrstica moscata, grows naturally in several islands of the eastern archipelago, but is principally cultivated in the Banda Isles. Tropical families and forms successively vanish with an increase of distance from the equator, and new phases of vegetation mark the transition from hot to temperate climates. Vividly green meadows, abounding with tender herbs, replace the tall, rigid grasses which form the impenetrable jungle, and instead of forests composed of towering evergreen trees, woods of the deciduous class appear, which cast their leaves in winter and hibernate in the colder season. The oak, ash, elm, maple, beech, lime, alder, birch, and sycamore. The cultivation of the vine becomes characteristic, with the perfection of the cereal grasses, and the larger proportion of herbaceous annuals and cryptogamic plants. 1233. The vine, Vitis vinifera, is less impatient of a cold winter than a cool summer. Hence its northern limit, which coincides with latitude 47 degrees 30 minutes on the west coast of France, rises in the interior, where, though the winters are colder, the summers are warmer, to latitude 49 degrees, cuts the Rhine at Koblenz in latitude 50 degrees 20 minutes, and ascends to 52 degrees 31 minutes in Germany. 1234. Receding further from the equator, magnificent forests of the fir and pine tribe prevail, as in the central parts of Russia, on the southern shores of the Baltic, in Scandinavia and North America. But some of the cereals are no longer cultivatable, and several timber trees, common to the temperate zone, do not reach its northern limits. Gradually all ligneous vegetation disappears entirely as higher latitudes are approached, the woods having first dwindled to mere dwarfs in struggling with the elements, hostile to that state which nature destined them to assume. The limit of the forests is a sinuous line running along the extreme north of the Old World, and extending from Hudson's Bay, latitude 60 degrees, to the Mackenzie River, latitude 68 degrees, and thence to Behring's Strait. The dwarf birch, Betula nana, a mere bush, is the last tree found on drawing near the eternal snow of the pole. At the island of Hammerfest, latitude 70 degrees 40 minutes, near the North Cape, it rises to about the height of a man, in sheltered hollows between the mountains, its lower branches trailing on the ground, affording a shelter to the ptarmigan. In the polar zone, some low-flowering annuals, Saxifrages, Ranunculi, gentians, chickweeds, and others, flourish during the brief ardent summer. A few perennials also accommodate themselves to the rigorous climate by spreading laterally, never rising higher than 4 or 5 inches from the ground, till finally no development of vegetable life is met with but lichens and the microscopic forms that colour the snow. 1235. In Europe, wheat ceases with a line connecting Inverness in Scotland, latitude 58 degrees, Drontheim in Norway, latitude 64 degrees, and Petersburg in Russia, latitude 60 degrees 15 minutes. Oats reach a somewhat higher latitude. Barley and rye ascend to latitude 70 degrees, but require a favourable aspect and season to produce a crop. 1236. The northern limit of the growth of oak, latitude 61 degrees, falls short of that of wheat. The oak makes a singular leap at the confines of Europe and Asia, disappearing towards the Ural Mountains. This is the case also with the wild nut and apple. The oak and the wild nut, however, reappear suddenly in eastern Asia, on the banks of the Argun, in the Amur, and the apple occurs again in the Aleutian Isles. He hath made the earth by his power. He hath established the world by his wisdom, and hath stretched out the heavens by his discretion. Jeremiah 10. 1237. The following are the northern limits of several trees in Scandinavia. Beech, Fagus sylvatica, latitude 60 degrees 0 minutes. Hard oak, Quercus robur, 61 degrees 0 minutes. Common elm, Ulmus campestris, 61 degrees 0 minutes. Common lime, Tilia communis, 61 degrees 0 minutes. Common ash, Fraxinus excelsior, 62 degrees 0 minutes. Fruit trees, 63 degrees 0 minutes. Hazel, Corylus, Avellana, 64 degrees 0 minutes. Spruce fir, Abies excelsa, 67 degrees 40 minutes. Service tree, Sorbus aucuparia, 70 degrees 0 minutes. Scotch fir, Pinus sylvestris, 70 degrees 0 minutes. White birch, Betula alba, 70 degrees 40 minutes. Dwarf birch, Betula nana, 71 degrees 0 minutes. 1238. Thus distinct vegetable regions are observed on passing from south to north through different climatic zones, defined as to their limits by the isothermal curves, and not by the parallels of latitude. Similar changes of vegetation mark a perpendicular transit through varying climates. A succession of plants appear on the tropical mountains, which rise above the snow line, corresponding to those which are encountered in mean and high latitudes. The higher we ascend, the more does the number of the phainogamic class diminish in proportion to the cryptogamic, till only members of the latter family are found, whose further progress upward is arrested by the everlasting snow. The last lichen met with by Saussure on Mount Blanc, Silene Arcaldus, was also observed by M. Brevet in the neighbourhood of Boskoop, latitude 69 degrees 58 minutes, where it was vegetating on the seashore, shaded by the last pines of Europe. 1239. Isolated mountains display to the best advantage the effort of climatic change of vegetation. 1240. Etna is divided into three great regions: La Regione Culta, of fertile region; La Regione Silvosa, or woody region; La Regione Deserta, the bare or desert region. But each of these is susceptible of subdivisions, defined by the presence of certain families of plants, forming 7 botanical zones. 1. The subtropical zone, which does not rise more than 100 feet above the level of the sea, is characterized by the palm, banana, Indian fig, sugar cane, varieties of mimosa and acacia, which with us are only found in conservatories. 2. The hilly zone rises about 2,000 feet, characterized by the orange, lemon, shaddock, maize, cotton, and grape plants. 3. The woody zone lies between the height of 2,000 and 4,000 feet, where the cork tree flourishes, several kinds of oak, the maple, and enormous chestnuts. 4. The zone between the height of 4,000 and 6,000 feet is distinguished by the beech, Scotch fir, birch, and among small plants by clover, sandwort, chickweed, dock, and plantain. 5. The subalpine zone, between the elevation of 6,000 and 7,500 feet, produces the barberry, soapwort, toadflax, and juniper. 6. The zone between 7,500 and 9,000 feet has almost all the plants of the preceding, with the fleshy and jagged groundsel. In the mountain of the height of Israel will I plant it, and it shall bring forth boughs, and bear fruit, and be a goodly cedar, and under it shall dwell all fowl of every wing. In the shadow of the branches thereof shall they dwell. Ezekiel 17. 7. The narrow zone between 9,000 and 9,200 feet only produces a few lichens, beyond which there is complete sterility. 1241. The Peak of Teneriffe exhibits 5 botanical districts, thus distinguished by Von Buch. 1. The region of Africa forms 0 to 1,248 feet, comprising palms, bananas, the sugar cane, various species of arborescent Euphorbiae, Mesembryanthema, the Dracena, and other plants whose naked and tortuous trunks, succulent leaves, and bluish-green tints are distinctive of the vegetation of Africa. 2. Region of vines and cereals, 1,248 to 2,748 feet, comprising also the olive and the fruit trees of Europe. 3. Region of laurels, 2,748 to 4,350 feet, including lauri of 4 species, the wild olive, an oak, the iron tree, the arbutus, and other evergreens, the ivy of the Canaries, and various twining shrubs cover the trunks of the trees, and numerous species of fern occur, with beautiful flowering plants. 4. Region of the pines, 4,350 to 6,270, characterized by a vast forest of trees resembling the Scotch fir intermixed with juniper. 5. Region of the retama, 6,270 to 11,061 feet, a species of broom which forms oases in the midst of a desert of ashes, ornamented with fragrant flowers and furnishing food to the goats which run wild on the peak. A few gramineous and cryptogamic plants are observed higher, but the summit is entirely destitute of vegetation. 1242. There are many plants which can accommodate themselves to the most diverse climates and localities, and therefore ascend from the plains close to the boundary of vegetable life on the highest mountains. But it is the general law in these cases for such plants to be singularly modified in appearance and anatomical structure as they ascend. The spring gentian, Gentiana verna, is one of the exceptions, which Raymond found unaltered at all heights in the Pyrenees. 1243. Trees, plants, and bushes of humbler growth, which occur on the plains and at great heights, are usually much smaller in the latter situation. The leaves, and everything green about them, dwindle with the increased elevation, and the pure, well-defined green is exchanged for an ill-defined light yellow. Singular enough, those parts which seem most capable of resisting cold, as the leaves and stalks, are uniformly subjected to a diminution of their vital functions, while the flowers remain of the same size, are never deformed, and become more dense and richer in their colours. While the Myosotis sylvestris becomes stunted, its flowers assume an intense blue, the admiration of the traveller. The flowers of the pale primrose have a much deeper colour on the top of the foulhorn, while the plant itself is much smaller than its congener on the Swiss plains. The observations of M. Parrot, among others, are to this effect on the flora of the Caucasus, of Ararat, the Swiss and Italian Alps, and the Pyrenees. The Arctic flora is similarly distinguished. 1244. The preceding references to different climatic states are, however, perfectly inadequate to explain the phenomena of vegetable distribution, while an analogy is often observable between the plants of different regions under corresponding circumstances of latitude, elevation, and soil. The species are generally found to be different, and usually the botanical character of countries not widely apart from each other is totally different, though under the same parallels. From the rising of the sun unto the going down of the same, the Lord's name is to be praised. Psalm 113. 1245. Some plants are entirely confined to one side of our planet. The beautiful genus Erica, or heath, of which there are upwards of 300 species, occurs with breaks over a narrow surface, extending from a high northern latitude to the Cape of Good Hope. But the whole continent of America does not contain a single native specimen, nor has a Pania been found in it except a solitary one to the west of the Rocky Mountains. On the other hand, the New World contains many families, as the cacti, which are not found naturally in the Old. 1246. Some plants occur in a single specific locality, frequently a contracted area, and nowhere else. The beautiful Disa grandiflora is limited to a spot on the top of the Table Mountain at the Cape, and the celebrated cedar of Lebanon appears to be restricted in its spontaneous growth to the Syrian mountains. The small island of St. Helena has an indigenous flora, with a few exceptions different from that of the rest of the globe. 1247. Mountain chains of no great width very commonly divide a totally distinct botany. There is a marked difference in the vegetation of the Chilean and opposite side of the Andes, though the climate as well as the soil is nearly the same, and the difference of longitude very trifling. In North America, two completely different classes of vegetation appear on the two sides of the Rocky Mountains. A variety of oaks, palms, magnolias, azaleas, and magnificent rhododendrons occur on the eastern side, all of which are unknown on the western, the region of the giant pine. 1248. The distinct vegetation possessed by various parts of the globe has led to its division into botanical kingdoms or phytogeographical regions, named in general after the genera that are either peculiar to them or predominant in them. The arrangement of M. Schou, which is generally adopted, discriminates 25 great provinces of characteristic vegetation upon the surface of the earth. In constituting any portion of the globe into a phytogeographical region, Mr. Schou has proceeded upon the following principles: 1. That at least one half of the species should be indigenous in it. 2. That a quarter of the genera should also be peculiar to it, or at least should have a decided maximum. 3. That individual families of plants should either be exclusively confined to the region or have their maxima there. 1249. The phenomena of botanical geography and the facts of geology are mutually illustrative. The existing dry land having been upheaved above the waters at different epochs, it may be reasonably inferred that each portion on its emergence received a vegetable creation in harmony with its position. The ultimate constitution of the general surface into different botanical kingdoms would hence follow, each of which has preserved its primitive features, while adjoining and even far distant foci have to some extent intermingled with their respective products, under control of the natural agencies of diffusion. 1250. The agents that involuntarily officiate in the diffusion of vegetable products are the atmosphere, the waters, and many animals. 1. The impulsion of the atmosphere in its calmest state is quite sufficient to transport to considerable distances seeds furnished with downy appendages or winglets, as is the case with many plants, with the minute sporules of cryptogamia, which are light as the finest powder. When ordinary breezes convey the sand dust of the Sahara 1,000 miles or more from the desert, it may be conceived that seeds which are comparatively heavy are borne far from home by the hurricane. 2 Jamaica lichens, which had never been seen in France before, were found by de Candolle growing on the coast of Brittany, the offspring of sporules which had been swept over the Atlantic. He shall come down like rain upon the mown grass, as showers that water the earth. Psalm 72. 2. The mountain torrent washes down into the valley the seeds that have accidentally fallen into it, or have been swept away by its overflows, and hence the plants of the high Alps occur on the plains of Switzerland, which are entirely wanting in France and Germany. Rivers answer the same purpose more extensively, and also the oceanic currents. The nicker tree, one of the leguminous tribe, has been raised from seed borne across the Atlantic by the Gulf Stream. 3. Animals of the sheep and goat kinds, with the horse, deer, buffalo, and others, widely disperse several species of plants, the seeds of which, furnished with an apparatus of barbs and hooks, adhere to their coating. Seeds also of various kinds pass through the digestive organs of birds, uninjured as to their vitality. The little squirrel buries the acorn in the ground for winter provender, and sows an oak, if prevented from returning to the spot. 1251. Plants capable of extended naturalization and serviceable as articles of food or luxury have been widely disseminated by the human race in their migrations. The cerealia afford a striking example. These important grasses known to the ancients, wheat, barley, oats, and rye, were the gifts of the Old World to the New. They are also importations into Europe, but the loose reports of the ancients and the diligent researches of the moderns alike leave us in ignorance of their native seat. Probability points to the conclusion that they have spread from the neighborhood of the great rivers of Western Asia, the primitive location of the human family. And it is not impossible that in that imperfectly explored district, or further east on the Tartarian tableland, some of the cereals may yet be found growing spontaneously. The first wheat sown in North America consisted of a few grains accidentally found by a Negro slave of Cortez among the rice taken for the support of his army. In South America, the first wheat was brought to Lima by one of the early colonists, a Spanish lady, Maria de Escobar. An ecclesiastic, Jose Rixi, was the first to sow it in the neighborhood of Quito. 1252. Maize, or Indian corn, Zea maize, has been dispersed in the Old World from the New, and also a more important product, the potato, Solanum tuberosum, the use of which now extends from the extremity of Africa to Lapland. In Chile, the native country of the plant, it occurs at present in a wild state. The Spaniards imported it into Spain, and from thence it was communicated to Italy. It was first made known in England at a subsequent period from Virginia, having been received there from the Spanish colonists in South America, as it is not a native of intervening Mexico. 1253. The grapevine, so extensively spread over Europe, is probably not indigenous in any part of it. It chiefly owes its diffusion there to the Romans, who received it from the Greeks, to whom it most likely immediately came from the country between the Black and Caspian seas. The Romans introduced most of the finer European fruit trees, some from Africa, as the pomegranate, but the great majority from Western Asia, as the orange, fig, cherry, peach, apricot, apple, and pear. A variety of the plum, the damson, or Damascena, came from the neighborhood of Damascus during the Crusades. The name of the damask rose points to the importation of the plant from the same quarter into Europe. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. Ecclesiastes 3. The ocean as well as the land has different botanical regions, and changes of the vegetation are observed with the depth, analogous to the variations of terrestrial plants with the height. Marine vegetation seems to have its vertical extent determined by the range of light in water, which varies with the power of the sun and the transparency of the water. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 63. 1254. What are vegetable gums? Vegetable gums are secretions of plants which are generally soluble in water and which subserve various useful purposes. Gum arabic is one of the most important of this class of vegetable productions. Gutta percha is an invaluable substance lately added to the list of known vegetable productions. It is obtained by cutting the bark of trees of the class called Sapotacea. Its proper name is Gutta pulopercha, gutta meaning gum, and pulopercha is the island whence it is obtained, but gutta percha is not, strictly speaking, a gum. India rubber is also a vegetable secretion, improperly called elastic gum. It is obtained from the milky juices of various trees and plants, especially from the syringe tree of Cayenne. 1255. What are vegetable resins? Vegetable resins are derived from the secretions of plants, and are generally distinguished from gums by being insoluble in water, but being soluble in spirits. When one of these substances is soluble in either water or spirits, it is called a gum resin. 1256. What are vegetable acids? Vegetable acids are chiefly obtained from fruit, but also abundantly from wood by distillation. Thou art the God that doest wonders. Psalm 77. 1257. What is tannin? Tannin is a vegetable production obtained chiefly from the oak bark and from a variety of other vegetable sources. It possesses the peculiar chemical property which renders it valuable in tanning leather. 1258. What is opium? Opium is the produce of the poppy, and is obtained from the seed. 1259. What are vegetable dyes? Vegetable dyes are the various colors derived from the secretions of plants, such as indigo, madder, logwood, alkanet root, etc. 1260. What is silica? Silica is a mineral substance commonly known as flint, and is one of the wonders of the vegetable tribes, that although flint is so indestructible that the strongest chemical aid is required for its solution, plants possess the power of dissolving and secreting it. Even so delicate a structure as the wheat straw dissolves silica, and every stalk of wheat is covered with a perfect but inconceivably thin coating of this substance. Amid all the wonders of nature which we have had occasion to explain, there is none more startling than that which reveals to our knowledge the fact that a flint stone consists of the mineralized bodies of animals, just as coal consists of masses of mineralized vegetable matter. The animals are believed to have been infusorial animalculae, coated with silicous shells, as the wheat straw of today is clothed with a glassy covering of silica. The skeletons of animalculae, which compose flint, may be brought under microscopic examination. Geologists have some difficulty in determining their opinions respecting the relation which these animalculae bear to the flint stones in which they are found, whether the animalculae in dense masses form the flint, or whether the flint merely supplies a sepulchre to the countless millions of creatures that ages ago enjoyed each a separate and conscious existence, is a problem that may never be solved. And what a problem! The buried plant being disentombed after having lain for ages in the bowels of the earth gives us light and warmth, and the animalculae, after a sleep of ages, dissolves into the sap of a plant, and wraps the coat it wore, probably, "in the beginning, when God created the heavens and the earth, and when the earth first brought forth living creatures," around the slender stalk of waving corn. 1261. Why is silica diffused over the stems of wheat, grasses, canes, etc.? Because it affords strength, density, and durability to structures that are very light, and which, but for this beautiful provision, would be exceedingly perishable. For in this mountain shall the hand of the Lord rest, and Moab shall be trodden down under him, even as straw is trodden down for the dunghill. Isaiah 25. 1262. Why is guano a productive manure? Because it contains, with other suitable elements, an abundance of the silicous skeletons of animalculae. 1263. Why does a wheat crop greatly exhaust the soil? Because, as well as the carbon and the salts which form the straw and the grain, it draws off from the soil a great amount of silica. 1264. Why is straw frequently used as a manure? Because it gives back, with other substances, a considerable proportion of silica in that form which adapts it to the use of the succeeding crop. 1265. Why is the structure of herbaceous plants less consolidated than that of woody plants? Because, for the most part, herbaceous plants last only a single year. They therefore do not require the enduring qualities of plants that have to sustain the influences of the elements for a succession of seasons. 1266. Why are the stalks of plants of light structure generally cylindrical? Because the cylindrical form is stronger than any other. A hollow cylinder with moderately thick walls is stronger than a solid rod containing the same amount of material. 1267. Why do the stalks of plants become hollow? Because the parallel and perpendicular fibers of the stalk are developed more rapidly than the horizontal. The growth of the plant, therefore, consists of a kind of divergence from the centre. 1268. Why are the stomata or pores of leaves generally placed on their under surface? Because, being placed on the under surface, they are shaded from the action of the sun's rays, and so carry on the function of respiration more actively than if subjected to direct heat. They are also protected from the injurious effects of dust, and are moistened by evaporation from the earth's surface. The trees of the Lord are full of sap, and the cedars of Lebanon which he hath planted. Psalm 104. 1269. Why have plants a formation of pith in their centre? The pith is the chief organ of nutriment, especially in the young plant. It is the structure which first conveys fluids to, and receives them from, the newly formed leaf. It communicates with every branch, leaf, bud, and flower, and also with the bark through the medullary rays which radiate horizontally from the centre of the plant. It is the centre of the movements of the sap which occur in the horizontal vessels, and it holds an important influence over the life of the plant. 1270. Why are trees covered with bark? Because the bark serves to protect the woody structure, and also to give a passage to the descending sap which flows abundantly in the spring, and out of which the woody fibre is formed. It is also, from its peculiar nature, well fitted to endure the changes of the seasons for many years, and from its non-conducting properties it serves to maintain the equal temperature of the vital parts of the tree. 1271. What is cork? Cork is the bark of a description of oak tree, which grows in great abundance in Spain, Italy, and France. 1272. Why does the cork tree release its own bark? Because it possesses a bark which is exceedingly useful to man, and it seems therefore to have been the design of Providence that the tree should cast it off, to be applied to the wants of the human family. For the cork tree does not discharge its bark by the mere cracking or exfoliation of its substance. The tree retains the bark for a number of years, until it has attained that consistency and thickness which renders it useful, and then the tree forms within the bark a series of tabular cells, which cut off the connection of the bark with the internal structure, after which it peels off in large sheets. And all the trees of the field shall know that I the Lord have brought down the high tree, have exalted the low tree, have dried up the green tree, and have made the dry tree to flourish. I the Lord have spoken, and have done it. Ezekiel 17. Man assists this evident intention of nature by slitting the bark from the top of the tree to its base. But even were this not done, the bark would be cast off by the tree itself. Another proof of design in this useful adaptation of the cork tree is to be found in the fact that it thrives under treatment that would destroy other trees. The cork tree will endure the barking process for 7 or 8 successive years. The end of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 64. 1273. Why are there curious markings in walnut, mahogany, rosewood, satinwood, etc.? Because those markings are produced by the various structure of the vessels by which the wood is formed, and by successive zones of wood, which indicate the periods of growth. The enclosure of zone within zone is owing to the mode in which the wood is produced, and the position in which it is deposited. Wood is formed by the leaves during the growing season, and passes down towards the root between the bark and the wood of the previous year, if any, or in the position in which the cambium is effused; and, as the leaves more or less surround the whole stem, the new layer at length completes a zone, and perfectly encloses the wood of all former years. This is the explanation of the term exogenous, which is derived from two words signifying to grow outwardly, for the stem increases in thickness by successive layers on the outer side of the previously formed wood. That this is the mode of growth has been abundantly proved by experiment, and demonstrated by accidental discoveries. Thus, if a plate of metal be inserted between the bark and wood, it will, in progress of time, become enclosed by the new wood which has overlaid them. So, in like manner, if letters be cut deeply through the bark and into the wood, the spaces will not be filled up from the bottom, but may be seen in subsequent years overlaid by new wood. A statement appeared in a daily paper during the past year to the effect that, in cutting down a tree, a cat had been discovered enclosed in the wood of the trunk. These facts prove that the wood is applied from without. Again, if a branch be stripped of its leaves down to a certain point, it will not grow above that point; and so, in like manner, if branches be stripped from one side of a tree, the tree will not grow on that side. If a circle of bark be removed from a branch above, and also below a leaf, it will be found that increase of size will occur below, but not above that bud. And so, likewise, whenever a ring of bark is removed from a tree, the new woody fibre will not proceed from the lower, but from the upper edge. Orr's Circle of the Sciences. And when he saw a fig tree in the way, he came to it, and found nothing thereon, but leaves only, and said unto it, Let no fruit grow on thee henceforward for ever. And presently the tree withered away. Matthew 21, 1274. Why have trees with large trunks a great number of leafy branches? Because it is by the leaves that the secretion is formed which supplies the woody fibre. The number of leaves on a tree, therefore, generally bears a relation to the size of its trunk and the number of its branches. 1275. Why have poplar trees comparatively few branches and leaves? Because their trunks are comparatively small, although they grow to a great height. 1276. Why had the mammoth tree comparatively few leaves in relation to the immense size of its bark? Because the woody texture of this tree, Wellingtonia gigantea, is exceedingly light and porous. It is, in fact, lighter than cork, and therefore requires less leaf produce in its formation. 1277. Why have oak trees an abundance of leaves? Because their wood is so dense that they require a large amount of the wood-forming secretion which is supplied by the leaves. 1278. Why are the trunks of trees round? Because, generally speaking, the leaves are distributed upon branches around the trees in every direction. They consequently send down the wood-forming principle on all sides. When a trunk is unduly developed on one side, it may generally be traced to the unequal distribution of the branches. 1279. What are exogenous stems? Exogenous stems are those that grow by the addition of wood on their outer surface underneath the bark. 1280. What are endogenous stems? Endogenous stems are those that grow inwardly from the center. Trees of this class, of which palms are the best example, are almost peculiar to tropical climates. 1281. Why do endogenous stems chiefly abound in tropical climates? Because, probably, the excessive heat of those climates would interfere with the formation of wood from the sap upon the outer surface. The vascular structure of endogenous stems, lying more abundantly towards their centre, tends to conserve the juices which in hot climates are so highly valued. Palm wine is of a delicious and cooling beverage, and is procured from various kinds of palms, but especially from the cocoanut palm. Even the fresh sap is very refreshing. The juice is procured by cutting the tree in the upper part, and attaching a vessel to the opening to receive the sap. Its flow is increased by cutting off a slice of the wood daily. I have caused thee to multiply as the bud of the field, and thou hast increased and waxen great, and thou art come to excellent ornaments. Ezekiel 16, 1282. Why have endogenous stems no bark? Because one of the chief functions of the bark in exogenous trees is to protect the sap from which the wood is formed on the outward surface, and as there is no such external flow of sap in endogenous trees, the bark is unnecessary to them, and is therefore withheld. They are furnished instead with a thin cuticle. 1283. Why do endogenous stems grow to a great height? Because as the stem grows from the centre, it soon reaches that limit of diameter which its vascular structure is calculated to support, and therefore the wood-forming sap is deposited chiefly at the top of the stem, causing it to grow to a considerable height. 1284. Why do the various vegetable fruits ripen in succession? Because the author of nature has thus arranged its economy, in order that the wants of living creatures may be adequately provided for. Some vegetable productions arrive at their perfection in the spring, others in summer, and others in autumn. Among the latter are many that require to come slowly to maturity after they are gathered. By these the winter season is provided for, and a surplus of the winter stock goes to supply the natural deficiency of spring. O sing unto the Lord a new made song, for he hath done marvellous things. Psalm 98. 1285. Why, when seeds are sown and germination begins, does the leaf germ seek the light, and the root germ grow down into the earth? Because the Creator has endowed every single seed with a vital instinct which governs its development. The rootlet could more easily grow upward than downward, because of the looser earth and of the exciting influences of light and moisture. Yet it takes the contrary course, leaving the leaf germ to come up to meet the sunlight, and to send down to the stem and roots the matter needed for their growth. Frequently, indeed, when seeds are thrown into the earth, their natural position is reversed, and when the germs first start from the seed, the root germ is directed upward, and the leaf germ downward. What then occurs? They each turn, and in doing so frequently cross each other. Each goes to its particular duty, the duty that God appointed. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. The Reason Why by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 65. 1286. Why are the seeds of plants indigestible? Because they are encased in a hard covering upon which the gastric juice of animals takes no effect. This provision has been made by the Creator for the preservation of seeds, the productions of which are so essential to animal life. The gastric juice can dissolve any other part of the plant, even the woody fibre, and yet upon the seed it takes no effect. When, however, the seed is crushed, and thereby the vital principle destroyed, so that no plant can spring from it, the gastric juice acts upon it, and it is soon dissolved. Hence graminivorous birds are provided with gizzards to break the protecting coats of the grain. The animals that feed on seeds and nuts strip them of their shells and husks. It is remarkable that in the succulent fruits, such as the strawberry, the raspberry, currant, apple, orange, melon, etc., and which, from their very nature, are likely to attract animals to use them, and in eating which the seeds are likely to be swallowed, they are fortified by a doubly protective coating. The pips of the apple, orange, etc., and the seeds of the strawberry and raspberry pass through the digestive organs, not only unharmed, but their germinating powers are even improved by the warmth and trituration of the stomach. Indeed, the stomachs of quadrupeds and birds have been made the vehicles of propagating plants, and distributing them to the widest geographical latitudes. It is even said of some seeds that they will not germinate until they have passed through the digestive organs of an animal. And it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree. Revelation 9. 1287. Why do animals that graze crop the tender blades of grass, but avoid the tall stems? Because they are tempted by the greater sweetness and tenderness of the young blades, and in this temptation a very important end is served. For by avoiding the stems that have grown up, the animals spare the matured plant by which seeds are born, and by which the supply of food is to be continued. 1288. Why do the eggs of butterflies lie dormant during the winter? Because the coldness of the winter would be fatal to the life of the young insects, and the absence of vegetation would leave the caterpillars to perish of starvation if they were developed during the winter months. 1289. Why do caterpillars appear in the spring? Because the increasing warmth of the sun develops the living embryo at the same time that it develops the vegetable germ. The warmth, therefore, that calls the caterpillar from its embryo sleep also kindles the germinating power of the vegetable upon which it is destined to feed. The worm awakes and finds the bountiful table of nature spread for it. Thou shalt plant vineyards and dress them, but shalt neither drink of the wine nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them. Deuteronomy 28. 1290. Why does the caterpillar eat voraciously? Because it grows rapidly, and a large amount of vegetable matter is necessary to supply the rapid growth of its animal substance. Caterpillars, in the course of a month, devour 60,000 times their own weight of aliment. 1291. Why do caterpillars pass into the state of the chrysalis? Because they are thereby prepared for the new existence which they are about to enjoy. New organs must be perfected in them to adapt them to the altered conditions of their lives. Because also, in the transformation of their bodies, differing materially from the laws of existence that pertain to other creatures, the Creator affords another illustration of his omnipotence. Because also, during the stage that the insect sleeps in the chrysalis, the flowers and their sweet juices, upon which the fly is to feed, are being prepared for it, just as, when it was sleeping in the egg, the green food was being prepared for the caterpillar. When therefore the beautiful fly spreads its silken wings, it finds a second time that, while it has slept, its meal has been prepared, and it now flies away joyously to feed upon the milk and honey of beautiful flowers which, at the time it passed into the chrysalis, had not yet unfolded their petals. For the moth shall eat them up like a garment, and the worm shall eat them like wool. But my righteousness shall be forever, and my salvation from generation to generation. Isaiah 51. Paley observes that, quote, the metamorphosis of insects from grubs into moths and flies is an astonishing process. A hairy caterpillar is transformed into a butterfly. Observe the change. We have 4 beautiful wings where there were none before, a tubular proboscis in the place of a mouth with jaws and teeth, 6 long legs instead of 14 feet. In another case, we see a white, smooth, soft worm turned into a black, hard, crustaceous beetle with gauze wings. These, as I said, are astonishing processes, and must require, as it should seem, a proportionably artificial apparatus. The hypothesis which appears to me most probable is that in the grub there exists at the same time 3 animals, one within another, all nourished by the same digestion and by a communicating circulation, but in different stages of maturity. The latest discoveries made by naturalists seem to favor this supposition. The insect, already equipped with wings, is descried under the membranes both of the worm and nymph. In some species, the proboscis, the antennae, the limbs, the wings of the fly, have been observed to be folded up within the body of the caterpillar, and with such nicety as to occupy a small space only under the 2 first wings. This being so, the outermost animal, which, besides its own proper character, serves as an integument to the other 2, being the farthest advanced, dies, as we suppose, and drops off first. The second, the pupa or chrysalis, then offers itself to observation. This also in its turn dies. Its dead and brittle husk falls to pieces, and makes way for the appearance of the fly or moth. Now, if this be the case, or indeed whatever explication be adopted, we have a prospective contrivance of the most curious kind. We have organizations 3 deep, yet a vascular system which supplies nutrition, growth, and life to all of them together. End quotes. That which the palmer worm hath left hath the locust eaten, and that which the locust hath left hath the cankerworm eaten, and that which the cankerworm hath left hath the caterpillar eaten. Joel 1. Lord Brougham, in a note upon the above, does not support Paley's view. He says, quote, it is more than probable that the parts which are to appear in the perfect insect do not exist in the larvae, where there is not much difference between the larva and pupa, excepting at the time just previous to its becoming a pupa, at which time the larva is motionless and torpid. The caterpillar of a moth, when about to turn into a pupa, provides for the protection of the latter state, either by surrounding itself with a web, or by some other means. Soon after this is accomplished, the caterpillar becomes motionless, or nearly so. It can neither eat nor crawl. At this time, and not before, the parts of the pupa are forming within the skin of the caterpillar, which may be easily seen by dissection. End quotes. It appears to the author, however, that Paley is partially right, and Lord Brougham totally wrong, in these remarks. When Lord Brougham asserts that the parts of the pupa are forming within the skin of the caterpillar at that time when the transformation begins, "and not before, which may be easily seen by dissection," he forgets that although in some instances it is the first moment when, to the human eye, the organs of the new creature become perceptible, that the "three deep" nature which Paley attributes to the grub must really have existed in the egg, that the butterfly originated in the egg, as certainly did the caterpillar or the chrysalis, and that unless that egg had possessed its three mysterious embryos, it would have been impossible for the grub to have progressed to the stages of transformation. No one has ever known the embryo of a bird's egg to pass through three distinct and dissimilar states of existence, nor has anyone ever known the embryo of the butterfly's egg to stop short at either of the stages, if the proper conditions of its existence and development were supplied to it. Why? Because the embryo of the insect has a threefold nature, while that of the bird is single. "They shall cut down her forest, saith the Lord, though it cannot be searched, because they are more than the grasshoppers, and are innumerable." Jeremiah 46. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of The Reason Why. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. The Reason Why, by Robert Kemp PHILP. Chapter 66. 1292. Why does the caterpillar become torpid when passing into the state of the chrysalis? Because in all probability, where the difference between the first and the ultimate form is considerable, the organs of the insect having to undergo great changes, it would suffer considerable pain. Torpor comes upon the insect. It is thrown into a state similar to that of a person who has inhaled chloroform, and after what has, in all probability, proved a pleasant dream, the insect awakes to find itself changed and beautified. 1293. Why are the pupae of grasshoppers and other insects, when about to undergo transformation, still active and sensitive? Because, as there is but a slight difference between the form which they have in the pupa state and that which they ultimately assume, they do not require the state of torpidity to save them from pain, nor to arrest their movements while their organs are being changed. With them the outer skin is thrown off, and they are then perfect insects. 1294. Why do caterpillars, when about to pass through the chrysalis state, attach themselves to the leaves of plants, etc.? Because they know instinctively that for a time they will be unable to control their movements, and to avoid danger, they therefore choose secure and dry places, underneath leaves, or in the crevices of old and dry walls, and there they firmly attach themselves to await the time of their liberation. 1295. Why do insects attach their eggs to leaves, etc.? Because, as the eggs have to be preserved during the winter, the insect attaches them to some surface which will be a protection to them. Generally speaking, the eggs are attached to the permanent stems of plants, and not to those leafy portions which are liable to fall and decay. The spider weaves a silken bag in which it deposits its eggs, and then it hangs the bag in a sheltered situation. Nature keeps her butterflies, moths, and caterpillars locked up during the winter in their egg state, and we have to admire the various devices to which, if we may so speak, the same nature has resorted for the security of the egg. Many insects enclose their eggs in a silken web, others cover them with a coat of hair, torn from their own bodies. Some glue them together, and others, like the moth of the silkworm, glue them to the leaves upon which they are deposited, that they may not be shaken off by the wind, or washed away by rain. Some again make incisions into leaves, and hide an egg in each incision, whilst some envelop their eggs with a soft substance, which forms the first aliment of the young animal. And some again make a hole in the earth, and having stored it with a quantity of proper food, deposit their eggs in it. Lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through and steal. Matthew 6, 1296. Why do butterflies fly by day? Because they are organized to enjoy light and warmth, and they live upon the sweets of flowers, which by day are most accessible. 1297. Why do moths fly by night? Because they are organized to enjoy subdued light and cool air, and as they take very little food during the short life they have in the winged state, they find sufficient by night. Some of the moths, like that of the silkworm, take no food from the time they escape from the chrysalis until they die, because also they form the food of bats, owls, and other of the night-flying tribes. 1298. Why are the bodies of moths generally covered with a very thick down? Because, as they fly by night, they are liable to the effects of cold and damp. The moths, therefore, are nearly all of them covered with a very thick down, quite distinguishable from the lighter down of butterflies. 1299. Why do moths fly against the candle flame? Because their eyes are organized to bear only a small amount of light. When, therefore, they come within the light of a candle, their sight is overpowered and their vision confused, and as they cannot distinguish objects, they pursue the light itself and fly against the flame. Let him that glorieth glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me, that I am the Lord, which exercise loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight, saith the Lord. Jeremiah 9, 1300. Why do insects multiply so numerously? Because they form the food of larger animals, and especially of birds. A single pair of sparrows and a nest of young ones have been estimated to consume upwards of 3,000 insects in a week. 1301. Why does the death watch make a ticking noise? Because the insect is one of the beetle tribe, having a horny case upon its head, with which it taps upon any hard substance. The ticking is the call of the insect to its species, just as the noise made by the cricket is a note of communication with other crickets. There is a superstition connected with the death watch, which, like most superstitions, is based upon the theory of probabilities. The death watch is usually heard in the spring of the year, and a superstition runs to the effect that some one in the house will die before the year has ended. Persons who are superstitious are never very strict in the interpretation of their predictions, and therefore, whether a person dies in the house or out of it, in the same room where the death watch was heard, or across the wide Atlantic, so that there be some kind of relationship or even acquaintance between the person who hears the omen and the person dying, the event is sure to be connected with the prophetic sounds of the death watch. Little weens the small timber-boring beetle, when he is tapping gently to call his mate, and perhaps peeping into every corner and crevice to find her, that he is sending dismay into the heart of some superstitious listener, who, in ignorance of a simple fact, overwhelms herself with an imaginary grief. 1302. Why are insects in the first stage, after leaving the egg, said to be in the larva state? Because the term larva is derived from the Latin larvated, meaning masked, clothed as with a mask. The term is meant to express that the future insect is disguised in its first form. 1303. Why are insects in the second state said to be in the pupa state? Because the term is derived from the Latin pupa, from a slight resemblance in the manner in which the insects are enclosed, to that in which it was the fashion of the ancients to bandage their infants. 1304. Why are insects in the pupa stage also called chrysalides? Because, as the Latin term implies, it is adorned with gems. Many chrysalides are studded with golden and pearl-like spots. Thou hast set all the borders of the earth. Thou hast made summer and winter. Psalm 74. 1305. Why are the perfect insects said to be in the nymph state? Because their joyful existence and their beautiful forms give them a fancied resemblance to the nymphs of the heathen mythology. The nymphs were supposed goddesses of the mountains, forests, meadows, and waters. This term has generally, but very improperly, been also applied to the pupa state, so that pupa, chrysalis, and nymph have all been employed to represent one state. This is obviously an error, as there is nothing in the condition of the pupa or chrysalis that can at all accord with the mythological idea of a nymph, and which, in reference to the beautiful and joyous fly, finds a much truer application. End of chapter 66.